Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Beck and Call by Kimberly Carrillo, narrated by Loretta Rollins and Chris Chambers. Chapter 1. Evie. Why do newspapers never fold right after you've opened them? Like fitted sheets, once you open that shit, good luck ever getting it refolded. It was almost a metaphor for my life, because it never looked the same after something changed. Except my life didn't start out with even the illusion of order. My break was almost over, and it was time to stop fantasizing about a different job. Besides, the classified section was beyond thin. When you were on the lowest rung of the social ladder, all of the reports about amazing economic growth seemed like a bunch of bullshit. The only jobs I saw were more of what I already had. Not a single one paid a living wage, which brought the depressing realization I was going to have to find a second job. When I first moved here, my hope was to find a position in my field, but a year later I was a college-educated waitress hoping to make enough tips to buy groceries after I paid rent. The simple act of hanging on was exhausting because one misstep, one illness, and I would fall. Life didn't have a safety net for people like me. The ripple effects of trying to bring structure to the chaos of my life were still rolling through. The harder I tried, the bigger the mess I made. My grandmother was a waitress, so I wasn't looking down on the profession, but she'd sacrificed a lot to help me get more out of my life. I felt that if I settled, I was dishonoring her memory and the plans we'd made. We'd talk through dinners of boxed macaroni and cheese and plan trips to Europe. Somehow, it made the bleakness of our day-to-day brighter, believing one day things would be better. A lot of our plans involved things my mother would never get to do. I think my grandmother felt that if I got to do them, it somehow made up for the fact her daughter never would. How does that saying go? When you make plans, God laughs? I bet he found me hilarious. Not long after I started college, my grandma died of a stroke. It came without any warning and stole the only constant part of my life. Grief wasn't new in my life, and it hadn't gotten easier with practice. Avoidance and ignoring my feelings were my main coping mechanisms. Some might have thrown themselves into drugs and alcohol, but I refused to become my mother. Instead, I threw myself into school. My 4 years at Southern Illinois University were filled with books rather than a social life. I had few friends by the time I donned a cap and gown, but I wasn't particularly close to any of them. Every moment after my grandmother's funeral, I spent focused on graduating with honors. I didn't attend parties, avoided almost all social activities, and pretty much lived at the library. I found it hard to get close to other people, especially after everyone I'd ever loved had left me. I'd built up the importance of graduation to be this monumental event in my life, but the funny thing was, the moment I put the honor cords around my neck, I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do next. After going over all the options, it seemed the only choice was to put as much distance between myself and every painful memory I had from Illinois and Kentucky. I say it seemed like the only logical choice, but my reasoning wasn't rational. Without school as a distraction, nothing kept me from feeling the acute loneliness from being the last living member of my family. When a marketing assistant position at a corporation in Seattle opened up, I applied immediately. Within days, I had an interview, and I managed to convince myself it was my destiny calling me out west. Fate, I'd easily convinced myself, was telling me I needed to be in Seattle. I went through the interview process, and instead of offering me a position like I was sure would happen, the company was acquired by another corporation. I read the papers afterwards and learned it was a hostile takeover. From the articles I read, it seemed the company was just as surprised to find themselves out of business as I was to find myself without a job offer. That's how, at 22 years old, I found myself with a diploma, one duffel bag full of clothes, and nothing else. I'd given up the room I was renting back in Carbondale, Illinois, so I didn't even have a home to go back to. Besides, even if I went back to Illinois, I would have had to face the same situation. So I decided to stay and make Seattle my home. Since then, I'd done a variety of jobs trying to stay afloat. I'd even had my cliché turn as a barista, but considering I wasn't a coffee drinker, I didn't last long. Eventually, I found the waitressing job I had now. Unfortunately, living in the city was expensive, and even with working full-time, I was barely making it. If the owner of the diner I worked at hadn't taken pity on me and started giving me leftovers after every shift, I wouldn't be making it at all. They were kind, and I knew they'd root for me if I managed to find a job that paid more money. After all, I was far from being the only person in Seattle struggling to make ends meet, and they'd have multiple applicants to fill my position. I gave up on folding the paper, leaving it in a sort of square-shaped ball, and rose to check on my tables. The bell over the door dinged while I was fighting with the paper, and I hurried to greet the new customer. There were a few times in my 23 years when I felt the ground shake under my feet. I tried not to be superstitious because it seemed illogical to hold such unscientific beliefs, but I was also taught to listen to my gut. Every time I'd had this feeling in the past, my life changed. It happened the day my mama died, the day I lost my grandma, but sometimes it occurred for good things, too. When my acceptance letter and scholarship offer came, I was nearly knocked off my feet. There hadn't been enough of the good times for me to be sure, but I knew the winds were changing. Only time would tell what they'd blow my way. I grabbed a menu and hustled over to take his drink order. "Good morning, sir. Can I get you something to drink?" "Please, look up," I silently begged. There was something about him. An aura of power, yes, but the suit helped with that. His strong, square jaw and straight nose were softened by dark blonde hair that waved slightly in the front. A moment of his attention would be enough for me. I knew all about storing away precious moments. Instead, he opened a paper and began to peruse the day's headlines. "A cup of coffee, black, please." My stomach sank. For the smallest fraction of a second, I envisioned him sweeping me off my feet and holding me when I was too tired to hang on alone. It was a silly fantasy. Apparently, my ability to daydream hadn't disappeared. Shaking myself out of the weird reverie, I nodded. He didn't look up, so it was a useless gesture. Of course I was invisible to him. I'd always been invisible. Obviously, that wasn't going to change. The diner was pretty deserted for a Thursday morning, which didn't bode well for my tips for the day. I set the carafe down on the table along with a ceramic mug. After I poured his coffee, I pulled my order pad out of my apron. "Have you decided what you wanted?" He folded the paper expertly, which somehow symbolized the divide between his world and mine. He was cultured and confident. I was awkward and insecure. I would remember him for a while after he walked out of the restaurant, but he wouldn't even remember me after I left the table. The thought was depressing. Finally, he looked directly at me and smiled. As it turned out, I was very wrong. A moment wouldn't hold me over. It appeared it might kill me. I fought the urge to clutch my chest as my heart stuttered offbeat. He wasn't a frequent customer here. While we got a wide variety of patrons, few, if any of them, came in wearing designer suits. It was like armor, protecting him from silly waitresses mistaking his blinding smile for invitations for flirting. Not that I'd initiate flirting. I'd never been that bold in my life, and I didn't think I'd start with this godly man. "I'll take an egg white omelet with bell peppers, tomatoes, and spinach." He extended the menu, but when I went to take it, he held on a second too long. His eyes, a deep sapphire blue, also held mine a bit too long. "Coming right up. I whispered in a husky voice I didn't recognize as my own. As soon as I was a step away from his table, I escaped his intensity in the relative safety of the kitchen. There were a few other tables occupied in the diner, and I rushed around, refilling drinks and clearing tables. It didn't take long before I heard Ian, the chef, yell my order was up. I retrieved the plate and headed over to his table. "Here you go. Can I get you anything else?" "Is it always this slow?" he asked, instead of answering me. I shrugged. "It's hit or miss during the day." "Do you get any night shifts?" he asked. Perhaps I should have been wary that a perfect stranger was basically striving to learn my routine. However, I was thrilled he seemed as interested in information about me as I was about any tiny detail about him. I shook my head. "No, I've only worked here for about 7 months. The night shift gets better tips, and there are others who've been here longer, so they get priority in the schedule." "When I came in, you were scowling at the paper. I'm guessing you're looking for another job?" I narrowed my eyes. This didn't happen to me. I was the invisible girl. Hell, it was practically my superpower. "I didn't think you noticed me. Not even when I was taking your order." "There's an article in the paper about a company in Germany I'm working on a business deal with, and I may need to go in person to handle this negotiation. But I definitely noticed you." He gestured to the other side of the booth. "Could you join me for a bit? I could use a diversion." I looked around the restaurant and realized all my tables had cashed out. When had that happened? It wasn't just slow anymore, it was dead. I chuckled, though it wasn't really funny. "I think I can spare a few minutes." "Distract me," he prompted. "You're bossy," I commented. The corner of his mouth curved up, and small lines appeared around his eyes. "Yes, and now that you know something about me, tell me something about you." I rolled my eyes. Like what? Didn't he see the divide between us? He was Italian loafers and a custom suit. I was off-brand sneakers and a poly-blend uniform. I was also starting to believe there was a fairly decent gap in our ages as well. "How about your name?" I tapped the name tag on my chest. He turned his head and studied me. "You don't look like an Eden." I laughed, this time out of embarrassment. Over the last several months, I'd gotten used to the stupid nickname to the point I'd almost forgotten about it. "Yeah, forgot about that. The owner thought it was funny to give me a nickname. My name is Evelyn, but everyone calls me Evie." He smirked. "Cute. Tell me, what kind of work are you looking for?" "A year ago, I wanted a job in marketing. It's what my bachelor's degree is in." "But now?" His eyes held mine and urged me to tell him everything. His gaze was too intense, and I dropped my eyes down to the Formica table. "But now, I would be happy with just about anything that paid enough for me to live in this city." "What's your name?" It felt weird to have such a personal conversation with a customer, especially one whose name I didn't know. He pushed his plate away, having eaten his omelet, and extended his hand. "I'm Beckett, and don't change the subject." He wasn't only bossy, I'd say he was the boss. I should bristle at the demanding tone he used with me, but some deep, dark part of me got a thrill every time he made demands. I was sure my feminist side would be revolted, but that side of me wasn't currently in charge. "Why work this job, though? You're pretty young, I'm guessing 22. Surely your parents can help you until you find a suitable position." My shoulders drooped. "I'm 23, actually. I graduated last year." "You didn't mention your family." He pressed. "That's because I don't have one. Not anymore." I leaned forward. "Do you usually chat up waitresses early in the morning?" "No, I told you. I needed a diversion. It hasn't been a great morning." He shrugged like it wasn't a big deal, but the look in his eyes betrayed him. There was a darkness inside them, and it seemed possible he felt as alone as I did. Care to talk about it? Maybe it'll be easier to talk to a stranger, I offered.
Talking about it would mean thinking about it. I'd rather talk about you.
There were things I needed to get done before the end of my shift. Refill condiments, wipe down tables, and load the napkin dispensers. I needed this job, so I couldn't risk pissing off my manager. Still, I sat with this beautiful stranger and shared personal bits of my life I was reluctant to tell anyone.
You've got a little bit of an accent. I'm going to guess Seattle isn't your hometown, he observed.
I was surprised he picked up on it. My Kentucky accent had mostly faded since my grandmother and I moved to Illinois when I was 8. With my mother gone, neither of us could handle being in a place we expected to see her everywhere we went. No, it's not. I moved here from Illinois last year.
I'd have guessed somewhere in the South. You've got a slight twang. It's cute.
Cute. Awesome. Here I was lusting after his chiseled face, sky-blue eyes, and what seemed to be an amazing body, and he thought of me in the same terms I viewed puppies and babies. I was born in Kentucky, but I moved when I was 8, and I haven't been back since. I've worked really hard to get rid of my accent. How could you possibly have heard it?
Picking up little details about people is a skill I have, and I travel a lot for work. It's very beneficial when I'm trying to broker business deals, being able to read people quickly.
Is that what you're doing? Reading me? I asked. He smirked, and some of the tension leached out of his expression.
I'm trying, but for the first time in my life I find myself at a loss. You are a bit of a mystery to me, Evie.
I aim to please, I teased.
Ian started banging pots and pans in the back. Either he was warning me the boss had arrived, or he was unhappy how much attention I was giving to my handsome customer when I rebuffed every effort he made to flirt with me himself. I bit the corner of my lip. Getting back to work was the last thing I wanted to do, but it was necessary. I think the cook is trying to let me know I need to get back to work. I hope your day gets better. I slid out from the booth and started to move toward the back. Beckett unfolded himself from the red vinyl bench seat, and I nearly gasped. When he came in, I hadn't been standing close enough to him to grasp how tall he was. He was probably a foot taller than I was. Of course he was the embodiment of every fantasy I'd ever had. I smiled. It was slight and probably shy, but also the most genuine display of emotion I'd allowed myself in a long time. As I turned to move away, he grabbed my wrist. I felt him slip a piece of paper into my hand, and I wanted to protest. Him giving me a tip would make me feel like the charity case I actually was. Even though I needed money, I needed one good memory more. To be able to look back on these few moments that I held the attention of a handsome stranger was more important than reframing it as the time I was pitied by a handsome customer. He tugged until I was turned in front of him. I couldn't look at him, though, so I stared at my shoes. "Keep this up,"
he said, and I felt his hand brush across my cheek before his finger tipped my chin up.
"My number and my email are on that card. I'd very much like to talk to you again. I still need a distraction, and I think you and I can be a lot of help to each other. Text me, please."
I started to open my mouth to argue. If I pursued whatever this weird connection was, my beautiful moment would disappear. The possibility of having more moments wasn't worth the risk of losing a perfect one, not when there were so few of them to treasure in my memory. Beckett wouldn't allow it. He moved his finger from my chin to silence my lips.
"Don't say no. At least email me. I can help you get a real job. Take a chance, Evie. Opportunities like I can give you don't appear every day. He was right, and I couldn't let my stubbornness and pride keep me down. I nodded and watched him slip out the door. Hopefully, my fears were wrong, and it wouldn't be the last time I saw him. Chapter 2. Evie. After my shift, I folded my apron and stored it under the counter. My car wasn't working anymore, so I had to walk a mile to and from work. It wasn't too far of a distance, but it was October in Seattle. That meant it was cold and rainy, my least favorite weather combination. I made it home 15 minutes after my shift ended, soaking wet and shivering. The owner of my apartment building was cheap and hadn't fixed the broken elevator for the last 4 months. Thankfully, my apartment was only on the 4th floor, not the 10th. My studio apartment was a bit less than 300 square feet and didn't even have a kitchen. Each floor had a shared one, but I only ever used my microwave. Essentially, I slogged through a low-paying job daily in order to spend all of my money to live in a closet. I quickly stripped out of my wet uniform and hung it over the shower door and wrapped myself in a robe. Finally dry, I booted up my ancient laptop computer and brought it over to the only place to sit in the apartment, my futon. It had a lumpy mattress and didn't make for either a good couch or a comfortable bed, but it came with the apartment, and considering groceries were too expensive, I definitely couldn't afford to replace it. Seattle was an expensive city to live in, and I was barely keeping my head above water as it was. The idea of working another soul-sucking job just to continue living my life exactly like this was depressing. Thankfully, the online job boards had more positions listed than the paper. After an hour of sending out my resume electronically to every job I could conceivably be qualified for, I shut down my computer. Beckett's card sat on the small counter near the microwave. I needed to see what was out there for myself before I accepted his help. When my phone rang, I jumped, hoping it was one of the jobs I'd applied for. Instead, it was Jana Easton, the only friend I'd made in Seattle. "Hey," I greeted. "Feel like dressing up tonight and going to a fancy party?" she asked. "You know I don't have anything to wear to one of those," I muttered. "Let me handle that. Besides, there'll be a fancy dinner to go along with the fancy clothes. When's the last time you ate something besides ramen?" She had me there. The days I worked, I brought home leftovers. The rest of the time, I lived off peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or ramen. I'd already given up everything except for the most basic cell phone and internet, and I only kept those to help me find another job. Not that I received any calls to schedule interviews. The only person who called or emailed me was Jana. We met 9 months ago at the Humane Society when we both found ourselves volunteering there. I ended up there because I wanted a cat, but my apartment complex didn't allow pets. Volunteering let me find a way to have animals in my life. Jana wanted to do more for animals than throw an annual benefit dinner. It was an easy and fun job. We played with the animals to make sure they were properly socialized and adoptable. That's how I became best friends with a socialite. "What is the charity this time?" I asked. She knew I was going to go, but she also knew I didn't want to be the charity. "Who knows? My mom organized this party, though, so it should be a great time. I know why you're not agreeing already. This isn't a pity invite. You have to come with me. My mom wanted me to go with Gregory Jones. He's the son of one of the ladies on one of her committees. This one is probably something super important like the Community Garden Planning Committee." "Please tell me that isn't a real thing," I said, chuckling. She sighed. "I don't know. Probably. Please tell me you'll come. He's so boring. You have to say yes because I already told my mom you were coming and that's why I couldn't go with him." "Okay, fine. I'll go. But there better be those little salmon mousse cups," I demanded. She squealed, and I pulled the phone away from my ear for a moment. "What kind of fancy party doesn't have fish appetizers? If you need to shower, do it fast. I'm sending a car to come and bring you to my house. I've got dresses I want you to try on." A quick shower helped me to get rid of the chill that lingered in my bones. It would return, though. I didn't have enough money to run the heater before December. The ambient heat from the other apartments kept the temperature from dropping too low. I put on some jeans and a thick sweater for the ride to her house. My favorite boots went on after I pulled on some thick socks. I'd had enough of freezing for one day. My second boot was barely on my foot when her driver called my phone to let me know he was there. I hurried down to the street, and her driver opened the door to the back seat. "Thank you." "It's my pleasure, Miss Holmes." He always looked at me with his brow creased in concern. This time, he cranked up the heater. It was a small gesture, but I found myself fighting tears to have someone show basic concern for my well-being. The ride to Jana's apartment only took about 20 minutes. She didn't live far, but in Seattle traffic, nothing seemed close. I'd been to her place enough that the doorman buzzed me in directly and cleared me up to her floor without calling her. Jana was practically bouncing when she opened the door. "I have a magic dress." She grabbed my hand and pulled me through the apartment toward her closet. "Hello to you, too," I replied to her odd and very enthusiastic greeting. She waved her free hand around in dismissal and continued to march us through her large apartment. Yeah, hi, how are you, long time, blah, blah, I have a magic dress." "I thought your grandma was joking at brunch last week, but are you on the marijuana?" I teased. She stopped for a minute. "Huh? Maybe?" That earned her a bit of side-eye from me. "Wouldn't you know?" She shrugged and recommenced dragging me through her luxury pad. "There were some hinky brownies my assistant was passing around the office. Of course, I took one because brownies." "What makes the dress magic?" I asked, changing the subject. "You'll see." She pushed open the door and turned on the lights. Her closet didn't have sliding doors like the one I had in the trailer I shared with my grandma. It was not really a closet, but a room the size of my apartment. There were built-in shelves to house her collection of shoes and purses, and drawers for her various accessories. While I stood around and gawked, she walked straight to the clothing racks and began searching through designer dresses of every variety until she pulled out a black bodycon dress. It had wide straps, a square neckline, and would fall just to my knees. I wasn't much for fashion. Envying things I couldn't have didn't feel good, so I took more of a practical approach to shopping. I enjoyed soft fabrics and chose my clothes for the way they made me feel, more than how they made me look. Not to say I didn't like to dress up from time to time and feel pretty, but I didn't live it like Jana did. Still, I had to admit I wanted to wear this dress. I prayed the zipper wouldn't stop once I pulled it up to my bust line. Jana was willowy and tall. I was 5'4", and while I was toned, I wasn't a size 0. My boobs alone wouldn't fit into a 0. "I'm going to step out and let you try it on," she said, watching me practically drool over the dress. Once I'd stripped out of my clothes, I stepped into the dress. It slid past my hips and gave me hope it would zip. The zipper was under the right arm along the side, which made it easy to put on by myself. Jana banged on the door. "Are you decent yet?" I pulled the last few inches and it closed without getting stuck. "Oh my God, it fits," I said mostly to myself. She stepped into the room. "I told you, it's a magic dress. Kinda like that movie you made me watch with the jeans." I examined myself in her floor-length mirror. It was the most flattering dress I'd ever worn. "Wow, you're hot," she exclaimed. "I've got a jacket and shoes that will be perfect for a night out. I'd veto the jacket, but I know how much you hate being cold." I worried my bottom lip and tried not to think about how much the clothing she was trying to dress me in cost. However, she wasn't wrong. I hated being cold. She came out with a tan box, and I started shaking my head. No, I've got shoes. I'm not going to wear ones that cost more than my first car did. If I scuff them, I'd never be able to fix it. Jana rolled her eyes. You can wear a pair of heels my mom bought me in the wrong size. I was too lazy to bring them back, and that was several seasons ago. They won't take them now, and they just sit on the shelf unloved. She petted the box. I was convinced my friend was insane. She held up one of the shoes, and sure enough, it was a 7.5. Jana wore an 8, which was rather small for someone her size. A half size smaller was not going to happen. I took the shoe and had an urge to pet it myself. Why would your mom buy you expensive shoes and not bother to check the size? She smiled and shook her head. That was when Marjorie was first told she needed to wear bifocals. She refused because she didn't want to look old. So she went around for the better part of a year ordering the wrong things and pretending she meant to. When I showed her these were the wrong size, she told me I needed to train my feet to be smaller. I laughed. I liked Marjorie Easton. She was eccentric in a fun way, but I'm not sure Jana thought so. Calling your mother by her first name didn't usually indicate a close personal relationship. Well, I will borrow them, but you should consider selling them. It can be your Thanksgiving present, she said, waving me off, dismissing the thought of selling something online. Thanksgiving presents aren't a thing, I reminded her. She scrunched up her nose. Are you sure? I nodded. Positive. She shrugged. Huh, I learn something new every day. Anyway, let me fix your makeup a bit and do your hair. Please don't make me look like a hooker, I begged. Trust me, she ordered. I followed her to her makeup table and surrendered myself to her capable hands. If she made me look like a hooker, I'd at least look like an expensive one. Chapter 3. Evie. A limo? I asked when we headed down to the car. Any chauffeured car was a luxury, but her usual ride was a more low-key town car. Trust me, she said as she grabbed a bottle of champagne and 2 glasses. We don't want to arrive to this party any other way. Marjorie went a bit nuts. What is it for, anyway? She shrugged and popped the cork after she set the glasses down. I don't know. Decorating the children's wing of the hospital, or maybe it was the library. That's actually pretty cool, I commented. Yeah, but then next week it'll be something like Save the Guinea Pigs, so don't get too excited. Most of the people who will be there don't give a damn what the charity is. They're just there to be seen handing over checks. She handed me a glass of champagne and we clinked glasses. Tonight we are going to dance and have a good time, so I'm not one to talk. Besides, these events make her happy. The limo pulled up to the front of one of the most exclusive hotels in Seattle. An actual red carpet had been rolled out for guests to enter the building. There was a small crowd of people waiting on either side of a velvet rope. Are those reporters? I asked, stunned. I'd been to a few events with her, some garden parties, but nothing had this much attention on it. I guess some are reporters. Most are paparazzi. There must be someone big coming tonight. Usually, there are 1 or 2 reporters from the society section in attendance. This is insane. She dug through her bag and pulled out a mirror and quickly refreshed her makeup. It's go time. The flash bulbs went off as we exited the car. I can't see, I whispered to her. Somehow she managed to speak with her teeth clenched together in a blinding smile. Just keep smiling and walking forward. The novelty of having my picture taken wore off after about the second flash. How do people live like this? Don't ask me. I'm not this kind of heiress. I work for a living, and I don't have a sex tape. No one cares who I date or where I shop, so this only happens when someone famous shows up. They'll take pictures of everyone that comes, at least until whoever they're waiting around for shows up. Inside the hotel, the ballroom was decorated to look like a winter wonderland. White lights were strung across the ceiling, gauzy fabric draped down the walls. There were round tables spaced around the floor. Each one was covered in a white tablecloth with a smaller topper made of a sheer, pearly iridescent fabric. There were centerpieces with white and silver candles and white branches in glass vases. The winter fairy forest motif was completed with ice sculptures of snowflakes spread around the room. Beautiful, isn't it? Jana handed me another glass of champagne. More champagne? I was a bit of a lightweight, and I hadn't eaten much, so the 2 glasses I had were already making me a little tipsy. There are some people here I find it hard to be around without liquid fortification. Anyone I've heard of? She rolled her eyes. I'm not sure what penetrates that gossip-free bubble you live in. Probably very little, so just tell me the story anyway. Janet tipped back her flute of champagne. Yeah, whatever. You see that woman in the corner? She slyly pointed to a stunning blonde standing near one of the ice sculptures by gesturing with the bottom of her glass. I nodded. Red dress, standing near the guy who looks like what I imagine a Ken doll would look like if he were alive? Wow, he does. She shook her head, something she did to clear her mind when she got distracted. I know. Focus. Her name is Matilda. We went to the same boarding school. She was the definition of a mean girl. I just don't want to deal with her, at least not without champagne. Why does a high school enemy matter after all this time? She glared at Matilda. Some people leave more of a scar. I handed her my glass of champagne. I've never seen you this way. She drained the remainder of my glass and set it on the tray of a passing waiter. Seeing her takes me back to a dark place. Then let's move to another part of the room. You haven't seen her in a long time. The less you see of her now, the better, I suggested. Jana stood up straighter. No, she was the queen of the school. She took whatever, whoever she wanted. But we aren't in school anymore. She's a washed-up socialite without a career or a husband. I've even heard rumors her family has lost most of their money. I put my hand on her arm and encouraged her to move to another part of the room. You're better than this. You aren't petty, so don't let seeing her make you that way. Fine, she huffed. You're right. Okay. Let's just go and have a good time. Besides, if we have enough fun, she'll be insanely jealous. She glanced back at her over her shoulder. I'm sure you're right. She tipped her chin in the direction of some men standing by the bar. How about we start over there? If they don't make her jealous, they'll be one hell of a distraction. Jana sauntered up to the bar, putting a bit more swing in her hips as she moved. Her long blonde hair was styled into retro pin-up waves and swung below her shoulders with each step she took. She stood out in her fire engine red dress and matching lipstick. It contrasted with her porcelain skin, pale hair, and pale blue eyes. She glowed so bright I felt invisible next to her. When we got within a few steps of the men she'd picked out, she grabbed my hand and we moved to the bar. The magic dress gave me more confidence than I usually had, and I found myself matching her stride. She leaned on the bar top, coyly teasing the bartender that he might be treated to an accidental peek if he gave her attention over everyone else waiting for a drink. He set a napkin down in front of her. "What can I get you, beautiful?" I wanted to gag. It was so cliché, but she smiled as if she found him charming. "Sidecar, please." Really? A sidecar? It was the ultimate old lady drink and not in line with the image she seemed to be portraying. It's retro. It's the 20s. Our ancestors cut their hair and bucked stereotypes. We need to continue their work and burn down the patriarchy. Sisters? She shrugged one shoulder. Like ancestor, but a play on words. I'm living in homage to our suffragette sisters. Okay, so we're burning down the patriarchy. How are we doing this? Because I don't think we're going to win any battles with an old-fashioned drink and retro style. It's just to set the mood, my little southern rose. The actual destruction of male-dominated society will take place in the boardroom once I take over my family's company. I'll just be over here cheering you on, I grumbled. Jana put her hand on my arm. Why won't you let me give you a job? You're smart, and I'd be lucky to have someone like you on my team. I gave her a half smile and quickly looked away. I've told you why. She squeezed my arm, then promptly let go. It isn't charity to help a friend, especially when you would bring me so much more than I'd be giving you. The fundraiser we ran for the Humane Society was a huge success, and it wouldn't have happened without the marketing campaign you designed to raise awareness. I'll think about it, I replied. We both knew I wouldn't. Jana was my one and only friend in the world, the only person who would notice if I went missing. Working for her would destroy the fragile equality we had and potentially change our friendship forever. It was too much of a risk for me. She gave surreptitious glances to the men near the bar while she waited for her drink. The bartender passed out a few glasses of wine, as this crowd was too fancy for a bottle of beer, before he reached us. He set down a chilled coupe glass, garnished with a lemon peel on her napkin. Finally, he noticed I was standing next to her. He studied me before setting down a napkin. Don't take this the wrong way, but I can't quite pin you down. Ordinarily, I'd say you were a beer girl, but then what would you be doing here? I let just a little twang slip into my normally tightly controlled accent. A beer would be lovely. Do you think they'd run me out of here? He dramatically clutched his chest. A Southern beauty and a beer drinker? Marry me. I playfully swatted at him. Now, don't go making a big fuss. Can you give me the fanciest beer y'all got back there? Do you really want the fanciest we've got? I mean, you're here, so maybe you care if the barley was grown in space, but you seem like a Stella girl to me. Space beer? I looked at Jana to confirm, and she shrugged and shook her head. Okay, I'm rich, and space beer sounds ridiculous even to me, and I talk to my shoes, she commented. He tossed a rag onto his shoulder, tipped his head back and laughed. That earned both of us the attention of the men further down the bar. I think she should stick with something more normal, yeah? He asked Jana. Definitely, she agreed. He poured me a glass of the pale ale in a fluted beer glass and moved down the bar to serve more customers. The moment he left, the men Jana set her sights on moved to join us. Ladies, I'm Daniel and this is Marcus. We'd offer to get you a drink, but we can see you've already got one. Daniel reached out his hand to Jana. She took his hand and he kissed her knuckles. What's your name, beautiful? The smile she gave him was one of the phoniest I'd ever seen her give. Jana Easton, pleased to meet you both. Tell me, have you always been interested in the interior design of children's libraries? She delivered the question so seriously, even I almost didn't pick up on her sarcasm. She definitely was less impressed with these gentlemen now that they were right in front of her. Not an uncommon outcome when I'd go out with her. There seemed to be an extra amount of bitterness this time, though. Seeing the mean girl from her past was messing with her head. Daniel hemmed and hawed while he tried to come up with an appropriate response to her odd question. Finally, she took pity on him and let him off the hook. Relax. We don't really care about the charity either. No one here does, but don't tell my mother. Daniel dropped his head into his hand. Marjorie Easton is your mother. For the last 26 years.
she teased. Marcus smirked at her. You're a bad girl, aren't you? She reassessed him and smiled a predatory smile. Probably not as bad as you think you want, but likely more than you can handle. Is that a challenge? He flirted. She tossed back the rest of her drink and set the glass back on the counter. If you think you're up for it. He held out his hand. Dance with me. She accepted his hand. Love to. Realizing he was rejected, Daniel turned toward me. He had 2 strikes against him already. He used the generic beautiful when speaking to Jana, which earned him some serious eye-rolling from me. Then he made it worse when he tried to be charming by giving her a hand kiss. That move was rarely executed well, and this wasn't one of those times. Would you care to dance? He held out his hand to me, and I just knew I'd be wiping his saliva off my hand in the next few moments because I was still too much of a Southern lady to turn down a dance. She's busy. A deep voice growled behind me. She can answer for herself, Daniel challenged. I would have answered for myself, but the low timbre of the somewhat familiar voice sent a shiver down my spine. Slowly, I turned around and had to grab onto the bar when I realized Beckett was standing behind me. I'm busy, I muttered to Daniel, wanting him to leave me alone with my handsome stranger. He grumbled something under his breath and gave up like the lame hand-kisser he was. You didn't contact me, Beckett said once we were alone. It's only been a few hours, I reminded him. Somehow, I don't think that matters. If you were going to get in touch with me, you'd have done it already. It was a little creepy how accurate of a read he had on me after one conversation. Then it's lucky we ran into each other again, isn't it? It was as close as I would get to telling him he was right. If I believed in fate, I would say this qualified. I've been thinking about you most of the day. I've got a solution to your problem. My problem? I asked. I'd like to offer you a job. Up to this point, I thought he was flirting with me, but I'd obviously misread the situation. He wasn't attracted to me. He pitied me. I wasn't going to feel bad about it, though. Yes, he was the most attractive man I'd ever seen in real life, but he was also older than I was. A man like him would be searching for a partner. Of course, I was assuming he was single. Just because he didn't have a ring didn't mean he didn't have a long-term girlfriend or even a fiancée. Men like him didn't look for women who were barely starting out and had no accomplishments to boast about besides a degree. As much as I hated pity and charity, it was time to part with my pride and grow up. My grandma used to tell me, "Girl, you're as stubborn as a cat. I just hope you know when to let that go so you can be as resilient as one." Odd that this was the moment her advice made sense. I could be prideful and refuse help when it was freely offered, or I could accept the hand up and start making ends meet. What did you have in mind? I asked. Can we move somewhere more private? The bartender is still checking you out, and it's annoying. He held out his elbow, another old-fashioned gesture, but unlike Daniel's poorly executed hand kiss, Beckett's came across as smooth and cultured. I accepted without hesitation and felt a jolt move through me. If I went to work for him, I'd be constantly fighting my body's reaction to him. Beckett led me out onto a heated patio. There were 2 gentlemen standing near the propane heater discussing a business deal, but they left when they saw us come outside. I watched them hurry away. That's an odd reaction. He looked down at me. His expression was intense and guarded. I'm used to getting what I want, and can be a bit of a bastard if I don't get it. I take it this is well known? He stared at me as if I should know the answer. Your lack of knowledge about who I am is refreshing. As far as those men go, I've done business with them in the past. They know I prefer my privacy. Why do we need privacy? My voice came out breathy, and I hated how little control I had over myself. He was going to notice how I reacted to him. There was no way a man like him would want a simpering girl fawning over him while he was busy being a tycoon. I have many needs, and some of them are proving hard to meet. Seeing you for the second time today makes me think you might be the answer. He brushed a lock of my long dark hair behind my ear, and I shivered. I'm finding I need this. The way it sounds when your breathing catches when I get close to you. It happened in the diner this morning, too. I crave it, and I am not used to denying myself. I thought you were offering me a job. Shouldn't we be talking about my qualifications and not my physical reaction to you? I mean, is this really an appropriate discussion if I'm thinking about coming to work for you? It is for what I have in mind. He continued to appraise me in ways a boss wouldn't or at least shouldn't evaluate an employee. What do you have in mind? I whispered. He laughed, but it was humorless. Do you ever get so lonely you'd do almost anything to be seen? It's a stupid thing for me to say, because I'm watched everywhere I go. I think you can be watched and not seen. People are really good at imposing an image on someone and holding tight to it. Trust me, I grew up a poor girl in coal country. The teachers who worked at my school always looked at us as if we were doomed to repeat the mistakes of our parents. They'd given up on us before we even had a chance. His hand came up to his mouth, and his eyes drooped. It was clear he was contemplating something, fighting against himself even. I'm trying to be the good guy here. I want to offer you a job and give you the break I believe you deserve. But, I inserted when he paused. His tongue swept across his full lower lip. I'm a selfish bastard, Evie. There's what I know I should do, and what I fear I'm going to do despite my better judgment. Without thinking, I leaned in his direction. We weren't touching, but if anyone would walk past, our body language would give away the intimate nature of our discussion. What are you going to do? His elbows rested on his knees, and he too leaned closer. Our faces were inches apart. I'm going to break all of the rules I've ever lived by to have you, even for just a while. Beckett leaned back and grasped his hair. Just being out here with you after suggesting I could find you a job is all kinds of fucked up. I've got power over you because I know you need a job. But right now, I don't fucking care. I should. I definitely should care that this is probably sexual harassment and could cost me my company, but I just can't care at the moment. Why me? He exhaled. I deserve that. I can tell from the little you've told me that you've already been through enough, and then I insert myself into your life and make it worse. I should go. I'll still help place you in a job. He started to rise, but I couldn't let him go. He misunderstood my question, that much was clear. I jumped out of my seat and put my hand on his shoulder, encouraging him to stay. His hand fell to the back of my knee and brought me closer to him still. I didn't mean why is this happening to me. I want to know how it was I caught your attention. I'm nobody. I have no family, no money. The only person I have in this world is my friend, Jana. Why would you take a risk for me? Are you actually considering this? He asked.
His fingers stroked the back of my thigh, and I fought to keep from panting. I'm not sure what you are suggesting exactly. What am I supposed to be considering?
Coming to work for me.
What position? My voice was low and husky. He smirked up at me, revealing 2 dimples.
I can come up with many. You seem versatile. Are you flexible, Evie? Can you take direction?
I still can't decide if that is innuendo or your actual requirements.
Truth? He asked.
I rolled my eyes. No, please lie to me. He pulled suddenly on the back of my thigh, causing me to fall into his lap. His hand slid around to my waist and held me perched on his leg.
Smartass,
he whispered into my hair. When I didn't try and get up, he continued speaking.
One of my rules has always been not to mix business and pleasure. The problem is, and has been for every relationship I've attempted, I'm a workaholic. You make me want to blur the boundaries I've set in my life. The job is real. I need an assistant. You'd run my schedule, attend meetings with me, travel with me, and dozens of other tasks that come up over the course of the day.
I nodded. Okay, I can do that.
But working close to you?
His hand stroked down to my leg again and slipped just under the hemline of my dress.
I'm going to want things that shouldn't be on a job description. Things I'm not going to pay you for, because I'm not looking for a whore, but a partner.
We just met this morning. There's no way you could know you want this with me. I'm still not sure what exactly you're proposing. It doesn't sound like you want me to be your girlfriend. I know, I'm young, and I'm sure far less experienced than you. So you're going to have to spell this out for me.
I didn't get where I am in business by not taking advantage of opportunities. Yes, I am inheriting an established company, but it was a company on the way down before I took over. Now, we are one of the largest technology companies in the world. I'm not an overly emotional man. Despite my status in business and the size of my bank account, my needs are pretty basic. You are the one who might find you have to sacrifice for this arrangement.
I still don't understand, I admitted.
Don't expect romance and declarations of love from me. It's not who I am. If you agree to this, there won't be anyone else for either of us. I was never good at sharing when I was young, and I'm worse now. I can't let you agree to this unless you understand that you'll have my body, but I don't have a heart to give you.
Keep it. Giving away something you can't live without leaves you to wither and die. I know. I watched it happen to my mother, and I will never be like her.
So are you willing to give this a try?
I looked at him, really looked at him. Could I keep my heart safe? Already he'd shown me glimpses of someone possibly as broken as I was under his polished veneer. He was dangerous to me because he might tempt me to do the one thing I'd always avoided, fall head over heels. God help me, I thought I'd evaded temptation in the past. I'd run from every boyfriend who threatened to make me feel anything more than lust. Maybe knowing he wasn't going to fall in love with me would be the difference. We could fight off the loneliness together and guard our hearts at the same time. It had to work because I didn't think I had the strength to say no to him. No, that wasn't exactly true. I didn't want to walk away from him, and that scared me more. Yes, I want to give this, whatever this is, a try. Chapter 4. Evie. My eyes cracked open, allowing pinpricks of light to stab my irises. Ugh, I grunted. My head pounded, and I was sure a desert had developed inside my mouth. The pounding got louder, and I realized it wasn't only my head banging, but also the other side of my door. "Coming," I croaked. I opened the door and instantly closed it again. Beckett was standing on the other side, looking like he'd just stepped out of GQ, while I looked like I was trying to house birds on top of my head. The chasm between us was never more clear than this moment. The doorknob started to twist, and I hurried to the bathroom. It wasn't hard, since the entire apartment was only about 300 square feet. I heard him enter, and I quickly tried to pull a brush through my hair. It wasn't smooth, but it didn't look like it was housing woodland creatures anymore. Still, it was definitely a day for a ponytail if there ever was one. Hiding in the bathroom seemed like an excellent idea, but it wasn't like there was an abundance of places to hide. I quickly brushed my teeth and used my deodorant before I decided to face him. "Better now?" he teased. "Jana is evil," I muttered. After our talk last night, we danced a bit, and Jana continued to pass me glasses of beer after our trip to the bar. I had 5 drinks over the course of the entire evening, but the first few were on a mostly empty stomach. "Well, I brought you a chai latte and a bagel." He handed me a bag with a bagel inside and an insulated paper cup. "I thought you said you weren't going to be romantic," I muttered. If he started off being this sweet, I would really have a hard time keeping my heart locked away. He looked down at me, eyebrow raised, and a slight smile curving his lips. It was obvious I amused him. "If you think this is romance, then you haven't been treated very well." "I haven't been treated badly. I actually don't have anything to compare this to." I sat down on my futon and offered him the only chair by my little table. "Not that I'm not happy to see you, but what are you doing here on a Friday morning? I thought I was going to start working for you on Monday," I asked. He sat carefully on my wooden chair, and I swear it creaked under his size. Beckett might be a business tycoon, but he was built like a gladiator. He smirked when he realized I was checking him out, and fought his smile, bringing his face back to a neutral expression. "Something's come up. Remember I mentioned at the diner that there was an issue with a deal I've been working on? I've got to head to Berlin to meet with that client. I'd like for you to come with me. There won't be a ton of time for sightseeing, but we can do a few things before we return." It hadn't sunk in until that moment what changes were going to happen in my life, or rather, I hadn't really allowed myself to believe them. I'd always wanted to travel. Up until now, the furthest I'd ever been was Seattle, which was still a long way from the southern Midwest. "Do you have a passport?" Maybe Jana wasn't so evil after all. Last month, she decided we needed to go to Victoria, British Columbia when it warmed up. She wouldn't take no for an answer, and I ended up giving in and sending off for my passport. On the built-in shelf near the door, I pulled out a large manila envelope from the stack where my mail was unceremoniously dumped when it came in. Beckett took it and opened it. "You just got one? Let me guess. Was Jana the motivation behind this?" I nodded. "Yeah, she's been demanding a road trip as soon as summer starts, mostly because I nixed her suggestion to pay for us to go to Europe. I'll have to thank her later. You wouldn't happen to also have luggage, would you?" "No, I'm not sure what I'm going to wear to business meetings either. I've got one suit I wear to interviews." It was embarrassing to admit, but he was standing in the middle of all my possessions. There was a tiny closet and some built-in drawers along the wall. All of my clothing was in those 2 locations. He shrugged. "This will make it easier to leave on time. I'll have some clothes delivered to the hotel by the time we arrive. How long do you need to get ready?" Normally, I'd have argued with him and demanded I take care of myself. However, nothing about this situation was normal. "I'd really like for you to take the cost out of my salary." He stepped closer to me and touched the side of my face. don't start drawing arbitrary boundaries between us now. I want to do this for you. Can't you just let me?"
I couldn't help but lean into his touch for a moment before pulling his hand down. He frowned for a second until I laced my fingers with his instead of letting go. I squeezed his hand once. "I don't want you to think this is all about money. I'm taking the job you're offering for the money, but anything else that happens between us will be because I can't stop thinking about you." My voice was a little quiet and a bit shaky, but I'd managed to say what I wanted him to know.
"I'm glad to hear that, because I have no interest in buying you. I do, however, feel like spoiling you. Can you let me do that?"
"I can be ready in 30 minutes, I replied.
"You don't have to rush. I've got a few calls I can make. We're taking the company jet, so the plane isn't going to leave without us."
We moved around each other awkwardly while I gathered my things to shower. Most of the time I hated being at home because it felt hard to breathe in the close confines of my apartment. The walls were bare, and other than the bedding on the futon and the occasional dish in the sink, it really didn't look like anyone lived in the apartment. The bathroom was smaller than many coat closets. When I was there alone, I usually left the door open because I was actually a little claustrophobic. If I had any doubt I'd actually be ready in a half an hour, it evaporated the moment I closed the door. I set my fresh clothing on top of the closed toilet lid and started the shower. I shed my pajamas and stepped under the steaming spray.
"Why aren't there any pictures out?"
he called out over the shower.
"Decorating this place was like admitting I really live here,"
I shouted over the rushing water. The image of him going through my meager belongings had me rushing through my usual showering routine. Luckily, I'd shaved yesterday in the afternoon, so I was able to do a quick pass with my razor. Washing my nearly waist-length hair, though, took considerably more time, which I didn't bother to spend, and ended up rinsing out instead of using shampoo.
"Are you determined to stay here?"
he asked after a minute. I shrugged, which I immediately recognized as stupid since he couldn't see me.
"I would like to eventually move out, but this city is more expensive than I anticipated when I moved here."
"Is this even a safe neighborhood?" he grumbled. I wasn't sure if he was speaking to me or just muttering to himself. I decided to answer him anyway. "Safe enough. I didn't know anyone when I moved here. I looked at a few places and they scared me. I've always lived in a small town. After I saw a few places, the size and lack of a kitchen in this one seemed like less of a sacrifice. It's expensive, but I've managed so far. At least I haven't felt unsafe yet." Satisfied I was clean enough, I shut off the water and wrapped a towel around my body. A regular bath mat doesn't fit in my bathroom, but I had managed to find one that covers the cold linoleum floor in front of the tiny pedestal sink. It is only big enough for me to stand on with my feet together. Over the last year, I'd gotten pretty good at getting ready in this postage stamp-sized bathroom. I was pretty good at twisting without moving too much to reach the awkwardly placed shelves in the dead space between the sink and the shower. This morning, however, I managed to hit my elbow on the corner of the shower while I tried to brush my hair. "Ouch!" I yelped. Beckett burst into the bathroom, bumping me with the door. I stumbled back and fell against the sink, hitting my hip on the corner of the counter. "Shit!" I hissed in pain. He picked me up off the floor and helped me walk to the futon. My hip ached so bad I forgot for a minute I was only wearing a towel.
"Lean back,"
he ordered. I narrowed my eyes at him but hesitantly leaned back on my elbows. It wasn't enough for whatever he was thinking, and he grabbed my ankles and pulled until I was on my back. The towel slid dangerously high up my thighs, and I reached to pull it down. He smirked at me.
"You need to get comfortable with the idea of me seeing you naked, but you don't need to worry right now. I want to see your hip."
He rolled me until I was mostly on my uninjured side and slowly lifted part of the towel.
"This is going to be a nasty bruise. Do you have an ice pack?"
I shook my head and pointed across the room. There's only a mini fridge in here.
This place isn't good enough for you, he whispered.
It's better than where I began, and it was. No matter how hard the present was, the past was littered with broken hearts and dreams. Chapter 5. Evie. Beckett ended up sending his driver out for an ice pack, despite my protests. My bruised hip was nothing compared to my pride. I felt clumsy and ridiculous, and not even slightly sexy. He went through my clothes and pulled out yoga pants and a long sweater. You should at least be comfortable in these. Did you have to find the ugliest clothes I own?
How am I supposed to tell? For a beautiful woman, you have a lot of ugly clothes. These particular items only have to cover you until we make it to Berlin. We can have a bonfire for the rest when we get back.
I rolled my eyes. We aren't burning my clothes.
Fine, we'll donate them because I plan to replace all of that.
He waved in the general vicinity of my closet. I realized I was fighting to keep clothes I actually hated. Most of them were purchased from the thrift store, and none of them made me feel special or pretty. Whatever, you're the boss. I caught him smirking out of the corner of my eye as I went into the bathroom to change. The bruise looked worse than it felt. It was an angry red color and a bit swollen. Not that I would have been able to distinguish the pain from the rest of my aches and pains. My entire body felt like one big bruise on a daily basis thanks to sleeping on a lumpy futon. I came out of the bathroom and put my towel in my hamper. I'm as ready as I'm going to get. I'll let my driver know we're on our way down. Once out my door, Beckett looked up and down the hallway.
I didn't see an elevator when I got here and took the stairs. There is an elevator, isn't there?
I blinked several times, somehow knowing, despite not really knowing him, that he wasn't going to take the news well. There isn't one. I mean, there is one, but it's been broken for a while. He inhaled a deep breath and held it.
Your apartment is the size of my coat closet, located in a questionable neighborhood, and there's no working elevator?
Hey, the neighborhood is up and coming. He pinched the bridge of his nose.
We'll have to correct this situation. There's no way I can relax picturing you stored in here for the night.
Stored? His blue eyes narrowed.
Yes, stored. I'm willing to bet my cleaning supplies have more room than you do.
I raised my eyebrow. I was bruised, hungover, and feeling surly. You don't know?
Are you really surprised I pay someone to clean my apartment?
No.
I looked away. It really was a stupid thing to argue about.
Of course he hired someone to clean. It wasn't even a ridiculous thing to do. He already stated he worked long hours. Did I really expect him to spend what little time he had off cleaning? I'm sorry, okay? I never let anyone up here. It's small, and I know pretty inadequate. It's embarrassing.
Hey.
He brought his hands up to cup the sides of my face.
Don't be embarrassed. You've been on your own for a long time. In that time, you've graduated college, moved across the country, and managed to support yourself in one of the most expensive cities in the country. You're remarkable. Just let me help make it easier.
I turned my face into his hand, more to hide than to seek comfort. I'm not used to anyone taking care of me. It's been a really long time since there was anyone to rely on. Why do you even want to? You have your life together, and I'm a mess.
My life isn't as together as it seems. Maybe you aren't the only one who needs someone.
Conversation dwindled out between us by the time we made it to the car. Since my grandma's death, I kept all of my relationships superficial. With the exception of Jana, that is, but she saw my personal boundaries as a challenge. Emotions led to attachment, which in my experience led to pain. I'd had enough pain in my 23 years.
Beckett took a call as soon as we got into the car and conducted business for the entire 30-minute drive to the airport. I watched the city pass by the window while he discussed terms and deadlines for some pending project. I'd never flown before, so when SeaTac came into view, I watched for us to pull up to the departure gate. Instead, we kept going. We pulled around to a fenced-in area, and a guard opened the gate for us to continue through. I've never flown before, but driving up to the plane seems a bit extra. He put down his phone. I already mentioned, we're taking the company jet. When the car stopped, the driver got out and took Beckett's luggage from the trunk and passed it off to a steward to load under the plane. Then he came around and opened our doors. Let me get you settled on the plane so I can take a look at that bruise again. I'm fine. It's just a bruise. Stop being stubborn. Rick, the driver, picked up some arnica and more ice packs. You'll be much more comfortable if you let me treat it now. I shrugged and followed him up the stairs. He showed me to a love seat and set a plastic bag down on a table bolted to the floor opposite 4 leather captain's chairs. The door to the plane shut, and a flight attendant seemed to be busy preparing the cabin for takeoff. Mr. Anderson, can you please take your seat? The captain has received clearance to taxi for takeoff. Her demeanor was timid and seemed frightened of him. I'd yet to see anything in his behavior to explain this reaction. Without a word, he took the seat next to me and dug a couple of seat belts from the seam of the leather sofa. I'll treat it after the plane levels out. Before I was adequately prepared, the plane was racing down the runway. It jolted me back into the seat. I tried to maintain my composure until the wheels picked up off the ground. A tiny squeak escaped my lips, and I grabbed his hand without thinking. After a few minutes, the seatbelt light shut off. We can move around now. The bathroom is in the rear of the plane. There is a bedroom beyond that, which is where I'd like to take you now. Really? Just like that? The seatbelt sign goes off and you're ready to go? He seemed amused until he rose from the love seat and lifted me up onto his shoulder. I'm going to enjoy that dirty mind of yours, but not while you're injured. He snagged the bag off the table as we moved through the cabin toward the closed door at the rear of the plane. Carefully, he laid me down on the bed and set the bag down next to me. Show me. I pulled up on my sweater and down on the waist of my pants until the side of my hip was displayed. He uncapped a tube of the ointment and rubbed some on the darkening mark. While it dried, he busted the seal inside one of the ice packs. Carefully, he fixed my clothes and put the ice pack in place and wedged a pillow next to it to prevent it from moving. Then, he handed me 2 blue pills and a bottle of water. I looked at him skeptically. Don't be stubborn. It's ibuprofen with a sleep aid. There's a 9-hour time difference between Seattle and Berlin. This will help you get over your hangover, avoid as much jet lag as possible, and let this bruise heal as much as possible. When you put it that way, I swallowed the pills and relaxed into the soft mattress. Evie, would you like something to eat? My eyes blinked open, and I found myself laying on a bed in the back of the plane, covered with a fleece blanket. I could have sworn I'd only just taken the pain reliever. Beckett sat on the edge of the bed. There you are. How long was I sleeping? My voice was rough with the lingering effects of sleep. About 9 hours. It's good, because it's nearly 10 in the morning here. Did you sleep? I asked. A little. I had to review contracts and make some calls. I'll catch you up to speed over some breakfast. Once we land, we'll both be able to freshen up at the hotel. Then, I'm afraid the day is packed with meetings, starting with a lunch meeting with the client. My stomach was a riot of nerves from the moment he showed up at my apartment, but now it was for a different reason. I'd been so preoccupied with the personal side of our arrangement, I'd nearly forgotten there was a very real, very grown-up job he was expecting me to do. I was determined not to let him down. Come on, Breakfast is being set out for us. It should help you feel human again after drinking too much the other night."
I groaned. I can't believe I did that. I hardly ever drink, let alone drink that much.
"I'm glad to hear that."
He tipped his head toward one of the seats, and I took it. The flight attendant set real ceramic plates down in front of us, with metal domes covering them. She removed the lids and retreated back to the front of the plane. It was an omelet similar to the one he ordered for me at the diner. There was a bowl of fresh fruit and a small plate of whole grain toast next to it. He passed me a file to review, and I flipped through it as I silently ate. From my quick perusal, it appeared a German automotive manufacturer wanted to use Anderson Global's navigation and guidance system technology. I set the file aside and looked up to face him. "Your company develops software?"
"We develop everything. When my great-grandfather started the company, we mostly owned and operated lumber mills. Then the company progressed into building railroads. From there, it was only a small leap to doing other infrastructure projects. Each generation has managed to remain current with changes in society and the economy. Infrastructure projects are still part of what we do, but technology comprises the largest portion of AG's business today."
"I'm still trying to understand what I'll do as your assistant," I admitted.
"On this trip, I'll need you to keep notes, maintain the schedule of our appointments. When we get to the hotel, I'll unpack your new phone and laptop. Maintain a list of the paperwork we need to file. I'll let you know what that is, but I'll need you to keep track of the due dates as we learn of them."
I nodded and tried to sneak a calming breath. It came through in a shaky, hesitant pull of air into my lungs, which I thought I managed to hide until he grabbed hold of my hand.
"You'll do fine. I'm sure of it."
"How can you know? We barely know each other. You didn't even interview me."
"I didn't need to. I found out all of the important things about you while we talked at the diner. You're hardworking, have great people skills, and we have chemistry. I was serious when I told you I wanted to help you. It isn't a normal impulse for me, but I'm not heartless. I was going to pass along your resume and help you find a position. That was, until I saw you again, and then I knew I couldn't let anyone else have you. Not in business, and not in bed. As far as the job is concerned, I would never hire someone incapable of doing what my business requires. If you believe nothing else, believe that. My company is the most important thing in my life."
I didn't know if I should be flattered or saddened by his admission. I supposed I'd have to settle on a little bit of both. A couple hours later, the plane descended and we moved into a waiting limo. I made myself a little dizzy trying to observe as much of Berlin as I could through the window of the car. There wasn't much to see when we pulled up to the hotel either. Not because it wasn't in a desirable part of the city, but because our schedule dictated we hurry to our meeting. We were guided into an opulent lobby where another gentleman rushed over to greet us.
"Good morning, Mr. Anderson. Your room is ready."
"Room?
Don't you mean suite?" Beckett asked.
His tone was too even and too calm. Even though we hardly knew each other, I could already tell it wasn't a good sign.
"No, sir. I'm terribly sorry, but it appears we were overbooked. Belgian diplomats checked in, and their security demanded the suite you'd reserved," the concierge explained. "I tried to make alternate arrangements for you, but when I phoned your office, a different Mr. Anderson informed me you'd prefer a more intimate setting for yourself and your girlfriend."
Beckett turned an apologetic look my way.
"Of course he did. There isn't by any chance a second room we could book right now, is there?"
The concierge shook his head.
"I'm very sorry, sir. There's an EU conference this week with the president. If you'd like, I can call around and see if there are other accommodations, but most of the acceptable establishments will have been booked."
The muscle in Beckett's jaw jumped. He seemed to force himself to relax before he spoke.
"That's fine. We'll make do here." Once we were in the room, I better understood why he was irritated. It was a beautifully appointed room, with soft colors and fabrics mixed with masculine furniture that gave it a warm atmosphere. However, there was only the one large bed in the middle of the room. It was the sole focus of all his attention, the one large bed. "I'll fix it," he promised. "It's a little fast, but I thought this was what you wanted." He exhaled sharply. "This had to happen on Friday," he muttered to himself. I almost didn't hear him, which I think was what he wanted. He tried to fake a smile, but it didn't extend to his eyes. "Let's just figure out the sleeping arrangements later. We need to get ready to meet the clients for lunch." He went into the sitting area of the room and opened the closet. I heard the rustle of fabric and the slide of hangers. When he came back, he held a sapphire blue wrap dress in one hand and a pair of black heels in the other. "There's a matching bag and a jacket in the closet. I'm going to go down to the bar and give you some privacy." Without another word, he quickly exited the room. I wasn't sure how I felt about sharing a room with him, but I was fairly certain he wasn't very happy with it. After I was ready, he still hadn't returned to the room. I waited a while longer, but I was starting to fear he would miss his meeting if I didn't go and find him. There was a key card on the table, and I'd only seen one, so I grabbed it along with my passport and wallet and put them in the purse. On my way out the door, I grabbed the notepad and pen from the desk and shoved those into the clutch as well. The hotel bar was easy to find, and so was Beckett. He sat on a stool staring into a glass of amber liquid. My heels clacked against the floor as I made my way over to him. Once I was behind him, he looked over his shoulder. He didn't appear to be drunk, but I also didn't think this was his first glass. I bit my lip, trying to shove aside the awkwardness that consumed me whenever he was near. "I don't have your schedule yet, so I thought I'd better come down here and see what time we were supposed to meet your client." He pushed the glass away, and as he rose, he pulled his suit jacket closed and buttoned it. The movement was fluid and instinctual. It made me wonder if he ever wore t-shirts and jeans. If he did, I couldn't imagine it. "Good timing. The car should be arriving now." Beckett put his hand on the small of my back and led me through the lobby. "Did you change your mind about wanting me to go with you?" I asked. I hadn't missed the fact that he'd already ordered the car. He was going to go without me. After dragging me halfway around the world, he'd decided he didn't need my assistance after all. I could move on easily at this point. Yes, he was stunningly handsome, but he was proving to be mercurial. I could keep going with my life as it was. Eventually, something had to break for me. Everything would go on as it was before he found me at the ball. I'd continue waiting tables, go home to my closet-sized apartment, and basically live the life my grandmother had. The thought was instantly depressing, but it was also all I'd ever known. Or I could fight for what was right in front of me. I could show Beckett I could be his assistant. It was likely the only type of relationship we'd have since he seemed suddenly averse to me. It was nothing more than I expected, and honestly, I'm glad I hadn't slept with him first. Beckett patted his pocket and frowned. "It appears I left my wallet in the bar." He strolled back into the bar, and I took advantage of him being busy to take care of my first task as his assistant. I walked to the front desk and placed my arms on top. "Can I help you, miss?" the concierge asked. "Yes, I need you to secure another room for me. Any room will do. Mr. Anderson needs his privacy, and sharing a room simply isn't going to work." The color drained from his face. "Oh, well, we're all booked up. There's a delegation here for the EU." I shot him my most annoyed look. "Really? None of the low-level assistants booked into their own room while another has a double? No mistresses booked in secret that have yet to arrive?" "Oh, well, we wouldn't presume to judge," he sputtered.
Of course not. However, you seem to be willing to lose the business of Anderson Global to appease a low-level diplomat's assistant or mistress. Is that what you'd like me to believe? A suite or other accommodation where Mr. Anderson has some privacy would prevent that.
When you put it that way, there is a room that hasn't been claimed yet. I can just pass along to the diplomat's secretary that the room he requested reserved in case a friend might show up was erroneously given to him from a previous booking.
I smiled at him. See, I knew you were the man who could help me. I'd be so appreciative if my things could be moved out of the closet in Mr. Anderson's room and placed in this other room. Unless, of course, this is a better room, then please have Mr. Anderson set up there. He coded a key card and slid it over to me.
Mr. Anderson is very lucky to have you as an assistant. You're a formidable woman.
My smile grew. No longer was I Miss or the recipient of one of his placating smiles. It was a small victory, but I'd take it.
This is a smaller room. I'll have your things set up in there straight away.
Thank you, I replied. Could you also have Mr. Anderson unpacked? I'd hate for his suits to wrinkle.
It'll be taken care of, Ms.
Holmes. I accepted his outstretched hand and we shook.
I'm Frederick. Please let me know if you need anything else.
Beckett re-entered the lobby, and I stepped away from the front desk. He looked suspiciously at Frederick before turning his searching gaze on me.
What are you up to?
I extracted the key from my purse. I was able to convince the concierge to remedy the error they made in changing your reservation. You've got your own room. He took the key and frowned.
Where is your room?
The 12th floor. I also requested they make the move while we are out and unpack your suits. I hope you don't mind, but I didn't want to risk having them wrinkle. He brushed his fingers against my cheek, and I stepped back. He stepped closer.
Have you changed your mind about our arrangement?
I watched the car pull up in front of the doors. Let's discuss this later, shall we? The ride to the restaurant was quick, as it was only a few blocks away. As soon as we arrived, we were shown to a private dining room in the back. His clients were already seated, waiting for us.
Mr. Mueller, Mr. Schneider, and Mr. Weber. This is my assistant, Ms. Holmes. I hope you don't mind. She'll be sitting in with us to keep records for me.
Of course, Mr. Mueller replied. He raised his hand, which apparently was a signal to a waiter I hadn't noticed. All of the men took turns ordering. Beckett squeezed my leg under the table, which made me jump.
I ordered for you. I hope that's all right. Schnitzel is a pretty standard dish.
Thank you. He knew I didn't speak German, and I appreciated him helping ease the awkwardness of being the only one in the room unable to speak the language. His concern baffled me. He seemed to be running hot and cold since we landed. I wasn't sure exactly where we stood, but it probably wasn't the best moment to try and figure it out. The men began to discuss business, thankfully in English. I pulled the hotel notepad and pen out of the clutch and utilized a skill I never thought I'd have the need for. When I was a kid, my grandmother was always making efforts to improve herself and our lives. There were business classes offered at the community college. Since she couldn't afford the class and childcare, I often went with her. That's how I found myself learning shorthand when I was 10 years old. For some reason, I continued to practice the skill, despite not believing I'd ever use it. You'd think I'd have been able to use it in college. However, concentrating on capturing the entire conversation doesn't leave a lot of time for critical thinking. My thoughts and opinions on the terms of the deal they were negotiating weren't necessary, but having an accurate record of the discussion could be handy. When there was a pause in conversation, I turned to a new page and created a rough timeline for important deadlines. When the discussion ended, I looked up from my notes. I hadn't touched my food, and it didn't seem I'd get a chance either.
I gazed longingly at my plate, but they were shaking hands and concluding their business for the evening. I resolved to go out in search of lunch later on. We walked out to the car, which he'd had the restaurant call for. Beckett scowled and looked back at the restaurant. "You didn't eat." "There wasn't time. I'll get something later this evening."
"Let's get you something right now."
I shook my head. "Really, it's fine. We should get back to the hotel. I'm sure you have business to finalize." I opened the door and slid in. He joined me a second later.
"I've always got business to work on. You need to eat."
"I can take care of myself," I argued.
"Do you even have money to spend? Because I don't recall stopping for you to exchange any money."
I inhaled and forced myself not to snap. "You don't need to worry about me. If I skip a meal, it's not something you need to worry about. It's not like it's the first time I've gone without." His eyes narrowed, and the muscle in his jaw clenched.
"I brought you out here. Of course I need to worry about you. This is a business trip, which means your lodging, meals, and travel are covered."
I turned to look out the window, having lost the desire to fight. He had a point, and I supposed I shouldn't have been expected to cover unexpected expenses on a business trip. "Fine, but later. I'm not hungry right now." We went back to the hotel and stepped on the elevator. Beckett pushed the button for the 14th floor. Once he stepped back, I pushed the button for the 12th floor.
"You still owe me that talk,"
he reminded me. The elevator slowed to a stop on my floor. I started to get out, but he grabbed my elbow and pulled me back.
"Now's a good time. We're going to my room."
Chapter 6. Evie. It only took moments for the elevator to climb to the 14th floor and for us to stumble inside his room. As soon as the door clicked shut, he caged me against it. Then he gently brought both his hands up, framing my face.
"Do you want space from me?"
My breath came in shallow pants. "No," I whispered.
"Then why did you get your own room? If you had a problem with the accommodations, you only needed to say something."
I scoffed. "Me? You're giving me whiplash. 1 minute you're coming on strong, and then you're running away to the bar when you found out we were stuck in the same room together. I've just been trying to give you the space you seemed to need. I thought you had second thoughts and wanted to be alone."
"Remember when I said I needed a distraction when we met?"
I nodded.
"The paparazzi usually follow me everywhere I go, and they ended up bothering a friend of mine who doesn't need to be bothered."
"I understand why you need some privacy. I'll make sure they grabbed my things and we can meet up at breakfast in the morning to go over your schedule for the day." Beckett pressed his body against mine.
"Am I trying to get away from you now?"
I shook my head. My heart felt like it was trying to beat out of my ribcage.
"No, I'm not. And I'm not letting you run away from me either."
"Do you see me running?" I threw back at him. His lips descended on mine, firm and demanding. One of his hands remained cradled against the side of my face, while his other hand trailed down my neck to my shoulder, brushing lightly past my breast, and grabbed hold of my waist. His fingers dug into my flesh, pulling until my body was flush against his. I felt desperate and needy, like I was burning from the inside out, and only he could help me. Our mouths parted, and my head fell back to thump against the door. He began to trail light kisses down the side of my neck, making my body erupt in goosebumps. I felt alive in a way I never had before. Instinctively, I put my arms around him, holding him to me. The hand he had at my waist resumed its path down my body. Suddenly, he lifted me up, forcing me to wrap my legs around his waist to steady myself. With me securely wrapped around him, he walked us deeper into the room. Instead of walking to the bed like I anticipated, he set me down on top of the dresser. His hands landed on either side of me on the polished wood surface, and his head hung down as if he was praying. When he raised his head, his eyes burned blue fire. My breath caught in my throat, and I knew I was out of my depth. I was ensnared in his gaze and didn't see him move his hands. Without warning, he grabbed both my knees and pulled them apart. My dress rose, exposing most of my thighs. "You don't need this anymore." His voice dropped lower than it had been. Pulling on the bow at my waist, my dress fell open, exposing the lingerie the personal shopper thought to purchase for me. It was sheer black lace and left nothing to the imagination. He stepped back and began to undress. Slowly, he worked the knot of his tie until it fell open. It fluttered to the floor, landing near his leather shoes. Then his fingers plucked at each button on his shirt. It hung on either side of his chest, revealing muscles carved from flesh. With a twist, he unfastened his cufflinks and let his shirt join his tie at his feet. My eyes feasted on the skin he exposed. In his suit, he was a refined global tycoon, but out of it, he was a primal predator. A thrill coursed through me as I recognized the look in his eyes. If he was the predator, I was the prey, but there would not be a chase. I was completely ensnared by him. Moving gracefully toward me, he grabbed my knees and pulled us together. I gasped. My eyes locked on his, and some of the fog cleared out of my mind. "There you are." I was starting to feel like a piece of meat. His smirk told me he didn't mind my ogling in the slightest. "I think you've done enough thinking for one night." He dropped to his knees in front of me. "What are you— Oh, God!" I nearly screamed as his tongue made the first pass against my lace-covered pussy. He pulled back and licked his lips. "Do you want to play-by-play? I'm going to start by kissing you. Here." He drew a circle against my clit. "When you think you can't take any more, I'm going to strip the rest of your clothes off and carry you to the bed. You are mine, and it's time you understand what that means. To begin, I want you present with me, not off in your head. You've done enough thinking for one day, and all it's done is lead you in the wrong direction. No more insecurities or thinking I don't want to be here with you." He hooked his fingers under the waistband of my panties and slid them down my legs. As each leg was freed, he traced his lips over my skin from my ankle to my thigh before he rested it over his shoulder. I felt his hot breath tickling my mound before the flick of his tongue sent shivers up my spine. My head fell back and thumped off the mirror hanging on the wall, and my breath became ragged. When his teeth scraped over my sensitive bundle of nerves, and I had to stifle a scream. He didn't let up. Instead, he intensified the pressure when he flicked his tongue against my clit and plunged 2 fingers deep inside of me. I should have counted on his experience wearing down my resistance. Beckett knew things I didn't, which he demonstrated when he began to replicate a come-here motion with his fingers. Each stroke of his fingers hit a spot deep inside of me and stole bits of my sanity until I was a trembling mess. It was a losing battle trying to maintain control, because he was going to fight for every inch of my submission. I'd give it to him, I could tell. It may come from me with a shout, but I'd bend to his will. I slumped forward and he caught me before I hit the floor. When he set me down, he slipped my dress the rest of the way from my body and unhooked my bra. Ordinarily, I'd have tried to cover myself. Being naked wasn't even something I was comfortable with when I was alone, but Beckett made me feel beautiful in a way I never had before, and with nothing more than the intensity he looked at me.
It was like being seen for the first time. Our eyes locked, and his breath became mine. "Don't run from me again." I nodded, just one quick jerk of my head. He didn't really need my words. Slowly, he lowered me to the bed. I watched while he unbuckled his belt and let his trousers fall to the floor. He crawled up toward me, his large body somehow cradled between my thighs. Our hands found each other, and he lifted both of mine over my head. Beckett watched my face as he thrust inside me. When he was sheathed to the root, he paused and sucked in a tortured breath. "Oh, fuck. You're so fucking tight. Am I hurting you?" I turned my head away in embarrassment. "You're running again. Look at me," he ordered. He pulled out and thrust in again. My eyes rolled back into my head. "Answer me." "No," I panted. "Can you take more?" "Please," I begged. "Say you're mine." "I'm yours." "Yes, you are." He kissed me again, this time with even more desperation than before. Every thrust, every moan, every ragged breath, I was promising him over and over again. Sweat cooled on my skin, making me shiver. Now the talk we hadn't had weighed on me. If I slipped under the covers, it would be a declaration that I planned to stay. Beckett pulled me against his side and tugged the blanket over the both of us. "Shh, you're thinking too loud." "But earlier, what was bothering you if it wasn't sharing a room with me?" He kissed the side of my head. "We don't have to share all of our secrets right out of the gate, do we?" "I guess not, but I don't have to stay in this room. It's okay to want to be alone." He pushed me down into the mattress and moved on top of me. "I rather like not having space between us. Let's not worry about the room right now." For once, I was okay with putting off my problems for later. It wasn't going to go away by ignoring it, but we didn't need to face it right now either. This time, we savored each other. The frenzy had dulled and was replaced by decadent caresses. We were both stubborn, guarded people. The needs we shared were vast and deep. The words that seemed to come so difficultly to us, we silently expressed with a brush of lips and friction of skin against skin. Once the passion crested for the second time, I felt something shift inside me. One moment, I was alone in the world, and the next I was tethered to him. It wasn't love. It was far too soon for that. But I felt like I belonged somewhere. For me, for now, it was everything. Chapter 7. Evie. Beckett wasn't kidding about us not having time to go sightseeing. The second day we were in Berlin, I accompanied him on a breakfast meeting with investors, a tour of the manufacturing plant, a lunch meeting with more corporate executives, and ended the day with a 4-hour conference with Anderson Global's European Legal Counsel. The only plus side was he'd given me my work phone and laptop, which made keeping meeting minutes much easier, and I'd actually managed to eat. When we finally made it back to the hotel, about 12 hours later, I limped through the door. The fancy shoes that were delivered with my clothes pinched my feet just like cheap ones. I longed to kick them off and dig my toes into the ultra-plush carpet. "Why are you standing by the door?" Beckett looked at me with a puzzled expression as he worked the tie free from his neck. If I told him the truth, I was waiting for him to ask me to stay. We never settled the issue of where I was staying, not definitively. Sure, he wanted me to stay last night, but I didn't want to assume we were going to spend every night snuggled together. I didn't have much of a dating history, but I knew a lot of men liked to retreat a bit after spending the night with a woman. He stared at me with half-lidded eyes, and I could practically read his mind. Still, we didn't discuss the fact I had a room 2 floors down. Talking wasn't on his mind, though,
and I let myself be carried away on a wave of bliss. After we'd thoroughly enjoyed each other, we had to rush to make it to a dinner meeting with the same gentlemen from lunch and their marketing team. On the short drive back to the hotel, he took what sounded like a contentious business call, and by the time we arrived, it seemed to be heating up rather than coming to a conclusion. The feeling of awkwardness returned, and I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Watching him talk on the phone seemed pathetic, so I excused myself to my room. I hesitated by the door, but he didn't stop me. I'm not sure he even heard me tell him I was going to my room. When an hour passed and he hadn't come to get me, I took a bath. Another hour passed, and I ended up crawling into bed alone. I tried not to read anything into it. A part of me was even grateful to have a little bit of space to collect myself. But when the morning came, I was more confused than appreciative. The only communication I'd had from him since we parted was an email with his schedule and usual morning routine. He asked me to meet him in his room and bring coffee. It threw me a little, going from intense passion to all business. Maybe I was being overly sensitive, but it seemed the closeness I felt to him yesterday was an illusion, and he wasn't done running hot and cold. After I consulted the day's agenda, I got ready for the meetings he listed with enough time to meet him with coffee from the cafe I noticed across the street. It took a bit of fumbling and some help from Google Translate, but I managed to order him a coffee with 2 creamers. "How did you sleep?" he asked. He still sounded detached and businesslike, but there was an undercurrent of annoyance I only detected because I was watching him so closely. I fidgeted. I felt the need to explain why I'd gone back to my room last night, although I wasn't entirely sure he cared either way. "Pretty good. I keep forgetting the rest of my clothes are in my room on the 12th floor. He didn't respond. Instead, he just stood studying me for an uncomfortably long time. Reading people was a skill I discovered he possessed after watching him conduct business all day. He was able to move seamlessly from group to group and command each meeting with finesse. It was impressive and made my infatuation grow while his feelings seemed to have cooled. My discomfort grew as he took off his blue silk tie and put it in the drawer, all while watching me. I shifted my weight from foot to foot. My mind was trying to conjure reasons to retreat to my room. His mouth turned down in a frown, as if he could actually read my thoughts. While he was incredibly intuitive, I drew the line at believing he was actually telepathic. He grabbed the phone receiver off the cradle and pushed 0. "Hi, this is Beck at Anderson. I'd like to have my belongings brought to me from room 1203 and to be checked out of the room." "Yes, as soon as possible. Thank you." Still, he watched me. I wanted to squirm under the weight of his gaze, but I resisted. "Why are you undressing? We're supposed to be heading out." He didn't answer me. Instead, he unfastened one cufflink and placed it in a velvet pouch. Then he followed with the other. "Any other excuses?" I looked down for a second before meeting his eyes again. "I'm not sure what you mean." He continued to undress, slowly. My stomach knotted with anticipation, ready to lose myself in him once again. "That's a lie. I gave you last night, but I've told you to stop running." My mouth fell open. I tossed and turned all night thinking he didn't want me to stay, all while he thought he was giving me space. We were a pair of idiots. "You should get out of those shoes." I kicked off one heel, then toed off the other. Not very elegant, but it got the job done. The carpet seemed to mold around my poor, abused feet, and I groaned in relief. "I'm only going to keep getting you those shoes, if that's the sound you make when they're off." He teased. The tension lifted a little, and I relaxed a bit more. "Don't you dare. Those things are medieval torture devices." A knock sounded at the door. That was fast.
he commented and headed for the door. "I'll get it." I scurried to the door, not wanting to share him with anyone. Shirtless Beckett was mine and mine alone. One of the bellhops wheeled in a cart with more shopping bags than I expected. Beckett snuck up behind me, and I jumped when his arms wrapped around my waist. "Good. The rest of your things arrived," he observed. "The rest? There was already too much here before," I sputtered. He shrugged and pulled me closer to his chest. It was then I realized he thought the bellboy was checking me out. "Go check out what the shopper picked out for you and make sure it'll work." I would have laughed if I'd thought he was in a joking mood, but he was obviously trying to get me away from the appraising eye of the bellhop. As I turned away, I noticed he extended a few brightly colored euros to the young man. "You really didn't need to buy me more clothes," I protested as he re-entered the main part of the room. "I needed something in particular for what I have planned tonight." As I examined the pile of clothing in front of me, a light pink nightie caught my attention. "Something like this?" I asked and held up the scrap of silk material with my finger. A smirk spread across his handsome face. "That's for later." He dug into the clothes and handed me a pair of black cigarette pants and a soft gray sweater. "This will work for what we're doing tonight." He slapped my ass as he walked away. "Get changed. We're leaving soon." I looked down at the pencil skirt and blouse I'd worn for the business meeting scheduled all day. We needed to leave soon. I pulled up the calendar app on my phone and discovered all the meetings were canceled, and in its place was written, "Sans souci." "We're going to the palace," I asked, and did a little hop. He came over and kissed me on the head. "I made some calls this morning. Not everything needs to be a meeting, or so my best friend and business partner likes to tell me all the time. Would you spend the day with me?" My smile threatened to split my face, and my cheeks were already feeling the strain from such a foreign expression on me. "I'd really love to. Did you know sans souci means without worries?" His smile was radiant, showing those two shallow dimples he seemed to rarely display. "Then it's perfect. I think we could both stand to forget our worries more often." We spent the day wandering the manicured gardens of the palace. The city seemed even more bustling than it had when we arrived. Sans Souci really was a place to forget your worries. It was a quiet day with not many tourists visiting a dormant garden. Even without all of the flowers in bloom, it exploded with color. The cheerful yellow palace stood imposing in the middle of the grounds, as if daring winter to come. Eventually, the sun began to set, and the air cooled without the light from the sun. We made our way back to the train to get from Potsdam back to Berlin. Berlin at night was like a living being. The city that had seemed too modern and industrial to me when we arrived transformed at night. Gone was the cold concrete structures and sterile modern art. With the sun below the horizon, the colors of the city came alive. People from every part of the planet roamed the streets, their voices mingling to create a chorus of language I'd never heard before. When the train from Potsdam stopped, he grabbed my hand and hurried me off and down the street. "I want to show you something, but we need to catch the subway first." This was the first time we'd traveled through the city in anything other than a chauffeured car. It was exciting to enter the crowd of people and shove our way onto the train car. There were no seats available. Instead, we stood facing each other, holding on to the bar along the ceiling. I took the opportunity to check him out. This was the most casually I'd seen him dress, but it still wasn't jeans and t-shirt. It suited him, because Beckett Anderson was not made to be ordinary. I loved seeing him in blue, and this particular shade made his sky-blue eyes shine brighter than I'd yet seen them. The train lurched to a stop, jostling everyone inside and knocking me face first into Beckett's chest.
He wrapped his arm around my waist, holding me steady while we waited for the doors to open. As soon as they slid open, people were in a rush to board and exit the train before the doors slid closed again. Beckett kept me close and helped steer me safely onto the platform. We climbed the stairs back up to the street and were greeted to more of the lively evening traffic I'd seen near the hotel. "Is it always like this?" I asked him. "So busy?" I nodded. "It's early in the evening, and there are a lot of tourist attractions in this part of the city. It's still a popular time for tourists to travel here. It slows down in the winter, but even then, there are always some tourists that brave the cold to come." Not far from the station, I saw it. That's what you wanted to show me, isn't it? The Brandenburg Gate was pretty much the only tourist attraction I was aware of in Berlin. I was more of a Francophile than anything else, and like most young girls, I'd fantasized about seeing the Eiffel Tower. Still, images of the Brandenburg Gate had left an impression, and it was the only thing I'd mentioned in passing to him as wanting to see. Beckett took my hand and we walked closer to it. "Yesterday was a long day, and you've been a huge help. I wanted you to have some memories of your first trip to Europe that isn't inside a factory or a board meeting." I bit my lip. There were all kinds of emotions that wanted to spill out of me. I wasn't sure how long this version of him would last before he became the mogul again. I preferred passionate Beckett over his businessman persona. Maybe once I knew what held him back, I could stop trying to guard my emotions. Falling for him would be easy, but I needed to know he would be there to catch me. Forcing my thoughts away from my feelings, I took a moment to really absorb what was in front of me. The gate was incredible. 6 columns held up the carved stone beam topped with a large horse-drawn chariot. Nothing about this structure screamed modern. The metal horses and chariot were covered in patina, leaving them a mossy green. I could have stared at it all night, just imagining the time building such a spectacle made sense. Beckett squeezed my hand, regaining my attention. "Berlin isn't most Americans' first choice when traveling to Europe, but most people miss out on a lot in life. Sometimes I have to stop and remember that my life isn't only responsibility and acquisition. Being here with you feels like waking up from a deep sleep. I wanted to make sure you don't miss out on anything, even if there's barely time to squeeze it in." I kissed his cheek and leaned into his side. "Thank you for bringing me here." Magic seemed to surround us. The weather was unseasonably warm for the time of year. The fresh air and lively energy made me feel as though I'd taken a power nap. As my energy rebounded, it seemed his did as well. "How many times have you been to Europe?" He looked off to the side. "Are you going to hate me if I can't remember?" I shook my head. "Hate you? No. I just can't imagine ever forgetting something like this. We really do come from different worlds." "Does it bother you? There's probably more different about us than similar. I'm 15 years older than you, which is a pretty big divide to start with." It wasn't like I hadn't considered it. "Honestly?" I asked. He exhaled as if he was frustrated, but I caught him smirking before he schooled his features back to what seemed to be his trademark neutral expression. "No, lie to me. I love it." He waited for a moment. "Of course, the truth. Always tell me the truth, even if you think I don't want to hear it. Very few people in my life have the balls to tell me what they really think." "I think our age difference is kinda hot. I don't want you to be the boss." "Too late. I am actually your boss," he reminded me. I rolled my eyes. I wasn't speaking of our relationship during business hours. I meant it isn't like I was looking for someone to take control over me, but I haven't met a man my age I was interested in. "I like control, Evie. There are going to be times I'd drive you insane with my demands, and I will be demanding. Also, don't fool yourself. We only have one relationship. I don't care if we are in my office or in my apartment. You're mine, and I plan to show you that as often as possible. A shiver traveled down my spine. Why do I like the sound of that? I am an independent woman, and I like that about myself, but then you growl something about office sex, and I'm wet. Are you like a sex magician? He laughed. It was a loud rumble of a sound that shook his body and made me stop just to watch him. You are never going to be boring. Where does your mind come up with the stuff that comes out of your mouth? One minute you seem shy, then the next you're telling me you're wet in a crowd of people when I can do fuck all about it. I shrugged. To be honest, I'm not sure all the stuff that comes out of my mouth is vetted by my brain. At least, not when I'm with you. He chuckled, but I couldn't stop the words that kept spilling from my mouth. How much control do you need in a relationship? Because I think we have at least one thing in common, a pathological need to control our own lives. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he bit the inside of his cheek. Probably more than you're going to want to give me. I'm going to cross boundaries, Evie, especially if I don't know where they are. There are going to be times you get angry with me. You need to tell me when that happens. It's the only way we're going to stand a chance. I took his words in, along with the scenery as we moved through the city. There were so many places I'd love to come back and see in the daylight when they were actually open. I stopped walking. I'm really confused. When we first met— 3 days ago, he interrupted. Fine. 3 days ago, you tried to warn me off. Now you're telling me you're going to want too much from me. What am I supposed to do with that? Nothing. Everything, he said. That's not ambiguous, I mumbled. He paced back and forth, grabbing his hair with both hands and tugging. I never tried to warn you off, only to manage expectations. I get it, okay? Eventually you'll move on. I don't have expectations for you to worry about managing. Even though I had no idea where we were, my first instinct was to flee. As I turned to walk away, Beckett reached out and grabbed my wrist. It wasn't your expectations I was trying to manage. There were lots of questions I wanted to ask him, explanations I wanted to demand. All of it evaporated when he pulled me into his arms and kissed me. His fingers tightened around my arms like he was afraid I was going to leave. Once again, we let our bodies carry the conversation our words weren't equipped to handle. Chapter 8. Evie. The smell of coffee permeated the air. I cracked open one eye, a difficult feat considering we stayed out late the night before trying to see as much of the surrounding area as we could. Once we were too tired to continue walking, we headed for the U-Bahn. I thought I was supposed to bring you coffee, I rasped. It's room service. I didn't know if you drank coffee, so I had a carafe of orange juice brought up as well. I sat up and the sheet fell down to my waist, revealing the pink silk nightie. Beckett tried to hide his smirk behind his mug, but I caught him. I raised one questioning eyebrow and waited for an explanation. I couldn't let you sleep in your clothes. It wouldn't have been comfortable. Mm-hmm, I mumbled. This just happens to be made of delicate silk. That was just a bonus, and more for me considering you were asleep at the time. I liked seeing you in nice things. You haven't been spoiled nearly enough, and it brings me pleasure to be the one to do it. You seem awfully relaxed this morning. I lifted the alarm clock to look at the time. Shit! It's 9 a.m. We're supposed to be in a meeting right now with the CEO. Tossing off the blankets, I went in search of clothing.
I'm sure he'd come up with a reasonable explanation for missing the meeting. It probably didn't mean the deal was dead.
Relax. Come and sit.
But I wanted to ask him if he knew how to relax, but he did seem a lot calmer at the moment than I was. Then I noticed the suitcases sitting near the door, except for one of the ones he'd purchased for me, which was laying open on a stand. As if buying me an entire wardrobe for a 4-day trip wasn't excessive enough. He held out his hand, and when I accepted it, he tugged me onto his lap and kissed me quickly.
They called this morning and accepted the deal. I've already sent word to legal to start drawing up the contracts.
So, we're heading back to Seattle then?
He nodded. There's several things that need to be done back at the corporate office to finalize the agreement. We'll come back sometime to do some actual sightseeing.
I smiled because I'd never imagined I'd do any sightseeing in Berlin at all, and he was talking about a future trip. I should shower so we can get going then. Standing up, I started to head to the bathroom.
Sit and eat. We have plenty of time.
I don't usually eat breakfast. He looked me over, and there was little hiding me in the pink silk I was wearing.
From the looks of you, there's a lot of meals you've skipped. Please, eat something.
Funny thing about wishes, when they came true, it wasn't always the way you wanted. I'd wanted to be seen, but I hadn't realized it would make me feel so exposed. Let me go take a quick shower to wake up more, and then I'll sit and eat. He smiled and relaxed back into his seat with his cup of coffee.
Hurry, I don't want it to get too cold.
The flight felt longer than the trip to Berlin, but only because I was awake for most of it. I took a short nap somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean, but I spent the rest of the flight coordinating Beckett's schedule, setting up reminders for myself on my phone, and making sure all of my notes were written up to send to legal to have the contracts prepared. By the time we landed, I was exhausted. A different driver picked us up from the plane in the same car we'd used before we left. How many people do you have to drive for you?
2. Rick is my main driver and security professional. He has a family, though, and doesn't work nights. This is Dave. He handles my transport at night and on weekends.
Perhaps because Dave wasn't present when we left for the airport, he didn't know where I lived. Still, I was concerned when he took an exit from the airport that sent him in the opposite direction from my apartment, and Beckett didn't correct him. Am I not going home? I asked when neither of them remembered the direction my apartment was in. Beckett glanced at me, and there was apprehension in his blue eyes.
About that. We are going home. To my home.
There was more than his desire to have sex with me going on here. I'm really tired. I'd like to just go home and get some sleep. I watched as his body tightened in anticipation.
I had your things moved out of that shoebox you were living in.
What? I forced myself to take a deep breath and start again. What do you mean? You had my things moved out? I signed a lease. You can't just break it for me.
It turns out your landlord was ridiculously easy to bribe. I couldn't leave you in that place.
My body was vibrating with anger. I was determined not to release it, though. He had already said he didn't want me living there, and I didn't particularly want to live there myself. I wasn't sure he would understand. It was the fact he decided for me that pissed me off. Beckett, I'm very tired and trying not to say something I'll regret tomorrow morning. Where exactly am I supposed to live? Then I realized the reason he looked as worried as he was. You expect me to live with you, don't you? He opened his hands in front of him, a gesture that urged me to see his reasoning.
It makes sense. We'll be heading into work early and working long days. I'm hoping you'll spend most of your free time with me as well. Going back and forth between your apartment and mine doesn't make logistical sense.
I took out my cell phone and texted Jana. Me. Is the offer for your spare room still good? Jana. Hell yes. Are we going to be roomies? Me.
Maybe. I'll explain when I get there. Jana, when are you coming? Me, is now okay? Jana, sure thing. I'll let the doorman know you're coming. Beckett was still waiting for me to reply to him. I know it might make logistical sense, but moving in with you after knowing you for a handful of days seems to be far less reasonable to me. I can help you find a suitable place tomorrow. No need. I'm going to go stay with Jana. She's been begging me to move in with her for a while now. He didn't reply, so I passed on her address to Dave. We rode the rest of the way in tense silence. Jana met me at the door and helped me pull my suitcase inside of her spare room. She petted the suitcase and purred. Where did you get this set of luggage? I'm not even sure it's available yet. Of course it wasn't. Beckett, is he also the reason you're at my apartment tonight? I nodded. He's a control freak and decided to move me out of my apartment in the 3 days we were in Europe. Where exactly did he expect you to stay? I leveled a glance at her and waited for her to figure it out. When she did, her eyes widened like saucers. Did he ask you to move in with him? That would imply he sought out my opinion. He pretty much told me I was going to live with him because, I made air quotes, it makes logistical sense. Tell me he didn't, she demanded. I wish I could. Will it be trouble if I stay here with you for a while, at least until I find my own place? No, she blurted out. Oh, well, I can find a hotel or something tomorrow, I mumbled. My heart felt like it was in my throat, so it was hard to force the sound out. I mean, no, I don't want you to find another place. I've been asking you to move in here. It wasn't because I wanted to help you save money. I spend too much time alone, and I've been thinking about getting a cat. I'm all for getting a cat, I volunteered. But see, if I get a cat alone, then I'm at risk of being a cat lady. You know I won't just get one. What if it needs a friend? I'll be coming home with 2 at a minimum. So, me moving in here prevents you from becoming a cat lady? The only thing I foresee is both of us becoming crazy cat ladies. We'll be like those spinsters in Jane Austen novels. That's a yes, then? She asked. That's a yes, I confirmed. She squealed. This is going to be so much fun. Her enthusiasm was fairly contagious. I'd be as giddy as she was, if it weren't for the fact I had to face Beckett in the morning. Chapter 9. Evie. Rick was back behind the wheel in the morning and called to let me know he'd be down in front of the building by 7. There weren't any missed calls or text from Beckett. It was disappointing, but not unexpected. There were files sitting on the back seat waiting for me to review on the ride to work. It appeared there were meetings all day with Anderson Global executives to finalize the German auto deal. I made a few notes and updated his online calendar. When we arrived at the building, I realized I wasn't sure where I was supposed to go. Not only that, but I didn't have any identification to get me to the floor I needed, even if I knew which one that was. A friendly-looking security guard smiled at me as I approached his desk. How can I help you, miss? Evelyn Holmes. I work for Mr. Anderson. Today is my first day in the office. I handed him my driver's license, which was the best I could do considering Beckett hadn't gone over any of this with me, probably because he assumed I'd have been with him last night. Of course, I was told to expect you. He opened a drawer behind his counter and handed me an electronic key fob. Human Resources will get your picture taken and give you a badge sometime today. Most of the floors are open, but you'll need the fob to access the executive level on the 40th floor. I smiled and accepted the fob. I wasn't sure where I was going to go once I got to the 40th floor, but I'd figure it out. On the elevator, I pushed the button and held the fob in front of the black electronic reader. It took a second, but the button lit up for the 40th floor and the doors slid closed. A minute later, and the lights stopped on the 40th floor. I took a deep breath as the doors slid open. A beautiful young woman in a pencil skirt was standing on the other side. "Evie?" I nodded, and she smiled. "You're really prompt. That's good." "You're here before me," I pointed out. She rolled her eyes. "Don't get used to it. Mr. Grayson is a much more laid-back boss than yours. I'm usually here around 8:30 to be ready for when he comes in at 9. Mr. Anderson called me last night and asked if I'd come early and help you settle in. I'm Sabrina Lake. It's nice to meet you." She held out her hand and I shook it. She turned and led me away from the elevator down a long marble hallway. Her spike heels clacked musically off the floor. Looking over her shoulder, she made sure I was following. My own heels sounded loud and obnoxious to me. "I wish there was time to give you a tour, but he said he'll need you to join him in a meeting first thing this morning. Once there is a break in his schedule, I'll take you to HR and get your ID and sign your paperwork." She stopped at a door near the end of the hallway. "This is your office. There is a door inside that links to Mr. Anderson's." Sabrina handed me a folder. "That's an emergency manual of sorts. There are maps to the nearest coffee shops in case Mr. Anderson sends you to get him coffee. Phone numbers for myself, HR, and our employee assistance plan, in case you are pushed into a breakdown. It's happened." I gulped. "Yikes, I'm scaring you before you've even started. Just hang in there, okay? I know HR is working to get him another secretary who will be your assistant of sorts. I'm sure it'll all go smoothly once someone is hired." Another nod from me. At this point, I was in danger of resembling a bobblehead toy. "Thank you, Sabrina. I'm sure Mr. Anderson and I will be fine. Don't worry." She shot me a serious look. "Oh, I worry. If no one is hired, he turns to me." I entered my office and looked around. The space was rather Spartan, but it suited me fine. Honestly, it was nearly the same size as my previous apartment. There was a rather large desk in the middle of the room and 2 soft leather chairs on the other side. The executive chair was real leather and soft to the touch. Floor-to-ceiling windows lined one wall with stunning views of the Sound. The sky was hazy, as it often was in late fall, but come summer, I imagined I'd be able to see some of the islands from there. The door between my office and Beckett's opened, and he stepped into my space. He was as dapper as ever in a charcoal suit cut to his exact measurements. His shirt was a deep royal blue, making his eyes even more hypnotic. No words were spoken for several seconds. If he wanted to treat me as any other employee, I would play along. There was no way he'd be getting an apology for me for moving me out of my apartment without my permission. I grabbed my laptop, a legal pad, and a pen. Jana had given me an old leather satchel, which I used to store all the items I could imagine needing during the meeting. I'd already put the files from the car inside the bag. Once I was prepared, I stepped out from behind my desk. "I'm going to go check in with Sabrina and see that everything has been set up for your first meeting." His jaw clenched, but he remained quiet. I could feel his stare as I walked away. I'd made note of the conference room located close to the elevators. Sabrina walked back in that direction when she left me at my office, and I was hoping she was going to her own. Halfway down the hallway, I found her name above an open door and rapped lightly on the doorframe. "I was hoping you'd have a minute to help me make sure the conference room is set up and ready for the executive meeting this morning." "Perfect timing." She hung up the phone I hadn't noticed her holding. "That was Charlie at the security desk. The bagels and coffee I put in an order for last week is on its way up. Usually, the secretaries handle setting up the conference room, but Mrs. Jenkins, Mr. Grayson's secretary, is new, and Mr. Anderson's quit last week. So we are going to have to make sure the poor dear doesn't quit, too. She's in her 50s and sweet as pie, but Mr. Anderson terrifies her." "I didn't realize he had such a reputation," I commented. "I'm only telling you this in the hopes you last longer than his last 3 secretaries." "Secretaries, not assistants?" I interrupted. "He hasn't had an executive assistant since I was first hired here almost 2 years ago." That's because he prefers to promote his secretaries to the assistant position, but none of them has made it past the probationary period. A deep voice replied from the doorway. Sabrina smiled warmly at the man filling the doorway. His hazel eyes were warm and set me at ease. He strode over to where I sat and offered me his hand. When I took it, he brought it up to his lips and lightly kissed my knuckles. Usually I found the gesture smarmy, but he brought back gentility to the gesture I imagined knights in the medieval ages had mastered. You must be Evelyn. I'm Coulter Grayson, CFO and Beckett's best friend. You're even more beautiful than I'd heard. His knuckles brushed across the same spot his lips had touched. Keep your hands off my assistant, Beckett growled as he entered the room. He spared me an indifferent look and took his place at the head of the table. I was determined to match his indifference and returned my attention to my computer. The other spots filled up rapidly as Anderson Global executives took their seats. The meeting was a frenzy of note-taking and responding to messages from Beckett's request for information from our previous meetings with the German executives. When the meeting broke, Beckett exited with Coulter and didn't spare me a backward glance. Sabrina looked where they'd left and back at me. Do you have lunch plans? I paused, not sure what to say. I didn't want to turn her down because I could use more friends in my life. However, I hadn't been paid yet and only had a few dozen dollars to my name. Honesty was probably the best option. I would love to do lunch, but I'm flat broke until I get paid. She pulled out a company card. Mr. Grayson told me to help you feel welcome and make sure you don't quit before the end of the day. Why would you quit on your first day? It isn't my first day. I went with Mr. Anderson to Berlin. Her brow creased. Really? Then why does it seem like you two have never spoken? I shrugged. Honesty, it turned out, wasn't the best policy for every question. I have no idea why he thinks I would quit today. I looked at the clock on the wall. It's about 11:30 now. Let me get my things put away in my office. We can go in a half an hour. Will that work? I'll meet you by the elevators at noon. She agreed. Back in my office, I set about putting my things away. The door between our offices opened, and Beckett strolled through the door. Hello, Mr. Anderson. He went through and closed my outer door. Do you have something going on with my best friend? Excuse me? I rose from my chair. Perhaps I was likely to quit before the end of the day after all. You heard me. Is this why you turned down my offer to move in with me last night? That wasn't an offer. It was a demand. I told you I would push your comfort level, and I also told you to stop running from me. Let's put a pin in this crazy and go back to the insanity that I've got something going with your best friend. What the hell are you talking about? I'd like an answer to that as well. Coulter spoke from the doorway, causing me to jump. You have a reputation. Women throw themselves at you, Beckett said dismissively. So he isn't to blame because in this scenario I threw myself at him? Look how little we know each other, and you wonder why I wasn't thrilled you moved me out of my apartment without my knowledge. Coulter dropped his head back, rolled it, and glared at Beckett. Please tell me you weren't that stupid. Beckett looked back at him over his shoulder. It wasn't stupid. You didn't see the place she was living in. It was totally unacceptable. Besides, it makes logistical sense for us to live together, you know, with commuting to work and all, I finished. Exactly. Beckett looked confused. I'd have thought it was adorable if I weren't so pissed off at him. He said all of that? Coulter asked me. Yeah, it was romantic. I'm still swooning, I replied sarcastically. I can see that. Maybe I should have Sabrina take you to a spa after lunch. I don't think lunch is going to be enough to keep you from quitting. What are you talking about? Beckett demanded. I'm your best friend, so I'm going to forgive you for thinking I'd hit on a woman you were involved with, but only this once, and only because I wasn't aware you were seeing your assistant. Also, we are going to have words about all the ethics issues you dating your employee creates. But please, tell me you didn't ask a woman to move in with you after you made her homeless. I didn't make her homeless. I made it clear she had a home. Coulter looked at me, sympathy and something that looked like begging written across his features. Where are you staying? With my best friend. She had an extra room and has been asking me to move in for a while, I replied. And is this an acceptably safe living arrangement? He asked Beckett. He looked away and exhaled before answering Coulter. I suppose. Jana Easton does live in an apartment complex with reasonable security and safety features. Jana Easton? Marjorie's daughter? He asked, astounded. Yes, although I don't think she likes to be referred to that way, I answered. Surely you can't have any issues with this arrangement. Evie here gets the space she needs to get to know you if she's still open to that, and you can be assured she's safe, Coulter reasoned. Evie, Beckett implored, can we grab lunch and talk? Sabrina already asked me. How about we take both of our assistants to a nice lunch? Coulter offered. I suppose that will have to do. Beckett accepted. I'll go give Sabrina the lovely news, Coulter announced and left us alone. Beckett moved closer to me and took both of my wrists in his hands when I remained still. I have issues, and as you can see, they aren't only with control. This isn't going to work if you are going to be constantly suspicious. Fair. I deserve that. If you knew where I was coming from, you'd understand. I looked up into his eyes and held his gaze. Then explain it to me. We've known each other for less than 5 days now, and already it's tense. Are you giving up on me? He let my wrist drop and took a step back. Without thinking, I stepped forward and placed my hand on his chest. He was exasperating. In one morning, he'd been indifferent, jealous, and insecure. All of these were red flags, I was well aware, and yet I couldn't back away from him. I guess I was more my mother's daughter than I'd ever hoped to be. I'm not, for reasons even I don't understand. But I can't move in with you yet either. We've done everything a bit backwards and way too fast. I'm not even sure what it is that we're doing. Am I just an assistant that you fuck, or is this something more? This is everything I'm capable of. What does that even mean? I pressed. It means you're more than an easy lay. Beyond that, I'm not sure what to call us. I'm too old to be your boyfriend. I made a face. I'm not calling you my lover. I'm not European, so I can't pull it off. Why do you need to call me anything? He asked. I rolled my eyes. You've met Jana, right? She wanted all the details last night, and I managed to put her off. I can and will avoid intimate details, but she's at least going to want to know what we are. Maybe she's more tactful than that, he suggested. I laughed and grabbed my phone from my desk. Just so far this morning, she's texted, Jana, how's the sexy boss man? Jana, hello? Jana, there's no way you went with him all the way to Berlin and didn't have hot monkey sex. Hot monkey sex? He asked. I don't think the etiquette classes she took at her fancy boarding school stuck. My point is, she's relentless and going to expect some kind of explanation. Why wouldn't you have lunch with me? Because I'd forgive you, and I'm still mad. He put his arm around my waist, flattening me against him. I know. You can't make decisions for me. I've taken care of myself for a long time."
"I want to take care of you," he whispered.
"And I need to take care of myself." His hand on my back tightened.
"I am trying."
I leaned back to see his face. "How?"
"I didn't go after you last night, did I?"
The scary thing is, I think you really had to think about not doing it. Chapter 10. Evie. Lunch was awkward. Beckett and I spent most of the meal staring at each other while Sabrina and Coulter carried the conversation for the four of us. On the ride back to the office, he stared out the window. In the reflection of the glass, I could see his jaw clenching and unclenching. I consulted his schedule on my phone and saw that there were back-to-back meetings for the rest of the day and a business dinner later in the evening. Suddenly, everything on the calendar disappeared. My heart stopped and stuttered. First, I got into an argument with him in the office, in front of his friend and business partner, no less. Then I managed to wipe his schedule for the day. What was worse, his schedule change went out to the person he was having dinner with, and they confirmed the cancellation. It seemed safe to say I was a horrible assistant, and I'd be back to looking for a job this evening. He sat forward and spoke to Rick. The car made a turn and redirected toward Jana's apartment. I guessed I wouldn't have to wait until this evening to start searching for another job. Maybe the diner hadn't given away my shift yet. It was unlikely, but worth looking into. Coulter, who had been busy on his phone, looked out the window in confusion.
"Why are we going the opposite way from the office?"
"The car is going to drop Evie and I off at my place before taking you back to the office. I'm also going to need you to take the dinner tonight and my meetings this afternoon. You are already going to be present for those. I sent my notes and the presentation to your email."
Coulter nodded.
"Yeah, I can do that."
Beckett clapped him on the shoulder.
"Thanks."
The car pulled over in front of a luxury high-rise. I'd thought Jana's building was opulent, but hers had nothing on this glittering glass structure. Rick came around and opened the door closest to the building. Beckett reached across the seat and took my hand.
"Let's go,"
he demanded. His long legs ate up the sidewalk, and I practically had to run to keep up with him, but I wasn't fast enough. He stopped suddenly, grabbed me around the waist, and lifted me up over his shoulder. Part of me was embarrassed by his possessive display, but a larger part of me, a side I hadn't been aware of before now, was thrilled. The doorman opened the door and didn't react if he thought it was odd I was being carried into the building. He strolled onto the elevator, still not putting me down. The blood was starting to rush to my head and make me dizzy. "Would you put me down? Where am I going to go?" He didn't respond and continued to hold onto my legs as the elevator began its ascent. It didn't take long before it opened to a private foyer.
"Private elevator,"
he explained when he noticed my confused expression in the mirrored door. He opened the next door, and we entered the largest apartment I'd ever seen, and this was just the living area. He set me down and kicked the door closed. Beckett moved toward me, and I started feeling like I was being hunted. Every step he took, I instinctively took one back. He didn't speed up, only started slowly removing his shirt with each step he took.
"Take off your dress,"
he ordered. I ignored him and took another step back. He raised his eyebrow, and his lips slowly curved up in a smirk. He inhaled, and I could see by the widening of his irises my defiance turned him on. His blue shirt hit the black marble floor. His cufflinks clanged as they bounced off the floor. Next, he began working on his belt. My steps backward sped up. I didn't really want to run away, but the intensity of his gaze made me uneasy about what would happen when he finally caught up to me. When he dropped his belt, I realized it was several feet from where his shirt landed. I'd missed him taking off his shoes and socks in my initial haste to back away from him.
His articles of clothing covered dozens of feet from the door to where he stood. My back hit something cold, and I reached back with my hand to feel cold glass. I'd managed to corner myself against the window. Within seconds, he was standing in front of me. He grabbed my chin, firmly but gently, and brought my gaze up to his. "It's time we made up." I nodded because I didn't want to keep fighting with him, not when getting along was so much more satisfying. He let go of my chin, grasped my hips, and spun me around to look out the window. "You agreed to be available and obedient. Last night, you were neither of those things." "Beckett, I thought we were going to make up, not rehash this argument. I agreed to work for you, and I'll try and be available, but I don't recall agreeing to be obedient." "Well, we're going to have to renegotiate then, because I very much insist on both of those things." There was a tug on the zipper of my dress, and the sound of the teeth disconnecting tore through the tense silence. I started to turn around, and he grabbed my hands one at a time and placed them flat against the window. "How about you start doing as you're told right now? Don't move." I found I didn't want to argue. Maybe later I would wish I did, but surrendering to him was more exciting than anything I'd ever done, and defying him didn't feel like an option. Not because of what he'd do, but because I thought I might die if he didn't touch me. My dress pooled at my feet. What a sight I'd make if someone could manage to see into the apartment at this height. I stood in nothing but a bra and panty set made of sheer emerald fabric. My hands were pressed against the glass, and my stance was wide for balance. He pulled back on my hips, making me unbalanced and forcing me to push back with my hands to keep from smashing my face against the glass. His hand moved across my hip and down under the waist of my panties. "Let me show you why obeying me is worthwhile for you." "Are you going to punish me if I don't?" He nipped my ear. "I think you'd like that too much, but no. Causing you pain isn't something I'm comfortable with. I'd rather bring you pleasure." To punctuate his words, his fingers pushed inside of me, and the heel of his hand pressed against my clit, and stars burst in my vision. His warm breath tickled my neck, and he whispered in my ear, "See how nice it can be when you do as you're told?" Whatever came out of my mouth wasn't actual words, but it must have been what he needed to hear. His fingers slipped out of me, and I whimpered at the loss. "I'll take care of you. Just give in to me." At that moment, I'd have done anything he asked. "Say it," he demanded. "Yes, anything you want," I agreed. He pulled at the material of my underwear, and it bit into my skin as they ripped. "I'll buy you new ones. Dozens, because I'm likely to do that again." Again, his hands held on to my hips. I had a moment to prepare myself before he thrust into me. He held me still and kissed a path up my neck. "You undo me," he murmured against my skin. Before I could ask him what he meant, he started to move. "Kiss me," he demanded. It was another order I was happy to follow. Looking over my shoulder, his mouth descended on mine. His tongue entered my mouth and started mimicking the movement of his cock. Sure and confident strokes, building a fire inside of me that threatened to consume me whole. My skin sang and my mind went blank. He was the only thing that existed at that moment. My entire world was sensation. The cold, smooth glass under my hands, the heat of his body behind me, his breath tickling my neck, and the relentless pounding of his thick shaft inside of me made me nearly crumple to the ground. He helped hold me up, but didn't relent. If anything, he drove me higher and higher until I didn't recognize the sounds coming out of my mouth. I'd certainly never made anything like them before. I sounded feral and close to shattering. "Give in to me," he urged. Still, I held out. It was a losing endeavor, though. With every movement, I climbed higher to that precipice I was sure to fall off of. "Evie," he growled. The sound of his desperation made my control snap. He drove harder and faster, lifting my feet up to my toes. My hands slipped on the glass, and rather than help me stay propped up, he pulled me against him. He brought one arm around his neck, followed it down along my body, and then brought the other around as well. I held on as he moved my hips up and down his thick length. His breathing quickened, and I felt his heart hammering against my back. He bit my shoulder, and I let go. When he felt my surrender, his movements became less rhythmical, harder, and finally he joined me in going over the edge. As his breathing slowed, his arms tightened around me. "Please reconsider living here." "I can't. Not yet," I told him. "But someday?" I don't know how to answer that. You said you aren't romantic, but a part of me still holds out for everything. The fairy tale ending, all of it. And if I can't be that? If being Prince Charming isn't in my makeup, what then? I shrugged. I didn't know what to tell him. Romance wasn't in the cards for my mother or my grandmother, but I still held out hope that my life would be different. "I'll just have to convince you then." "What happened to you?" I asked. "What do you mean?" He stepped away from me, and I felt cold without him holding me. I felt the urge to cover myself. When I start to get close to you, you retreat. Why?" "Nothing. Maybe I was just born this way, broken." "I don't think you're broken, just a little bruised. You know what, though? Bruises heal." He picked his pants up off the floor and slipped them on. "You'd know about that, would you?" I grabbed my dress and slipped back into it. "You know what? Don't tell me. It's clear I'm making the same mistake a lot of women make, mistaking sex for more." Stepping into my shoes, I headed for the door. He caught up to me and grabbed my elbow. "I'm sorry. I'll tell you someday, but I'm not ready right now. Can you wait for me?" "I feel like I've been waiting forever for you," I admitted. "So? Would a little longer hurt?" "It's agony," I whispered. The silence stretched out between us, and I didn't feel like he wanted me in his apartment any longer. I kept moving toward the door. "Don't go." He ran around me. "Please, stay." "Do you really want me to stay?" "Evie, I never wanted you to go last night. Asking you to move in here wasn't a knee-jerk reaction. I'm tired of living in this ivory tower alone." I smiled at him. He was nothing if not contradictory, cold and passionate, demanding and compromising. At least with him I'd never be bored. "I'll stay. For now." We went back to his room, and he tucked me against him in his giant king-sized bed. From what I'd seen of his work ethic and schedule, this seemed like a luxury he rarely indulged in. "How are you able to do this? Lay here with me." "I own the company." "I've seen your schedule. I know you work practically every minute you're awake. How am I making your life better? You just blew off 4 meetings and a dinner, all because I was upset." He ran his hand through my hair, tucking some of it behind my ear. This is the first time in almost 20 years I've gone after something, someone I've wanted that had nothing to do with my company. You make me want more from life. You already have everything. It certainly looks that way, but there are some things no amount of money can buy, unfortunately. What? Just the most important things. Are you hungry? He did it again. Changing the subject? For now. Fine, I'll let you. I laughed at myself. Listen to me. Of course, if you aren't ready to tell me whatever it is that's bothering you, I won't push it. I'm doing the same thing to you that you did to me last night. I'm pressuring you to do something you aren't ready for. If I was ready, would it change your decision to move in? Maybe. I can't say. Why do we have to run through all the steps of getting to know each other? I ran my hand up his chest. This is pretty good right now, isn't it? What if me moving in here ruins this? He kissed my forehead. I'll try. For you, I'll try and be patient. Now, answer me honestly. Are you hungry? Starving, I admitted. Good, because we've got a dinner appointment to go to. I thought Coulter was taking that for you. The business dinner, yes. My father isn't likely to be persuaded to take him to dinner instead of me, though. He texted a bit ago. How could you possibly know? I asked him. He held up his wrist, showing me his smartwatch. I forgot to take it off. It doesn't matter. If I hadn't confirmed, he would have just dropped by. I haven't been caught in bed with a girl since I was in high school. His smile fell momentarily. Where did you just go? What do you mean? Nowhere. I'm right here with you. So, dinner? I was pushing again. I'd have to work on that. He kissed me. Let's take a shower. Maybe we should take separate showers, or we'll never make it out of your apartment, I suggested. Beckett appeared to think about it, but then shook his head. He stood and extended his hand. That sounds like a waste of natural resources. We should think of the planet and conserve water. I put my hand in his. Hard to argue with that logic. Speaking of hard, I swatted him in the chest and he laughed. It was good to see the darkness that had come over him leave. I vowed then and there to bring as much light into his life as I could. It seemed we'd both had too much of the dark already. Chapter 11. Evie. Beckett, in typical control freak fashion, had more clothes waiting for me in his large walk-in closet. I could move in without actually having to move a single thing. Everything I could possibly need was already available. I came down the stairs from his bedroom in a knee-length silver cocktail dress with a lace overlay. Do I look okay? You look beautiful. But is it good enough to meet your father? He took me into his arms and kissed the top of my head. You look stunning. He's going to love you. I bit my lip and steeled myself to ask him what I was really concerned about. Why now? We've only been doing whatever this is for less than a week. This morning, we couldn't even figure out what to call this thing between us, and tonight I'm meeting your father? My father demanded dinner, and for me to bring you. But why? How does he even know I exist? My guess is Coulter opened his big mouth. When he gets with my father, they gossip like old ladies at a beauty parlor. It's possible he had already suspected, though. He was the one who arranged for us to share a room in Berlin. Well, this should be interesting, I murmured. Beckett extended his elbow, and I took it. I expected him to lead us down to the front of the building, but instead we veered off to the garage. "You're going to drive?" I asked, astounded. "I do know how, you know," he said with a laugh. There were luxury cars along the wall. It was anyone's guess which belonged to the world's most eligible bachelor. I wasn't much of a car person, but even I recognized a Bentley, Aston Martin, Ferrari, several BMWs, various models of Mercedes, and a few Porsches. Basically, it looked like a toy box for rich men. I expected him to stop at one of those, but he continued to surprise me. He stepped up to a Tesla. An electric car? It's good for the environment. What did you expect me to drive? He gestured to the lavish cars surrounding his. One of those? He opened my door and pushed the button to start the car. Don't worry, I can get you one of those if you prefer. God, no, I blurted out. Why not? You don't like nice cars? I could never see spending money on something that's sole purpose is to take me to places, usually places I don't want to go. I just can't see spending gobs of money on that. He laughed. You have the most interesting way of seeing the world. The drive to the restaurant took under 15 minutes. A valet was available when we arrived, and we were shown straight to a prime table near windows overlooking Lake Washington. Since it was mid-autumn, the sun was starting to set at 6 in the evening. The window framed a lake nearly glowing with oranges, purples, and pinks as the sun began its descent below the horizon. My father likes to make an entrance. He will be here in the next few minutes. Is your mother going to join him? He didn't mention her when he asked me to dinner. We usually have dinner a couple times a month and discuss the company. He retired, but he still holds the controlling shares in the company and never lets me forget it. Why? There's always an excuse. He retired 10 years ago, so for a long time he argued I was too young. That stopped a few years ago. Now he likes to argue I'm too unsettled to give complete control. Who knows what he'll argue next? An older couple was guided to the table, and Beck had stood to greet them. My throat threatened to close in sudden panic, and I felt like my heart was going to burst out of my chest. It was hard to imagine what they would think of me. They had a family that went back generations, a history of achievement and respect. I was the daughter of a teenager turned drug addict. My father was a boy my mother met one summer, fell madly in love with, and who exited her life before she even learned she was pregnant. My grandmother didn't know his name and thought it was possible he didn't even know I existed. I couldn't imagine they'd be thrilled at their son dating someone like me. As soon as they were close enough, Mrs. Anderson embraced her son. Once she let go, Mr. Anderson took his turn. I'd expected a more reserved relationship like I'd seen with Jana and her parents. It appeared they were the kind of family I'd wished for as a child. I'm pleasantly surprised to see you, he told his mom. He smiled, and a small dimple appeared. Faint lines appeared near his mouth, suggesting he smiled more than I'd yet seen. When I overheard your father talking to Coulter, I realized you were bringing a woman to dinner, and I couldn't miss this. If you and your father start discussing business again, like you always do, I'll have someone to keep me company. She extended her hand to me. My son is taking too long to make introductions. I'm Grace Anderson, and this is his father, Fitzgerald, or Fitz, as we usually call him. It's very nice to meet you both, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. My name is Evelyn Holmes, but everyone calls me Evie. Please, call us Grace and Fitz. Beckett pulled out my chair for me, and his father did the same for Grace. Their mannerisms were strikingly similar, from the way they sat themselves down, unfolded their napkins across their laps, and reached for their water glass. My godson tells me you started at the company last week working as my son's assistant. I looked to Beckett, and he reached under the table and squeezed my hand, giving me a small measure of courage. "Yes, sir." "Were the two of you already seeing each other?" Fitz pressed forward. I wasn't sure if he was addressing me or Beckett, but I was relieved when Beckett answered for us. "I hired her and asked her to date me at the same time. But you already knew some of that, I'm assuming, since you took the liberty to alter my reservation in Berlin." His parents shared a look, but otherwise didn't comment. "Don't even bother starting with me," Beckett told them. "I'm a workaholic. I've tried relationships in the past, and I always end up spending too much time working. This seemed like the perfect solution." "I didn't say a word, son." Fitz turned his attention to me. "How old are you, dear?" 23. "So young," his mother muttered to herself. My heart sank. For a moment I thought they were going to approve of me, but it seemed I never had a chance. Of course, most parents would think no one was good enough for their child, especially an only child. Here I was thinking it was my background that would turn them from me, but they hadn't even gotten past my age. "What difference does it make how old she is?" Beckett demanded. He seemed like he was struggling to rein in his temper. His father looked at both of us for what seemed like a minute, but was probably only a few seconds. "I don't really care that you're young. It is a 15-year gap, but I'm also older than his mother. What concerns me, Evie, is that you are only now starting out. I'd very much like to see my son married and a father soon." Beckett winced but schooled his face quickly. "I'll make sure to knock her up and marry her just for you, Dad." If the conversation weren't so tense, I might have enjoyed watching him revert to a petulant teenager around his parents. Well, I might have if the subject weren't impregnating me, something I was definitely not ready for. "Don't be crass," his mother chastised. "You're getting kind of old, and soon you won't be able to enjoy having kids. We just don't want you to miss out." "When you are married, I will hand over the rest of the shares of the company to you. That isn't me being a stuffy old man, either. I'm afraid the board is insisting the CEO of the company be settled. They've given me until June to either hand them over to you or spread them out between yourself and my nieces and nephew." Beckett looked at me, and I knew we weren't arguing about whether or not we lived together, but it appeared the entire timetable of whatever our relationship was meant to be was just sped up. He stood and held out his hand to me. "Would you take a walk with me to the patio? My father has excellent taste and can order for us if you don't mind." I took his hand and nodded. We ventured out onto the stone patio and looked out at the trees and the lake. The sky had turned more navy than orange, and the night was quiet, with many of the songbirds starting to migrate. There was a fire burning in a pit, and we gravitated toward it to fight the chill of the fall evening air. "What are you thinking?" he asked me. I laughed because this entire day had been absurd. "Are you going to propose to me now? I know how much you love your company and don't want to lose it." "Would it be so awful to marry me?" I looked at him. The way his square jaw was highlighted from a day's worth of stubble, his eyes, so clear and blue, changed colors with the flickering light from the fire. His hair, a dark blonde, held a variety of color from gold to light brown, but in front of the fire it mostly reflected auburns. Being married to him wouldn't be a hardship in that area. There would not be any more struggle, at least financially. My grandmother would say he was a good provider and push me to accept. Her life was never not hard. But my mother, my flighty, romance-obsessed mother, would tell me to hold out for love. Love had never done anything for her. It was thoughts of my mother that shoved whatever inclinations I had to fanciful notions of soulmates and happily ever afters out of my mind. You could hardly call marrying a billionaire a hardship. It wouldn't be awful at all, I finally answered. But I fear I would fall in love with you and be broken-hearted when you didn't love me back. Last night, I asked you to move in with me. I gave him a disbelieving look. Okay, I demanded you move in with me. The point is, I want to be with you. I'm not good at feelings, but want and desire I'm comfortable with. I think you know how much I desire you. What if that fades? You want guarantees? I can't tell you our feelings for each other will never change, but I can promise you 2 things. 1, we will never get divorced. I don't fail at things and will not be the first one in my family to get divorced. So if we do this, it isn't for a year or however long my father stipulates for me to control the company. It will be for the rest of my life. What's the second promise? I was choosing to ignore the fact he'd insinuated he'd die before me. There will never be anyone else for either of us. I won't cheat on you. I looked down. There was something he needed to know before this went too far. I don't want to have children. If you marry me, you'll never be a father. He smiled at me with a wicked glint shining in his eyes. So, I'll get to have you all to myself for the rest of our lives? If we do get married, yes. This is too fast for me, though. I know you said once we're married, we'll stay married, but can we have a trial engagement? How long? Until the end of the year? It's about 3 months long, and we should have a pretty good idea if we want to be together after that, I suggested. It sounds reasonable. What should we tell my parents? I shrugged. They're your parents. What do you think we should tell them? Let's tell them we're engaged. It will buy us some time alone. Otherwise, we are going to be dealing with lots of drop-in visits from both of them in their meddling attempt to push us together. If that's what you think we should do. He took my hand, and we walked back into the restaurant just as the waiter was setting down salads. Well? His father asked. You both made fine points. I'd asked Evie to move in with me yesterday, and she turned me down. Turns out she's a bit traditional. I know we've only been together a week, but sometimes you just know. Now that we're getting married, perhaps she'll agree to move in with me before the wedding. Well, like you said last night, it's the only practical choice, I teased. His mother clapped. I was hoping you'd come to see it our way. Just in case, I brought along your grandmother's ring. She handed a blue box to Beckett. He rose from his seat and got down on one knee in front of me. I wanted to demand he stand up, but I knew they were expecting a proposal. It was one thing to agree to marry him as a way to keep his company, but having him propose in a lovely restaurant was too close to my fantasies. Except it was too soon, and we weren't madly in love. It was taking all my girlhood dreams and cracking them a little. The dreams I held for my future would never be quite the same. I know this isn't exactly what every little girl dreams of, he said. He locked his eyes on mine, and I knew he was trying to give me what he could. He wasn't only putting on a show, but was also giving me as much of himself as he could. Greedy for affection, I couldn't look away. I work too much, and so will you by my side. You already know I'm bossy and a bit high-handed. If you can accept me, flaws and all, I promise to take care of you, to be your partner for the rest of my life. Will you marry me? I put my hand on the top of his, keeping him from opening the box. His mother misread my action and gasped. I smirked at him to reassure him. My answer is yes, whether that's the most stunning ring or a toy from a gumball machine. You know I don't care about your money. I'd say I didn't care about your looks either, but I'm quite fond of those, actually. I blushed, and his mother giggled. I let my hand fall off the box, and he opened it to reveal a 3-carat cushion-cut diamond in a platinum band also surrounded by diamonds. It looked like something you saw in a collection of crown jewels, not to be worn on my finger. "Oh, Lordy, what if I lose it?" I whispered. He took it out of the box and slipped it on my finger. "It's insured." It was a little heavy on my hand, or perhaps the heaviness of what it represented was what weighed on me. Chapter 12. Evie. After dinner, we waited out front of the restaurant for the valet to bring our cars around. Grace had started writing notes to herself in her smartphone and mumbling things about flowers and caterers. "You don't plan to have a long engagement, do you?" she asked, putting her phone down for a moment. "Give us at least a few months to get used to being engaged, Mom," Beckett said. He put his hand on my waist and pulled me to his side. Grace continued to talk, and I mostly tuned her out as I thought about all the changes that had happened in my life since I'd waited on him at the diner about a week ago. It wasn't until I felt Beckett tense up that I clued into the fact she was speaking to me, and whatever she said made Beckett uncomfortable. "Mother, stop," he begged. "Oh, don't be silly. Of course her mother would like to be involved. Evie, if you could send me her contact information, I'll get in contact with her and sort this out." "I hope you have a Ouija board," I muttered under my breath. "What was that?" she asked. "My mother passed away 15 years ago," I told her instead of repeating myself. Grace's face fell. "I'm so sorry. I suppose Fitz could contact your father." I shoved down a nervous giggle. "I don't know who he is." "Your grandparents, then?" she persisted. This time, when Beckett pulled me closer, I burrowed into him. All the inappropriate humor left me, and I felt deflated. She didn't need me to explain further. I seem to have shoved my foot in my mouth, haven't I? My eyes stung, and my throat tightened. I managed to choke out, "I don't have any family," before I fisted the fabric of Beckett's suit coat and clung to him in a way that made me feel more vulnerable than I was comfortable with. Mercifully, his car pulled up a moment later. He opened my door and helped me into the car. Once he was in the driver's seat, he turned to me. "I think we should go get a drink." "I think we should go get several," I countered. He used the voice command for his phone to call Coulter. He didn't even say hi, just issued a demand. "Get your ass down to the lounge." "Not unless you tell me how mad you are I let your relationship with Evie slip when I was talking to your dad earlier." "Show up and I'll let you know, asshole." Coulter started to speak, but Beckett ended the call before he could protest more. "So it's a drink and vengeance," I commented. "You should call Jana." "Why? I don't feel like punching her in the face." "I'm probably not going to punch him, but I would like to beat my dad to telling Coulter we're engaged. I thought you'd like to be the one to tell Jana and not have her learn through the one-page ad my mom is likely to take out for an engagement announcement." I took my phone out of my handbag and sent her a quick text asking her to join us at the bar. He pushed the button to start the car and sped off down the hill toward the center of the city. The lounge was an upscale bar located at the yacht club the Andersons had belonged to since it was founded in the late 19th century. It was a low-key building from the outside, built to blend into the seaside landscape. Inside, I got a better sense of why Beckett and Coulter belonged to this particular club. It had an understated elegance that was in line with their inconspicuous approach to their wealth. The walls were painted a dark slate gray, and the wood floor and ceiling were stained black. A large light fixture spread across the ceiling, shaped like branches with circular lights shaped like leaves. L-shaped sofas spread around the floor, organized into individual seating areas. Along the back wall was the bar, made from gleaming wood and chrome. Behind it was a wall-length mirror with glass shelves filled with top-label liquor. We arrived before either Coulter or Jana and chose a sofa near the wall with the most privacy. "I'm glad I get a moment with you before they get here," he said and took my hand. "We don't need to change everything. Let's just keep getting to know each other. My parents mean well, but they have a pretty rigid idea of how I should live my life." "At least I know what to call you now," I teased. The waiter came over at the same time Jana breezed through the front door. Coulter entered right behind her. "What can I get you, sir?" the waiter asked Beckett. "A bottle of your best champagne and 4 glasses," he ordered. "What are we celebrating?" Coulter asked. He lifted my hand and kissed it. "Evie and I are getting married." "It's only been a week, Beckett," Coulter commented. "Evie?" Jana asked. I managed a smile and nodded to her. It was a signal to her that I was fine, and I'd explain to her later when we were alone. "What did you expect when you told my father I was seeing someone?" Beckett asked Coulter. "Not this." Coulter forced himself to take a deep breath. "I thought it would get him off your back about settling down if he thought it was a possibility." Jana scooted closer to me and took my free hand. "Evie, you don't have to get married. You can stay with me as long as you need. You can come and work for me." Beckett scowled at her, and I squeezed his hand to reassure him. "We're here to celebrate. Be happy for us," I told her. "All right. If you are going to marry my best friend, I should probably get to know you better," Coulter said, changing the subject. "There's not much to know." Divulging my life story after the interaction I'd had with Beckett's mom was not the top of my list of things I wanted to do. "Where are you from? I know it's not the Pacific Northwest. I have heard a slight twang in your voice a few times now." He pushed. "I was born in Kentucky and grew up in southern Illinois," I replied, giving as little information as necessary. Coulter looked down at his hands. A slight smile curved his lips, but it seemed sad. "Kentucky is a beautiful state." "You've been?" There were a few tourist attractions, but outside of horse racing, it wasn't usually most people's choice vacation spot. He nodded. "A long time ago." He stood from the table. "Excuse me a moment." He marched straight out of the bar. He went to Kentucky for almost an entire summer when we were in high school. He doesn't talk about it much, and it took him a long time before he wasn't a complete bastard. He hasn't been like this in a while, but he'll shake it off," Beckett said. "Okay, you crazy lovebirds. It's Monday night, and I'm not the party girl I was in college." Jana stood and took my hand. "It's a beautiful ring. If this is what you want, I'm behind you all the way." I stood and hugged her. "Thank you." We followed her out the door and noticed Coulter had left. Beckett shrugged. "I'll text him. Otherwise, we'll see him tomorrow." "So, what now?" I asked. There was a nervous energy coursing through my body, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to scream or dance. "I've got 3 months to convince you to marry me." "Where are we going?" I asked as he led me through the dark. "You'll see," he promised. After nearly stumbling over what seemed to be a theater seat, he stopped in a more open area.
There was a blanket laid out on the floor, and he helped me sit down. On top of it was a bucket of ice and a bottle of champagne. I was only able to see that much because there were dim, red running lights along the floor. He poured us each a glass. I promised you drinks, plural. I plan on keeping every promise I make you. I shook my head. For a guy who said he wasn't romantic, you go over the top. Lay back, he instructed. Really? Here? Come to think of it, I wasn't sure where we were. I want to give you everything, even the moon if you want it. I don't want everything, or the moon, I whispered. What do you want? Tell me, and it's yours. A chuckle escaped me before I could stop it. I want to belong somewhere or to someone. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me to lean back into his chest. I'm sorry about my mom bringing back sad memories. I'd protect you from all of it if I could, but I can't save you from something that's already happened. Why do you need to take care of me and protect me so much? We haven't known each other long enough for me to believe... To believe I love you? I'm not sure yet. I've only been in love once, or I thought I was. It was a long time ago. Since then, I've stayed away from anything that resembled love. I do know what we have is different than all of the relationships I've had for the last 20 years. I need to know that what we have is more than your need to take care of me. It sounds like all your other relationships were with independent women of means, but I'm just starting out. I've got no savings and no one to rely on. If we get married now, I'm always going to rely on you to some extent, and I think you prefer it that way. It would help me if I could understand why you need to take care of me. He kissed me on the top of my head, then sighed. It sounded like he was wrestling with his thoughts and came to a difficult decision. There was someone a long time ago I didn't do enough for. I'll never be able to forgive myself for not being there. I moved away from him. He didn't say it, but I knew the person he referred to was the woman he thought he loved once. There was a sorrowful tone to his voice that only came from a shattered heart. Is that all this is? Atonement? Beckett pulled me back. No. It was just a lesson learned. I'll never take anything or anyone for granted, except I hadn't actually acted on that vow until I met you. His heart hammered against my back, and he leaned his forehead against my head. I wasn't sure, but it felt like I wasn't the only one in our relationship growing dependent. I forced myself to relax against him, and he held me tighter. For a moment, we sat still together and shut out the rest of the world. Before too much time passed, he leaned back and brought me with him. He pointed at the dark abyss above us. Look up, he instructed. I stared at the blackness and almost missed him send a text. I only noticed because in the dark his phone illuminated the area around us. Suddenly, there was a vast sky above us. The lights moved above us, and it gave me the sensation of moving through space. We're at the planetarium? I told you I'd give you the moon, he whispered in my ear. And still, all I want is your heart, I whispered back. Chapter 13. Evie. For every 2 steps forward Beckett and I took, there was at least one large step back. Following his romantic gesture and my stupid declaration of wanting his heart, Beckett immersed himself in work for the next several days. I moved into his apartment, as he wanted, but after the first night, I transitioned myself into his guest room.
With 2 entire floors to himself, and considering the bedrooms weren't on the same floor, it was not really like living with anyone at all. He seemed to welcome the growing distance, which I found to be a distressing sign of what the future could be like if I followed through with what was appearing to be a very hasty engagement. The previous couple of times I'd allowed the space between us to grow, he made sure to reel me back in. Perhaps he was more interested in the idea of me than the actuality of me. For the past 4 days, I rode with him to work, accompanied him to meetings, kept his schedule, and had very little interaction with him other than what our business relationship required. It was finally Friday, and mercifully, his schedule appeared fairly clear for the weekend. I needed an escape, and Sabrina seemed to have the answer I needed. Just after lunch, she strolled into my office and sat on the corner of my desk. "Please tell me you aren't busy tonight." She folded her arms under her chin and dramatically batted her eyelashes at me. I shook my head and smiled at her. "What exactly do you have in mind?" She shrugged, but the mischievous look on her face contradicted the blasé manner she was striving for. "A friend of mine is opening a new club, and he invited me to come. I really wanted to go, but the last time I went by myself, he was so busy I only saw him half the time I was there. If you come, we can dance, drink, and enjoy being in our 20s for a change. Please say yes." "Can I call my friend Jana and ask her to join us?" "Absolutely. The more the merrier. So, you're in for girls' night." I looked at the door that separated my office from Beckett's. "Yes, I could use a night out." Sabrina squealed and hopped down off my desk. "I can come and get you, or we can meet for dinner." I texted Jana, who answered immediately. "Jana says we should get ready at her place and go together. We can all go back there afterwards and make it a slumber party." Sabrina's expression grew more serious. "Is everything okay? I heard from Coulter you and Beckett were engaged, but you don't seem like 2 people who are madly in love." The smile I tried to force faltered. "I could do with a drink and a night with friends." Even I didn't miss the slight wobble to my voice, even though for days I'd tried to convince myself I was fine. "Oh, Evie." She moved close and hugged me. Having another friend, a genuine one from what it seemed, broke a little of my wall down. I teared up but managed to stop myself from crying. "Please, don't. If I start crying, I won't stop, and I refuse to do it here." "Why are you engaged to him if it's making you this unhappy?" I looked back at the door. "Later, okay?" She nodded. I knew I had a lot to think about, and my friends were going to hold a mirror to my life until I really faced the state of it. "I'll swing by around 7. Will you be done by then?" she asked. "Yeah, I'll head out of here at 6 and go to Jana's." Grabbing my phone again, I texted her Jana's address. "I'll have her put you on the list to be sent straight up." With a sympathetic smile, she exited my office with as much grace as when she entered. Allowing some of the emotion I'd been suppressing to come out made the next few hours of work more difficult. Predictably, at 6, Beckett entered my office and told me the car was ready to take us home. He wasn't expecting conversation. He hadn't since he awkwardly pulled away from me as soon as we went home from the planetarium. I was starting to realize he didn't really want a wife. He truly wanted an assistant at his beck and call. He wanted easy access to sex when it appealed to him, and otherwise, he wanted a life as regimented as his apartment. At first, I wondered how he could propose so easily, but it became clear to me the more I worked alongside him. Beckett was a remarkable salesman. His position as CEO of Anderson Global comprised much more than sales, but closing deals was a particular talent of his. I just hadn't allowed myself to think that I was a deal to be closed, until now, of course. Silently, I moved with him to the elevator. Jana was waiting for me out front in her car, but I didn't want to give him too much time to think about what he was going to do. It occurred to me he only really put in an effort when he thought I was pulling away. This time, I decided not to telegraph my intentions. Perhaps if I thought those moments between us were genuine, I might try and fight to find the man he was buried under the walls he'd erected to protect himself. Whoever the woman was he alluded to not doing enough for, I doubted he'd ever let go of the guilt he carried around for her. I was young, but not so inexperienced that I didn't know not to go to battle for a lost cause. The silence waiting for the elevator was painfully awkward. He shifted from foot to foot, a sign he was restless and uncomfortable. This time, I didn't try and ease the tension by making a pleasant comment about a meeting from the day or inquire about his evening plans. He hadn't been entertaining other women, I'd grant him that, but he spent most of his time locked away in his home office on conference calls or working out alone in his private gym. I'd seen very little of him outside of meetings and the journey to and from the office. "I've got a dinner meeting with Coulter this evening to go over some numbers. I forgot to mention it to you earlier." I smiled, probably the fakest smile I'd ever mustered. "Don't worry about it. I'll grab a bite with Jana." The doors slid open, but he didn't move. This was when he would reverse course and try and woo me back. It was laughably predictable, and I was fairly certain I was done with it. "Are you getting on?" I asked in a nearly saccharinely sweet voice. He unfroze, and we entered the elevator. As usual, he pushed the button for the underground garage, and this time I reached out and pushed the button for the ground floor. He scowled at me, but seemed to be too confused to argue. When the doors slid open on my floor, I exited and moved with purpose toward where her car was waiting. "Evie?" he called after me. I raised my hand and waved it over my head, but didn't bother turning around. "Don't wait up. I think I'll stay over with Jana tonight." The elevator doors slid shut, cutting off whatever he was arguing, probably demanding to know where we were going or something else he felt he had the right to decide for me. Jana was behind the wheel this time, which was a blessing, as her driver wouldn't do what I was about to request. "I need you to step on it. Beckett is likely to burst out of those doors any moment, and I want to be gone before that happens." Yikes! I take it he wasn't thrilled with your plans for the evening. As she spoke, she expertly maneuvered her yellow sports car through the thick rush-hour traffic. My nails dug into my hands every time I was in a car with her, but there were few people as adept behind the wheel as she was. I always found it odd she spent so much of her time being driven instead of driving. As she turned onto the next block, my phone started to ring. I checked to make sure it wasn't Sabrina, but when I saw Beckett's name on the screen, I sent his phone to voicemail and silenced my phone. Of course, that just meant I had to ignore the incessant buzzing as he called over and over again. I texted Sabrina to let her know we were heading to Jana's and not to tell Coulter or Beckett where we were going for the evening. I also let her know I was going to turn off my phone. As soon as I slid the off button, I dropped it into my purse. "Do you think he can track me with it off?" Jana shrugged. "I don't know. I make ads, not tech. Maybe leave it at my place just in case, though." "What did he do?" I sighed. I knew talking about the rapid demise of my relationship with Beckett was inevitable, but I'd thought I could have a drink or two before I got into it. It's more what he stopped doing. We have said maybe a dozen words since I stupidly told him I wanted his heart instead of the moon. Her eyes narrowed, and she shook her head. "No, don't do that. Do not blame yourself for this. He proposed to you, and then took you to a private viewing at the planetarium, for fuck's sake. There is no way responding emotionally was the wrong thing to do. If he didn't mean his words and gestures, that's all on him." Hiding my face by looking out the window, I tried in vain not to cry. I gave up as a few tears silently slipped down my face. It's okay to cry. Hell, I'd be a snotty mess right now and probably stuffing my face with a pint of ice cream. Do you know what you want to do? I wiped the moisture from under my eyes. I told him I'd give the engagement 3 months, but I've barely made it 3 days. I can think of a middle ground. What? I was desperate for something I could hold on to, any way out of this situation. Move in with me. This was obviously too fast. You don't know each other enough. If you are determined to stick by your agreement, then do so, but you don't have to live with him. And when the 3 months is up, I couldn't imagine I'd have a job any longer, or even if I did, that I'd want to be around him day in and day out. He might have been untouched by sentiment, but it appeared I was still the same girl starved for love that I'd been since my grandmother passed away. Whether it's 3 months from now or tomorrow, well, maybe more like Monday, but my point is you have a place on my team. It makes more sense anyway. With him, you're an executive assistant. With me, you'd be a marketing assistant, which is what you went to school for anyway, right? My pride had kept me from accepting this offer the many other times she'd made it, but desire like I hadn't known bubbled up inside of me. I think I turned her down all the times before because I was afraid of getting close to what I wanted and failing. You're right. I don't know how I'm going to handle the near future, but I want to come to work with you. I just need to figure out what I'm doing with Beckett.
Chapter 14. Beckett. Coulter walked into the lounge and laid his coat on the back of the sofa. I held my hand up as a signal for the waitress to bring 2 more drinks. I tossed back the rest of my whiskey in preparation for another round. He stared at my empty glass, up at me, and back down at my glass. "What did you do? Where's Evie?" I shrugged and began tapping my fingers against my knee. "She went out with Jana Easton. But she'll be back, right? She told me not to wait up for her. Would she be back? Surely she would. I can see you thinking. I bet you're telling yourself, she'll be back. But you aren't sure, are you?" My hand clenched and unclenched. Everything was fine until his loose lips told my father I had a girlfriend. As soon as I proposed, our perfectly arranged relationship became messy. "What exactly would she be back for?" he pushed. "Don't try and feed me bullshit about her coming back for the job, or your apartment. Unless you've been so oblivious, you honestly don't know she doesn't have the same values as any of the women you've dated since... Don't fucking bring her up," I snapped. "How long are you going to let what happened ruin your life? If you can't let her go, you're going to lose Evie. You don't deserve the half-life you've been living, but sure as shit that young woman doesn't deserve to join you in purgatory," he snapped. He grabbed his coat and stood. He was leaving, and our drinks hadn't even arrived yet. "Where are you going?" I demanded. Coulter ignored me and shoved his arms inside his coat. "I'm not going to watch you throw away your last chance at happiness. What was it this time? Was she too nice? Did she fall in love with you?" I flinched. He laughed, but it sounded more pissed off than amused. "You're a real fucking piece of work. You asked her to marry you, probably expect her to have your children, and yet you won't let her into your life. Not really. Don't be stupid. I don't want children." He pinched the bridge of his nose and leaned back against the sofa. "I hadn't realized how deep the damage Callie did to you went. The damage she did to me. I paused to take a deep breath so I wouldn't bite the head off my best friend. I'm not the one in a long-term care facility. Coulter pounded his fist on the arm of the couch. You didn't force her to take those pills. She might be in that facility for the rest of her life, but she put herself there. It seems she's helped lock you up too. When are you going to stop punishing yourself? I looked away. I wasn't sure I'd ever stop, and that wasn't a life for Evie. A better man would let her go. Evie isn't coming back, is she? I saw the look on her face, so I knew on one level she was gone. I'd managed to destroy our engagement in less than a week. I'll ask you again. Why would she? Don't tell me money or status. If you haven't figured out she doesn't care about that shit, then you haven't been paying attention. I've only seen her around Sabrina the past few days, but even I can see the light she exudes could brighten your miserable life. He seemed to have a genuine affection and concern for her, and it was pissing me off. The way you talk about her is as if you have feelings for her. I care about the girl. She reminds me of someone I haven't seen in far too long. Evie makes me want to slay dragons and save my own damsel in distress. But, unlike the girl I can't forget, Evie has a strength that makes her seem far less fragile. I'm not trying to come between you, but I am starting to feel protective towards her. Make it right, Beck. You're becoming even more of a miserable bastard, and I didn't think that could happen. What should I do? I suggest you figure your shit out, and fast. Tonight, if possible. She came by and talked to Sabrina earlier. They're all going to Graham's club opening, he told me. I hate that fucker, I mumbled. He was another trust fund brat. Actually, that wasn't fair. From all appearances, he worked hard and turned his inherited money into an entertainment empire. However, he was far less dedicated to his relationships and was a notorious playboy. Definitely not someone I wanted spending an evening around my fiancée. And yet, you can't go in there and demand she come home with you. Why can't I? That was pretty much the extent of my plan. I'd burst into the club and throw her over my shoulder if I had to. Because you'll make her run farther and faster in the opposite direction of you, he warned. What do you suggest then? You're going to have to hope she hasn't decided you're too much already. The next time you make a grand gesture, you better mean it. What aren't you telling me? I demanded. You seriously don't pay attention, do you? I've overheard her talking to Sabrina. Overheard? I interrupted. I may have, accidentally, of course, pushed the intercom button a few of the times they were talking in Sabrina's office. When I did, I overheard Evie say that she is tired of your hot and cold routine. You pull her close, then shove her away. I don't even know if a grand gesture is going to work. Her trust in you has eroded to the point I'm not sure you can win her back. So I'm just supposed to give up? Fuck that. Unless you can tell her why you pushed her away and convince her you won't do it again, you've already lost her. Like I said, figure your shit out. He didn't say another word. Instead, he rose from the sofa, grabbed his coat, and walked out. It was horrible and perfect timing for the absentee waitress to arrive with 2 whiskeys. I swallowed the first in a few gulps and savored the burn in my throat as it spread across my chest. The numbing sensation that followed was like a balm to my confused and broken soul. For good measure, I threw back the second drink I'd ordered for Coulter to prolong the blissful numbness. Why had I pulled away? I knew the answer to the question, but I wasn't sure how I was going to explain to Evie that I'd inserted as much space between us as I could, because I felt like I was being unfaithful to another woman. I'd missed occasional Fridays with Callie, like when I had to go to Berlin on business. Even then, I made a Skype call from the bar while Evie got ready in the room. For 20 years, I'd kept as many Fridays open to visit the woman who'd once been my everything. I never let a relationship intrude on the time I spent with Callie. Not because I was still in love with her, though. I felt like I owed her a life, or at least some semblance of one. She would never travel the world, get married, or have kids. Evie said she was my atonement, but she wasn't right. I still had Callie for that, and whenever possible, I supplicated myself at her feet. Ever since I proposed to Evie, I wasn't sure how I was going to explain the changes in my life to Callie. My driver, Dave, made the hour-long drive out of the city to Brookside Manor. The serene setting did little to settle my nerves. I wasn't sure how I was going to figure out my mess of a life, but there were still promises to keep. I'd hold to my word, even if it cost me everything. I greeted the night nurse when I entered the facility and signed in, as I had nearly every Friday for 2 decades.
"Mr. Anderson, she's not in the solarium this evening. It hasn't been a good day, and she's been agitated most of the afternoon."
"Where is she?" I asked. This had happened before, so I was expecting the answer I got.
"You'll find her in her room, sir."
I nodded and headed that direction. I preferred to visit her in the solarium. Even with Callie, I maintained an emotional distance. Seeing her in her private space was too personal, and also more depressing. In the solarium or the cafeteria, I could talk to her and pretend she was choosing not to talk back to me. I couldn't deny the reality when I had to visit her in her room. The sterile nature and hospital equipment was undeniable proof that the girl I loved wasn't really the person I was visiting. There were signs in front of me starting in our late teens, but I was barely more than a child myself and missed them. We all did. Every single person in her life missed what was so glaringly obvious in hindsight. One minute she was the life of the party, daring, adventurous, and up for anything. As a teenage boy, I didn't immediately recognize how risky some of her behaviors were, but it was apparent when her mood shifted. She would pull away from me, much in the same way I did from Evie now that I thought about it. One minute she couldn't get enough of me, and then it seemed the next minute she didn't want to even speak to me. Of course, it wasn't always that immediate, and there were times intermixed where she seemed, at least outwardly, like everyone else we knew. We had odds stacked against us. Her parents were working-class people from Renton. She took a train and a few buses to attend the fancy academy I went to with Coulter. Except she was there on a full scholarship for art. Her pieces represented her so well. There were canvases bursting with life and color, and there were other pieces that seemed to capture the very essence of despair. Callie was often insecure about her place in my life. The differences in our social standing bothered her. My parents were more concerned with the changes in my moods than they ever were with the bank account balance of her parents. Eventually, they came to the belief we weren't right for each other. Callie believed they'd never liked her, and I knew I'd never be able to convince her otherwise. When we came together, it was dramatic, over the top, and all-consuming. I lost myself in her in a way I never had before or since. Every feeling she brought out of me was bigger than anything I'd ever felt. When she cut me off time and again, it wrecked me. Then she'd bring me back into her light, and my own depression would back off. I forgave her any transgression, and there were plenty. A few of the times she pushed me away, she turned to other guys. She was the first girl I slept with, and there weren't any others the entire time we were together. Callie couldn't say the same. Every time we fell apart, she'd fall into the arms of someone else, and each time it killed me a little. Not only did my relationship with her leave me with a crushing sense of guilt, but also a deep sense of distrust. I managed to choose women who were out to use me for my money or connections. Callie wasn't the last girlfriend I had who cheated on me. Evie was wrong. I wasn't just bruised. After about a year of living through the roller coaster of my relationship with Callie, I told her I needed space. She was starting to retreat, and instead of seeing the signs of how low she'd sunk, I chose to save myself. Enduring another period where she ignored me and turned to another guy was too much. Everything with her had become too much. It was either too good or too horrible, and I needed it to stop, even for just a moment. It was a random Friday, halfway through our senior year. She sulked through the hallway at school. I knew what was coming. I'd try and speak to her, and she'd turn her back to me or stare straight through me. This time I beat her to it. "I can't do this anymore," I blurted out when I got to her locker. She blinked up at me, as she often did during one of what I thought of as her moods, but she didn't speak to me. "I'm tired of trying to guess which Callie I'm going to find the next day. I can't keep living through this. This time when you go find some other guy, stick with him. I'm done." She never said a word to me, but turned and walked out of the school a few hours before the day was supposed to end. I figured she'd take some time, and maybe we'd work it out, or maybe we'd move on. I didn't expect her to write a one-page letter apologizing for how hard it was to keep pushing through the darkness. I certainly didn't expect for her to swallow all of the antidepressants I wasn't aware she'd been taking, or the sleeping pills she'd been prescribed. What no one had told me was Callie had recently been diagnosed as suffering from depression. Her family was aware, but they couldn't have foreseen that her diagnosis was incorrect. Callie would later be correctly diagnosed as having bipolar disorder, but she'd never be able to benefit from the correct medication and therapy. It was almost 2 hours before her mother came home from her job as a receptionist in a dental office and found her daughter unconscious, breathing shallowly, and clutching what would be the last coherent word she'd ever formulate. So, for 20 years I came to visit the girl who had never mentally become a woman. Her body had aged, as mine had. She was still one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen, but the spark that was her had left. Most of the time she stared at me with the blank look I'd seen each time she'd pushed me away. Callie interacted with her environment to an extent. She could walk with some help, she could feed herself with some help, but she didn't talk. Her hands hadn't gripped a paintbrush in 20 years. Her body was still present and breathing, but Callie had fled as she meant to that horrible Friday afternoon. At least, the parts that made her who she was left. In a way, she was even more trapped in the darkness than she had been as a teenager. In my selfishness, I unknowingly threw her illness in her face and provoked her to make a decision that would trap the two of us in purgatory forever. If she wanted to make sure I could never leave her, she succeeded. "Hi, Callie," I greeted. I tried to force a cheerful tone, but it wasn't working. She wasn't catatonic. Sometimes she'd look at me, and maybe I was fooling myself, but it seemed as if she occasionally recognized me. Tonight, unfortunately, was one of those times. It was always worse when she seemed more aware. Her moss-green eyes locked onto mine and held for an uncomfortable period of time. I began to babble random updates. I told her about my trip to Berlin, the business successes I'd had, and eventually I ran out of things to tell her that weren't about Evie. If I was ever going to have a chance to figure my shit out, as Coulter suggested, I needed to start with being honest to Callie. "I met someone," I murmured. Her eyes found mine once again. I wasn't sure if I was seeing acceptance, sadness, or happiness. Perhaps I wasn't seeing anything more than the emotions flitting through me every time I thought about Evelyn. "She's amazing, and I think I'm falling in love with her. How can I know, though? The last woman I told I loved her was you." Her eyes left mine, and a tear rolled down her cheek. It was the most I'd ever seen her react to anything, and I'd made her cry. I was always making her cry. I wiped the tear away from her cheek. "Please don't cry. I hate it when you cry. I'll let you rest. I'll be back next week." She shook her head a little bit. "You don't want me to come back?" She rubbed the base of my ring finger on my left hand before squeezing it one more time. I wasn't sure, but I felt like she was telling me to move on. I tried to smile for her, but it felt awkward and forced. "Goodbye for now, Callie." She smiled a little when I left, and I got the feeling she would be happier if I never came back.
Chapter 15. Evie. I stood at the railing of the club watching bodies writhe and twist to the thrumming of the music. The building had its own pulse, and I could feel it beat under my palms. Part of me longed to join them, to lose myself under the flashing lights and join the anonymity of a crowd. I wondered, briefly, if this was how my mother felt when she was my age. She was only 24 when she passed away, and the last year of her life was a frenzied tangle of mistakes. I'd watch her flit from one thing to another, always searching for something to make her feel good. Men, booze, drugs, she tried all of it. There were brief moments she'd turn to me to lift her up. Nothing sustained her, and she'd roam again in search of the next high. So many things during that time made me feel low. It was ironic. The higher she got, the lower I sank, because I was never enough. I couldn't even enjoy when she'd turn to me, because I always let her down. Then I'd be angry at her for being weak. Honestly, I was still angry at her, except now I understood a little. Of all the things that have terrified me in my life, developing an understanding of my mother was the scariest. There was a racing heat traveling in my veins that demanded I seek relief. It made me restless and unmoored. I hadn't had a drop of alcohol, and yet my head swam. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and the need to run away was overwhelming. My chest tightened, and it became hard to breathe. Air. I needed air because the people in here had sucked it all out of the building. Sabrina and Jana were both dancing with men who'd come to talk to them. I'd blown off every effort a man had made to talk to me all night, and eventually they stopped. My friends didn't actually need me around. Once they knew how much of a downer I was, they'd probably prefer it if I were gone. No one stays, not with me. At least my grandmother didn't choose to leave me. God, I missed her. She was my rock, my one safe place. Without her, nothing made sense anymore. Without much thought, I found myself descending the stairs. I didn't grab my purse or the wrap thing Janet told me looked better with the dress she convinced me to wear. There was only one thought pounding in my head: air. I shouldered my way through sweaty bodies and past the bouncer at the door. Unsure of where I was and no idea where I wanted to go, I picked a direction and began to walk. After I turned the corner, the smell of the sea lured me to keep walking farther. The giant Ferris wheel loomed dark and foreboding in the distance. It had closed down hours earlier and seemed less inviting without the lights brightening its imposing metal frame. It stood alone in the dark, and suddenly I couldn't think of anywhere else I'd rather be. The heels I wore pinched my toes, and goosebumps covered my exposed flesh. When I walked under a street lamp, I could see the web-like pattern of red veins crisscrossing my skin. It was strange, because I should have been uncomfortable. Logically, I knew I was cold. The evidence was all over my skin, but rather than feel the sting of the wind whipping across my arms, I welcomed it. The cold seemed to douse the fire that had been raging in my blood. Since my grandma died, I'd been fighting for every opportunity to improve my life. After moving to Seattle, I'd been struggling just to keep a roof over my head. All of the struggling I had to do to survive had taken its toll on me. I hadn't realized how much until I'd tasted hope for a different life. Hope was cruel because the absence of it was worse than never having had it. I shuffled forward, telling myself a few more steps was all I needed. A few more steps and I could stop. A few more and I could rest. It was asinine. A few more steps wouldn't get me anywhere. A few more steps did nothing but bring me into closer view of the lonely Ferris wheel. I found a bench where I could stare out at the sound, dimly lit by a crescent moon. That's enough, I told myself. I wasn't sure what would happen next, but for one moment, I'd let everything rest.
Beckett. Leaving a visit with Callie always left me drained. Even when our visits were short, I often hid away the rest of the evening. Guilt was a heavy burden, but it was one I deserved. Coulter thought I needed to sort my shit out, but would that help get Callie back the years she spent locked inside of herself? My phone began to ring, but I wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone, and I silenced it. I needed to talk to Evie, but she deserved my full attention, and I couldn't give it to her yet. He was right about one thing. I needed to tell her the truth. She deserved to know why I couldn't give her what she wanted most. Evie wanted a marriage full of love, but that was the one thing I couldn't give her. Loving someone brought pain. I'd surrendered to the frenzy only once in my life, and it brought nothing but ruin. If I gave in to the feelings I knew I could easily have for her, I'd ruin us both. I didn't know how to give space or leave room for my partner to grow. I consumed, and a strong part of me wanted to devour Evie so there wasn't a fraction of her life separate from me. If I'd been strong enough to give Callie space when she needed it, maybe she wouldn't have swallowed a fistful of pills. I wasn't, though. I was needy, and when she pulled away from me time after time, it killed me a little until I pushed her away. Evie was so young. She didn't deserve me swooping in and demanding all of her attention. She had already been through so much, and she should experience freedom without my overbearing demands stealing her time. I should let her walk away from me, and I was certain that's what she was considering tonight while she was out with her friends. She'd see what it could be like to be young and free. I should let her go, but I doubted I'd be able to. Like I told her when we first met, I was a selfish bastard. I couldn't let her in, but I'd be damned if I could let her go either. The shrill ring of my phone began again. Not for the first time, I made a mental note to change my ringtone. Why had I chosen something so obnoxious? Glancing down at the screen, I saw it was Jana calling me. I imagined they'd reached the drunk stage of the evening where the best friend slurred insults at me. Once again, I sent it to voicemail. I went to turn off my phone, but Coulter's name appeared on my screen before I could turn it off. He was probably going to yell at me too, but if I rejected his call, he would show up at my apartment. The moment I accepted his call, I heard him yelling at me. "Answer your fucking phone, douchebag!" "Hello to you too, asshole," I greeted in return. I wasn't in the mood for more shit from him. "Evie is missing." "What did you say?" I had to have heard him wrong. This wasn't happening. She was stronger than Callie, wasn't she? "I'll track her phone." Thank God I'd had that app installed before I gave her the phone. I heard a door click, and he sighed. "Don't bother. I have her purse and sweater. Apparently, she didn't even bring her phone, because Janice said she didn't want you to track her down. I'm with Malcolm Graham right now, and we're going over the security cameras. It looks like she just walked out of the club." Would she have gone back to my apartment? Jana's? Did anyone check if she went home? Where would she consider to be home? His words were neutral, but I heard the accusation. This was my fault. I'd done exactly what I feared I would do. Came in and consumed her until she had nothing outside of me. Except I didn't even give her the security to feel like she had a home with me. Finding her was the priority, and then I had to decide what to do. I called both of your doormen, and no one has seen her. I even had them access both of your apartments to check, but she isn't there. Fuck! I shouted. What are we supposed to do? Drive around aimlessly and search for her? Is there anywhere you can think of that she'd go? She hasn't been here very long. The only person she would have turned to is Jana. Real fear gripped me then, because I was sure wherever she disappeared to, it was randomly selected. What direction did she head from the club? West, but the camera loses her halfway down the block. The crowd to get in here tonight is massive, and it seems to swallow her. So you're telling me she could be walking around aimlessly? Or someone might have her? I'm sorry, Beck, but yes, that's a possibility. I hung up the phone and leaned forward to speak to Dave. Head toward the new club Oasis. For the first time in 20 years, I prayed. It was nearly the same prayer I'd said when I was 18. Please don't let me be too late.
Evie. Slowly, the cold began to seep deep inside my bones. I felt my teeth begin to chatter, and the apathy I felt a little while ago began to recede. As I came back to myself, I started to really worry about what I was going to do. I left the club without my phone or my purse. Even if I remembered the name of it, which I didn't, I couldn't even get in. I didn't have my identification, money for the cover charge, not to mention my name wasn't on any list to bypass the velvet rope. I wasn't sure where I was, let alone how to get to Jana's apartment. Even if I could somehow get a taxi or an Uber, I couldn't pay for it. Then there's the fact I don't have a key to get in. A laugh bubbled up inside of me and exploded in a hysterical fit of giggles. For nearly a year, I'd scraped, starved, and saved every penny to keep from becoming homeless. In less than 2 weeks, I had a better job, but I'd lost the roof over my head. Tears slid down my face while I continued to laugh. The cold was really starting to hurt, and my shivering became more like full-body convulsions. In the back of my mind, I wondered how long I could stay out here before hypothermia set in. There was a cold front that had moved in, so rather than temperatures in the mid-40s, it was only around 38 degrees. Self-preservation started to kick in, and I began to think of all the places I might be able to go to get warm. The problem was, it was well past closing time for many businesses, and there was the small matter of not really knowing where I was. Getting up and moving might make me feel warmer, but I knew that some of the areas surrounding my location were likely to be pretty sketchy. I wondered if anyone was looking for me. Had Jana and Sabrina realized I was gone? My thoughts started to feel as scattered as they did when I was in the club. I needed to do something. I think I needed to go somewhere. Staring at the silvery waves brought me peace, though. Leaving became less and less important. Time didn't really mean anything. Distantly, there were sounds of the city sirens, honking cars, and the chatter of pedestrians as they went to their cars, but they quieted down as the night progressed. The longer I sat staring out at the dark horizon, the more comfortable I became. For the first time in a long time, I felt peace. The growing quiet brought a quiet inside of me I hadn't known my entire life. The sting of the cold started to vanish, and the shivers that shook my body a while ago were slowing to a stop. A deep feeling of exhaustion overcame me. I tried to remember why I shouldn't lay down. I was in public, but it was late and I was alone. Surely laying down for a few minutes wouldn't be so bad. I didn't feel as cold as before, so a couple of minutes with my eyes closed would help me sort everything out. I'd figure out what I was going to do as soon as I wasn't as tired.
Beckett. I had Dave pull over in front of the club. Coulter was already out there speaking to the most trusted members of both of our security staff. They were all former military and adept at search and rescue. A little more information was gathered by the crowd while they waited to get in. The crowd had thinned a lot since the first phone call, mostly because it was approaching 1 a.m, and the crowd was giving up on the idea of getting into the club. The thing that worried me most was how cold I felt in my thick wool coat, leather gloves, and scarf. Evie had only been wearing a thin dress with straps similar to a tank top. The warmest thing she had was her wrap, and Jana was currently wringing it in her hands. "Dave, give Ms. Easton and Ms. Lake a ride home, please," I politely demanded. He nodded. "I'll stock the car with some warm blankets and grab a coat for Ms. Holmes. She will be found, sir. Let me know where to pick you up." Jana opened her mouth to argue. I glared at her, but Coulter stepped up to handle the situation before my temper exploded. "You aren't any help to her, either of you. We're going to have one woman with hypothermia on our hands. We don't need 3. Jana hung her head. I didn't doubt she cared about Evie, but what had she been doing that she didn't realize she'd left? She looked up at me, her blue eyes tinged red from crying. "Find her. Just, please, find her." I quickly tipped my head once. Standing around waiting to search was making me antsy. I wasn't sure where to go from the club. Where would Evie have gone? Searching from the catalog of what I knew about her, I honestly couldn't say where she'd have gone. "I've got my phone," I said to no one and everyone. I couldn't stand here doing nothing anymore. I headed in the direction she was last seen going. Looming up ahead was the Ferris wheel. Something about it, seeming so alone in the skyline, so unnaturally still, drew me forward. I kept my eyes open the entire walk, scanning the area around me for any sign of her. Under a broken street lamp, a figure lay still on the bench. I moved closer and sucked in a breath when I realized it was her. Instead of feeling relieved, I nearly dropped to my knees in fear. Evie's lips were blue, and her skin had a purplish tinge to it. The bottom fell out then, because I realized what I'd been fighting all along was a lost cause. I was falling in love with Evelyn Holmes. It had only been about 2 weeks, but I think I'd started falling for her the moment I saw her staring at the newspaper like it would save her. That was the moment I wanted to find the answers for her, slay her dragons, do anything to erase the crease of worry in her brow. Every moment since had sent me further down into the pit of absolute agony of love. I'd been fooling myself to believe I had any control over how I felt about her. Yet, for the second time in my life, I feared I was too late. This wouldn't be the last place she saw, though. I scooped her up in my arms and managed to use voice command to send a text to Dave, letting him know where to come and get me. When she was in my arms, I felt her breathing against my neck. It gave me hope, but she was too cold for me to relax just yet. Dave pulled the car up as close to the pier as he could get. He scrambled around the car to open the rear passenger door so I could lay her down on the back seat. Already, he had a thick blanket laying on the seat for her. I placed her on top of it and wrapped another around her. He had them in a cooler with hot water bottles to keep the blankets heated. I took her shoes off and tucked the blanket around her feet. Then I walked around the car and got in next to her, putting her head on my lap. None of this woke her, which sent waves of panic through me like I'd never experienced. My brain was short-circuiting. "We need to get her to the hospital," I told Dave. "Already heading in that direction, sir. I telephoned ahead and they are expecting us." There wasn't a private entrance at a public hospital. The only special treatment we received was from my doctor, who had a team meet us at the emergency entrance to speed up her admittance. Dave pulled up to the bay, and the moment I opened the door, flashes started going off. I didn't have the luxury of time to leave her waiting until the reporters could be dealt with, and I tried to ignore them while I lifted her out of the back seat. My doctor ran out ahead of his staff and helped usher us inside the hospital. "I apologize, but it appears someone in admittance leaked the fact your girlfriend would be coming in." "My fiancée, actually. I trust the person was rooted out and made an example of." There could be no half measures when it came to Evie's health and safety. Someone who already proved themselves untrustworthy couldn't be allowed to remain while she was receiving care. They were suspended without pay in front of the entire staff. "Do you insist on having them fired?" Dr. Holcomb inquired. I shook my head. If it were up to me, yes, that would be my demand. But Evie wouldn't appreciate it. "No, that seems sufficient." No one argued when I slipped into the room where they were treating Evie. I stayed off to the side while nurses covered her with blankets from the warmer. "Her temperature is about 90 degrees, one nurse reported. Dr. Holcomb looked at the monitors. "Okay, start a warmed IV of saline. Keep her blankets warm, and switch them out when they cool." He came back over to me. "I suppose it's pointless to tell you to go home and get some rest?" I nodded. "I want to be here when she wakes up." "Well, the couch is exceedingly uncomfortable, but it works fine in a pinch. We'll be able to release her when her temperature increases and when she regains consciousness." The activity slowed down after she was set up. Occasionally, a nurse would come in, record her vitals, and swap out blankets for ones fresh from the warmer. Despite her temperature steadily increasing, she still hadn't woken up. The urge to hold her was strong. I couldn't believe I'd let the last week pass by with her staying in my guest room, all because she innocently told me she wanted my heart. She certainly didn't deserve me pushing her away to try and make her change her mind. She changed her mind all right. It seemed she no longer wished to marry me. I couldn't blame her. I did my best to convince her I wanted nothing to do with her. One thing was certain. I had a lot of groveling to do. Close to 3 a.m, Evie began to fidget and whimper. I rushed to her side when it appeared like she might rip out her IV because she didn't know it was there. "Evie, honey, wake up," I begged. Her hazel eyes blinked a few times before fully opening. She looked around the room, and in her confusion started to panic. "Where am I?" "You're in the hospital. Evie, why did you go out into the cold alone?" Her brow furrowed. "I only remember needing air. Then it was cold, and I wasn't sure where to go." "Did you have too much to drink?" That would explain why she wandered off without her things. If she was inebriated, she wouldn't have been thinking clearly. "No, I wasn't drinking." She looked away from me. "Tell me," I demanded. She turned her face back toward mine, with a look of defiance set in her expression. "I had a panic attack. I've had them before, just not in a very long time." I could tell by the curve of her brow that she thought this bit of information was going to drive me away. Instead of reacting, I pressed the button for the nurse. "Let's see if your temperature is high enough for me to bring you home." She sighed. "I think it would be best if I went to stay with Jana." "I disagree." Her chin came up, and she looked as indignant as a person could in a hospital bed with wires crossing their body. "Too bad. This isn't one of those situations where we both get to have an equal say. I'm going to stay with Jana." I sat back in the chair I'd pulled close to her bed. "No. There were pictures of you when I carried you into the hospital. It's only a matter of time before the press figures out your name. Are you willing to bring that attention to Jana's doorstep?" It was an asshole move on my part, but I could tell she was going to do whatever possible to get away from me, and I needed some time to convince her to stay. She turned her head, and I knew I'd won for the time being. It was only one battle, though, and I knew she wasn't conceding the war I'd have to wage to win back her heart.
Evie. My temperature had risen to a more normal range, and I was cleared to go home. Too bad I didn't have one of those. Beckett was back to being attentive and demanding of my attention. This time I saw it for what it was, a ploy to keep me. The moment I gave in or showed any sign of softening toward him, I'd be back to the fringe of his sphere of concern. Beckett treated me like glass all the way back to his apartment. With my body temperature more normal, the heated blankets he wrapped around me were sweltering. It was nearly dawn. I was exhausted and irritated after all the poking and prodding I had to endure to be cleared to leave. We went all the way into the parking garage. It was slightly closer to enter through the front, but there were reporters waiting for us to arrive, and the garage could only be accessed by residents. I turned to head up the stairs for my room, but he caught my elbow and pulled me toward his bedroom. "What are you doing?" I demanded. "Correcting a few things. We're getting married. You sleep with me." "Not tonight. It's been a really rough day, and I want to be alone," I insisted. He pulled me into his arms and held me tight. I almost melted right then, but straightened my spine instead. "When I saw you laying on that bench, so blue, I thought you were dead. Please, don't fight me tonight. I want you close." I stepped back from him. My heart was begging to stay where I was, but it hurt too bad when he retreated. "I wanted you close all last week." Without another word, I fled to the solitude of the guest room. Next week, I'd search for a place of my own.
Chapter 16. Beckett. She was distant for the rest of the weekend. We remained holed up in my apartment, but it might as well have been 2 different continents. When I entered a room, she found an excuse to leave it. Monday morning, we rode to work together, but she retreated to her office the first second possible. I had back-to-back meetings, which left us no time to talk. I entered her office through our adjoining door after lunch. The moment I stepped inside, she rose from her chair and started for the door. "Where are you going now?" I snapped. I was tired of being ignored. They gave me a better sense of how she felt last week when I was acting like a petulant dickhead. "I need to make sure the brochures are ready for your 4 o'clock meeting." Her smile was fake, and I started to fear there wasn't anything I could do to hold on to her. I fought against my nature on a constant basis. My father was as polished as any other member of our upper-crust society. I tried to emulate him, but faced with losing Evie, and I was devolving to my baser nature. There was a receipt on her desk, and the pharmacy logo on the top caught my eye. I noticed she'd filled a prescription for the mini pill, and she'd purchased St. John's wort. Coulter had a situation when we were teenagers where a girl he'd been dating had been on that type of birth control. What he didn't know was if it wasn't taken at the same time, religiously, every day, it was not as effective as the combination pill. Combined with St. John's wort, it was hardly a reliable form of contraception. Lucky for both of us, I'd had a vasectomy years ago. My family would want me to carry on our name, but I'd seen too much darkness in my life to want to bring a child into this world. I certainly had no intention of telling them about the procedure. While there was a part of me that mourned the loss of a family before I ever got to have one, I couldn't risk letting a child down the way I had Callie. For just a moment, I regretted getting snipped 3 years ago. There seemed to be little I could do to hold on to Evie, but I imagined a baby would convince her to marry me. I shook off the strange thought, since it was disgustingly manipulative, not to mention not an option anyway. I went back to my office and listened for her to return. While she was out, I contacted the executives from marketing I was supposed to be meeting with and canceled the meeting. It was time for me to stop trying to manage every department personally anyway. I let the department managers know to send Coulter and I their top proposals, and we'd send them notice on their budget appropriations, and which proposal we wanted to go with by midweek. With that taken care of, I effectively cleared my schedule for the rest of the day. Evie's office door opened and clicked shut. Instead of chasing her down again, it was time for me to reassert some control in our relationship. She was angry at me, and she didn't really trust me anymore. That was clear. But I knew how to turn off her brain and stop her from overthinking and letting herself feel what has always been there between us. I pushed the button for the intercom. "Evie, can you come in here?" She didn't reply, but a second later, the door between our offices opened with a soft whoosh. "Close the door," I demanded. She complied immediately. Standing in the middle of the room, she folded her hands in front of herself. "You wanted to see me?" I moved around my desk and studied her. Even with her ordeal on Friday night, she was the loveliest woman I'd ever seen. Her dark hair fell in soft waves down to her waist. Large hazel eyes watched me with wariness, but the flush creeping across her porcelain skin gave away her continued attraction for me. Moving around her, she held herself stiffly as I entered her personal space. I stopped behind her and placed my hands on her shoulders. Her breathing sped up, and I knew she wouldn't refuse me. "What do you want?" she whispered. "You. On your knees." "Oh, is that all?" she scoffed. I moved her hair to one shoulder, exposing the side of her neck. I let my finger trace the smooth skin there, and without thinking, she leaned her head, revealing more of it. "Hardly," I said in a low voice. "Why?" she whispered. I fisted my hand in her hair and pulled her head back against my chest. My lips followed the same path as my finger. "Why do I want to see those pretty lips around my cock? Is that really something you need me to answer?" Her breathing shuddered. "Why now?" "Last week was an aberration. You've been avoiding me all weekend. It's driving me insane." "So you'll bring me to heel in your office? Order me to my knees and punish me?" "I will never punish you. but there are plenty of ways to gain your submission." "Yeah? Like what?" She was trying to be tough, but her breathing sped up and turned more shallow. "Your body betrays you." My hand slipped down her front as I slowly unbuttoned her silk blouse. The pale pink garment had a bow at the throat, which was easily untied. The tiny pearlescent buttons presented a bigger problem for my large hands, but I managed to slip them through their openings without too much trouble. Her chest heaved as I coaxed the shirt and her suit jacket to slide free from her body. Next, I worked the zipper down on her knee-length pencil skirt. Since it extended the entire length of the skirt, it fell immediately to the floor. She was quite the vision standing in the middle of my office in pale pink lingerie and gray suede pumps. This would only work if she was turned on and aching for my touch. I needed to shut off her brain and let her body take over for a while. I unhooked her bra and let it slide down her arms. When the cool air of my office hit her skin, her nipples pebbled. Pulling her against me, I kneaded her breast, plucking at her rosy peaks. My other hand slid down her flat stomach and under the waist of her panties. Finally, she settled into my embrace. My fingers stroked her clit, at first slowly, then building in pressure and speed until little whimpers began to escape her. I knew she would do anything for me to finish her, but I had been without her for a week, and wouldn't last in my current state of arousal. Pulling my hand away, she made a pout of protest. "On your knees," I demanded. I could hear the roughness of need in my voice. She immediately dropped to her knees. My hand shook as I worked off my dress shirt and tie. Next, I undid my belt and pulled down my zipper. Freeing my cock, I fisted myself a few times, watching her eyes turn glassy with want. "Open." Her plump lips slid over the engorged head of my dick, and the wet heat made my eyes roll back in my head. Fisting my hand back in her chestnut locks, I helped guide her movements. Her green and gold gaze watched me, and she grew bolder with her tongue as she saw me come undone. I felt my cock hit the back of her throat, and she pulled away. Her hand closed around the base, because I was too big for her to take without going deep inside her throat. I encouraged her to speed up, and she took over, increasing the pressure and suction as she pumped my shaft into her hot mouth. Fire raced up my balls and spread across my spine. My hand tightened in her hair, which was the only warning I was capable of, before I was coming hard into her mouth. She swallowed and blinked up at me. Her tits heaved, and she clenched her thighs together, but she waited for me to instruct her. My knees threatened to buckle, but seeing her submitting to my demands made me start to harden again. I was close to 40, but she reduced me to a horny teenager again. "Go over to my desk." She accepted my hand and let me help her off the floor. Watching her ass sway as she walked across my office was sweet torture. I started to stalk her as she moved toward my desk. "Are you still mad at me?" I asked. My voice was gruff with desire and irritation. "Furious." Her voice was breathy, but her eyes were still wary. I slid one hand into her panties. A soft whimper escaped her as my fingers circled her clit. I nipped at her neck. "You don't feel mad." "My body hasn't figured it out yet," she breathed out. With my free hand, I slid her panties down her legs. "Step out," I ordered. She obeyed immediately. "Hands on the desk." I encouraged her to lean forward with one hand on the middle of her back, while I continued to bring her closer to an orgasm with my other. When I could tell she was close, and her breathing became stilted, I pulled my hand away. She growled in frustration, but before she could say anything, I entered her in one swift thrust. She was so tight, I had to drop my forehead into the space between her neck and shoulder. Evie needed a minute to adjust to my size, but not moving was fighting every demand my body was screaming at me. When she began to move against me, I pulled out most of the way, then slammed back in. With one hand clenched in her hair and the other grasping her hip, I set a hard rhythm. I can't be slow or gentle right now. I need you, I growled. I don't want gentle, she groaned. Using my hand bunched in her hair, I guided her mouth to mine. My kiss was brutal and raw. I poured my desperation into her. All the words I couldn't say I tried to show her. We were primal in our need. I knew in one part of my mind she was still angry, but she wanted me too. There was no denying that, just as we wouldn't be able to hide what we were doing in my office. Our grunts and moans filled the air, but I couldn't be bothered to care. Not while Evie was in my arms after I denied myself the feel of her for a week. I was still afraid what it would be like to love her and lose her, but it was far too late. Finding her so still and cold on that bench would be burned into my mind for years to come, if not forever. I could no more walk away from her now than I could years from now. She was necessary to me, and I had to make sure she decided to stay. You are mine. Give in to me, I mumbled against her lips, before kissing her again, not letting her speak. She trembled in my arms, and together we fell off the edge.
Evie. Both of us spent. We sunk down to the floor in a tangle of arms and legs. Somehow I ended up sprawled across his chest, and I kept waiting for him to pull away from me as he had for the last week. Instead, he lazily traced up and down my spine. A knock sounded at the door, and Beckett chuckled. I'd never seen him so relaxed. While I was filled with sudden anxiety, I was about to be viewed stark naked, sprawled across my boss on the floor of his office. "Go away," he hollered. "Put some clothes on. Your mother's here," Coulter shouted back. "Fuck me," I muttered and scrambled to get up. He laughed again. "I already did, sweetheart, but I'd be happy to go again. Maybe we can wait until after my mother is gone, though. You aren't very quiet." My face heated, and I'm sure it turned beet red. "I smell like sex, and I have sex hair. I can't see your mother like this." We managed to untangle and started gathering our clothes. "There's a shower in my bathroom. I'm sure there's at least a comb as well. Go on and freshen up. I can delay my mom." He kissed me on the forehead, then opened a door I thought went to another office. Rather, he had a bathroom with a large walk-in shower. After I turned on the nozzle, I managed to twist my long hair up and secure it with a hair tie I had in the pocket of my jacket. Showering wouldn't really cover what we were up to in his office, though, since his body wash smelled so much like him. I'd traded the smell of sex for the scent of sandalwood, which was more pleasant, but still screamed, "I was banging your son in his office." The thin comb I found would end up tangled forever in my hair, so I ran my fingers through it and went with a bedhead look. I was by no means the polished businesswoman any longer, but it would have to do. I'd spent nearly 10 minutes sorting myself out, and she was likely to be getting suspicious of what I was doing. I exited the bathroom and thankfully did not find them sitting in Beckett's office or mine.
Once I was in the hallway, I could hear the boom of Coulter's voice followed by his resonating laugh and followed it down to his office. Grace rose as I entered and hurried over to me. "There you are, darling. I was hoping I could steal you away tonight for dinner, but Beckett tells me you two have plans." I looked to him to verify this because I wasn't aware of anything on his schedule. In fact, many of his engagements kept getting wiped off his calendar. He looked back at me, and his eyes sparkled mischievously. "Ah, plans." I was guessing his plans involved no clothing and those hours lying in bed he'd suggested earlier. Actually, if I weren't still a bit angry with him, his plans sounded perfect. Who was I kidding? Naked time with Beckett was still appealing. The man was built like a god, and in my limited experience seemed to have the stamina to match. "Mom wants to drag you out dress shopping," Beckett warned me. Grace waved him off. "Oh, yes, and that as well. I was hoping we could start to nail down some details. 3 months isn't a very long time to plan a wedding." I nearly choked on my saliva. "You're planning the wedding for 3 months from now?" Grace looked between Beckett and I with a confused furrow to her brow. "I thought you said something about 3 months. Is that wrong? It's just, with his father planning on dividing the company and grumbling about not having grandchildren, I thought perhaps we'd move the wedding along to give you some time being married before Fitz decided to make more demands. He really does want grandchildren in the worst way." Beckett's mouth turned down. "Mom, we aren't even married yet. How about you wait at least until after the honeymoon before you start pressuring us for children?" My head began to swim, and I felt my knees buckling. The idea of getting married was overwhelming enough, but now I had to fear they would change Beckett's mind about wanting children. He rushed to my side in seconds and had his hand on my elbow, keeping me stable. He helped me over to the sofa and sat down next to me. "Are you okay?" He ignored the worried looks from his mother and Coulter. "I think I'm still not 100% after Friday night," I whispered. His blue eyes widened. "I hadn't even thought about it, and I should have. I'm sorry. You shouldn't be back to work so soon. Let's get you home." He was so worried and flustered, but in truth, I'd felt a bit off all weekend, and the feeling persisted. "Sorry, can Beckett and I discuss it tonight, and I'll let you know a good time?" I asked her. Smiling at me, she said, "What a diplomatic answer." She reached her hand out to Beckett. "You chose well. Okay, I'm going to see myself out then, and I look forward to hearing from you." Once the clack of her heels sounded far enough down the hallway, I turned on Beckett. 3 months? You said we had 3 months to decide. What am I supposed to do? Give you my answer at the altar? "That would bring some drama to reciting vows," Coulter mumbled. "I'll handle it. Or you could just agree to marry me now," Beckett suggested. "Sex doesn't fix everything," I told him and walked out of Coulter's office. I wanted to believe him. He was very convincing when he needed to be, but just as I had thought when he first proposed this ridiculous arrangement, a person like him would never stay interested in someone like me. He was worldly, sophisticated, and successful. The only attribute I had on my side was my youth and the fact I had time to make more of myself than I had yet to do. A thought popped into my mind, and I scoffed to myself. Still, I wondered if I were to agree to his ridiculous demand to marry him after being together for 2 weeks, would he push me away again?
Chapter 17. Beckett. "I see you didn't listen to my advice," Coulter admonished me. "I have a plan," I said dismissively. "Just tell her the truth. Otherwise, this is going to end badly. Do you honestly think she's not going to want to know where you go nearly every Friday night?" Callie asked me not to come back. I admitted. He sat back and stared at me, his eyes wide with shock. She can talk? I shook my head. She gestures, but not all the time. I told her I'd be back next Friday, and she shook her head. How long before you break down and go back to visiting her? I know you. Before too long, you'll have yourself convinced you didn't see what you know you saw. She was aware of her surroundings, frozen inside of her body, and aware of it. I couldn't think of a worse fate. Yeah, I'll go back eventually. After all, would she be where she was if I hadn't given her that final push over the edge? Coulter grabbed his briefcase. I'm going home. I suggest you do the same and talk to your fiancée, while you still have one. She's young, but she's not stupid. I don't think she cares enough about your money to marry you for it. You might have to risk the one thing you haven't risked in a long time. You're one to talk. I don't see you offering your heart to any of the women that pass through your bedroom. I shot back. He stopped at the doorway. The difference is that the woman I love is out there somewhere. When I find her again, I'll still have my heart to give her. Unless... Do you still love Callie? If you do, don't marry Evie. It isn't fair to either of you. I went back to my office. My head needed to be in the right place before I went home. Coulter was wrong in a way. He thought I was afraid to let myself love Evie because I was afraid of getting hurt again, when in actuality, I was afraid my love was poison. My father and grandfather were the definition of gentlemen. My father could get heated during a negotiation. I've even heard him raise his voice. But there was another level to me they didn't seem to battle. Callie called to the side of me that was more likely to solve a disagreement with my fists than with words. With her, I was jealous and possessive. Those weren't traits I particularly admired in myself. When her mood started to shift, she would actively provoke me by flirting with other guys. Or worse. We would scream and fight, then fuck like the world was burning down around us. Time had softened my edges, but I'd never be more than a man feigning refinement. When it came to Evie, I found I was fighting my instincts more and more every day. For the first time in 2 decades, I felt the same wildness taking over me. The only difference was she didn't know that side of me existed. She didn't try and provoke me to react with my fists instead of my brain. Not that it changed much. I still hated when I saw a man look at her. Actually, it was worse now. I wanted nothing more than to sweep her away to a remote location and keep her there until I knew she was mine. Preferably until she had my ring on her finger. I didn't know how long I would have stood staring out the window, lost in my thoughts, if my phone didn't ring. It reminded me Evie was at home by herself. At least, she was if my main driver, Rick, brought her up to the apartment and helped her settle in. In other words, made sure she made it all the way into my place and didn't leave. The phone rang again, and I rushed to get it in case it was about her. After Friday night, I'd probably jump every time my phone rang for the rest of my life. I grabbed my phone and saw my dad's name on the screen. I was tempted to ignore his call and head home. Then I remembered I sent the car ahead with Evie. I could hear him out if he were willing to give me a ride home. "Hello," I answered. "Beckett, I need to talk to you." He sighed, and I knew this wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. "I'm assuming this conversation can't happen over the phone?" Calling for an Uber was sounding like a much better option than handling whatever problem he was about to drop in my lap. "I'd prefer to do it in person. I'm nearly at the office now. Can we go have a drink? I pinched the bridge of my nose and tried to shove down the urge to snap at him and demand he just tell me. There was always a proper way to do everything. Being proper wasted a lot of fucking time. I'll be down in a minute, I said and hung up the call. He waited for me in front of the building, and I slid into the passenger seat. Ever since he retired, he took to driving himself everywhere. When he ran the company, he always said that the time stuck in traffic was wasted time he could be working. Can we go get a drink? He asked. You're driving, I pointed out. Right. Maybe dinner then? Dad, spit it out. I'm anxious to get home to Evie, I admitted. He smiled and nodded his head. Good. I'm glad you found her. She seems to make you happy. You deserve happiness after... Can we not go down that road, please? What did you need to tell me? One of the idiot associates at the law firm I have always used thought they needed to contact my nieces and nephew to discuss with them the possibility they may inherit shares of the company. You've got to be fucking kidding me, I exploded. There's no call for that kind of language, he lectured me. I'd say this is a good fucking excuse for it. Why would we need to contact them to let them know about something that will never come to pass? I demanded. Precisely what I asked my primary attorney. The associate has been fired. That was a slip that cannot be tolerated. Most of my siblings' children have reached out and given you their support and said they'd like an invitation to the wedding. But most of them still have the businesses their parents inherited. How did Franklin react? I asked. My dad's youngest sister, Adela, lost the company she inherited when her husband put it up for collateral against his real estate investments. He came from an old money family that had less and less money as the generations passed, but still felt entitled to the lifestyle. Turned out he inherited not only an inflated sense of self-worth, but poor business acumen as well. He went from moderately wealthy to deep in the red within a year once the housing market burst. Adela turned to my father to bail them out of the hole her husband dug. My father agreed, if she could get her husband to agree to a post-nuptial agreement preserving her assets to remain in her name only. He refused, and my father didn't help them. He and Adela haven't spoken since. The last I heard from my cousin, Franklin, he was attending public school and blamed us for his family's financial difficulties. I believe he asked for a copy of the documents being drawn up and retained counsel. However, since the paperwork wasn't finalized, he didn't get anything. I ground my molars. All of this could have been avoided. You know, none of this had to be happening. All you had to do was not place archaic stipulations on my inheriting the company. And let you continue to torture yourself at the bedside of Callie Thorne? My eyes snapped to his face, and I saw my father fighting to control his temper. Perhaps we were more alike than I thought. You thought I didn't know? Do you really think you could pay for one of the most expensive treatment facilities in the state since you were 18 years old, and I wouldn't have found out? What does any of that have to do with what kind of leadership I could provide Anderson Global? Absolutely none. I wasn't interceding on behalf of the company, but for my son. You need to settle down and start a family. Stop torturing yourself because of a tormented girl who didn't see a way out. Her fate is sad, and I feel for her. But you can't give up your life because hers is irrevocably changed. I looked out the window, overcome by emotion and not wanting to show it. And if it's my fault, you didn't cause her mental illness. I turned to look at him, And he nodded. I've seen her medical reports. She was diagnosed bipolar around the same time she attempted suicide. They had yet to find the right meds for her. None of that is your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's your mother and I for not going straight to her parents about our concerns about how the two of you were acting. It wasn't a healthy relationship for you. And it still isn't. It sounds like you expect me to abandon her too, I muttered. If she hadn't tried to end her life, you'd already have parted ways. She was never the one, and eventually you'd have grown tired of the game she played. I shrugged. I broke up with her that day. He nodded. I guessed as much. You should have been able to make that decision for yourself without her reacting in such an extreme manner. It was never about you, though. She'd been crying out for help, and all of the adults around her missed it. It's our fault, not yours. It doesn't feel that simple, I replied. You haven't told Evie, have you? He asked. Why would I taint our relationship with this? Because she could help you carry this burden. You've done it alone long enough. Not telling her has already put enough strain on your relationship, don't you think? If you intend to marry her, trust her with this. Do you and Coulter read off the same script? He didn't respond. Not that my childish comment required one. Instead, he pulled over in the loading zone in front of my apartment. Don't forget to call your mother. She has wedding fever.
Evie. My plan was to begin my search for a place to live once I got back to Beckett's. It seemed I had time to do so, since I returned alone. I set my laptop on the coffee table, and the next thing I knew, I heard my name being called from the foyer. Beckett entered the living room and rushed to my side. "Are you okay?" His hands touched my head. Blinking, I quickly began to wake up. "What time is it?" I asked. "Only a little after 6. He kissed me on the head. "Have you eaten?" I shook my head. "No, it appears I fell asleep the moment I sat down." He pulled me into his arms. "How does a quiet night in sound?" "Dangerous," I whispered. Another brush of his lips against my temple. "How?" "When it's just the two of us, when whoever stands invisibly between us steps aside, I feel myself falling." Again, his lips touched my skin, this time the corner of my jaw near my ear. "Let yourself fall." I turned my face and brought our mouths within a millimeter of touching. "But will you still be there to catch me if your ghost creeps near again?" He sucked in a breath, and I took that as my answer. I rose from the couch and made to leave, but he grabbed my hand as I started past. "You are the one that said we needed time to get to know each other. Can't you give that to—"
You've been listening so intently. Now is the perfect time to take a deep breath, close your eyes, and let the music wash over you. We appreciate your time and support.
us. So you can push me away again? It's obvious to me there's something or someone lurking in the shadows, holding you back. If I give you time, are you going to be able to free yourself? Can you even believe me if I say I will? He asked wearily. I opened my mouth, then closed it after I realized what I was going to say. You need time? He guessed. I nodded and held my breath. We were on the precipice of something, but I wasn't sure what. It was times like this that the 15 years between us felt more like a massive peak I'd never be able to scale. This moment would change us. It was how that was undetermined. He sat leaning forward, his arms resting on his legs, hands clasped between his splayed knees, and his head hung down. Until this moment, he always seemed to be in control. Beckett ruled over every aspect of his life with an iron will, but it hadn't occurred to me how much it took out of him to hold on so tightly. His head tilted back, allowing me to stare into his brilliant blue eyes. Is it time alone, or time just to get to know each other? His voice was soft and rang of defeat. This was it, the moment that would change everything. If I told him I needed time alone, I had no doubt I'd have it for the rest of my life. He might not like it, but I believed he would let me walk away from him if it was what I truly wanted. If I told him I wanted time for us to get to know each other better, I had better be ready to be open to him. I didn't have to do much thinking to know what I wanted. Seeing him hurting made me ache. I kneeled in front of him, and he took my face in his large hands. I want to get to know you. Being apart won't help with that. Keeping his hands framed around my face, he slid off the sofa and kneeled in front of me. Slowly, he brought his lips to mine. All the other times we kissed were passion and fire. This was reverent and grateful. We savored each other this time, settling on having time to enjoy being together. Before seeing him this way, I thought he was fine with or without me. After tonight, there was one thing I was certain. Beckett loved me. I wouldn't assume he'd allow himself to acknowledge his feelings, but perhaps I had more sway over him than I'd realized. And if I did, one thing was for certain. I'd work for the rest of my life to keep that look of desolation from ever coming back to him. You offered me a quiet night in. I'd like to know what that means, I said, lightening the mood. I desperately wanted to see him smile. He stood and offered me his hand. The world is available to you. It doesn't have to be a night in. I can have reservations at the best restaurant within the hour. We can go dancing, anything you want. I let him help me up and stepped into his arms. He didn't hesitate to wrap them around me and hold me to his chest. Anything I want? Nothing is off limits, he promised. Takeout and a movie? Really? His brow furrowed, and he appeared to be trying to figure me out. I nodded. I don't want to share you. Not tonight. Finally, the corner of his mouth curved up, slightly, but it was an improvement. I never want to share you. He grabbed his phone off the end table. What are you in the mood for? Chinese? Indian? The thought of curry or even shrimp fried rice, which I normally loved, made me want to gag. Maybe pizza? Are you sure you're okay? Let's work from here tomorrow. And by that, I mean, I'll work from here and you rest. You're still pale from this weekend. I'm okay. Just some lingering effects. I'll be fine. Just to be safe, can you get a cheese pizza? He handed me the remote. Choose a movie for us, and I'll order the pizza. I flipped through a few of his on-demand channels. Nothing new appealed to me. I found an old movie my mom loved. She'd seen it so many times by the time I remember watching it with her that she'd quote the entire movie. When she died, it was like she had never been there. It was hard for me to remember the sound of her voice or the smell of her perfume. I could clearly remember the bad times. Those were etched in my mind in indelible ink. The good memories I had of her were few and growing fainter with every passing day. The memory of my grandma was clear and strong. I felt her around me often. When a warm wind blew past me for a second, I'd feel her standing beside me. But with my mother, it was like she was mostly erased from my life. I hadn't run across this movie since I was 8 years old. I'm not sure how long I stood in the middle of the living room, arms wrapped around myself, crying, because time seemed to stop until I sensed Beckett standing behind me. He kissed me where my neck met my shoulder. "Why are you crying?" I scrubbed at my face, smudging my mascara. One day, when I was 8 years old, I came home from school, and my mom had built a giant fort out of blankets in the living room. My grandma was working the night shift at the diner, and it was just me and my mom at home, which was good because Grandma liked everything tidy. Another tear rolled down my face, but I left this one to fall. My mom strung fairy lights inside the fort and had laid pillows on the floor so that inside it reminded me of a genie bottle. She had set up a television inside the fort, and we ate popcorn and watched this movie. Squeezing my eyes shut hard, I tried to will the tears to stop. We had the best afternoon, so the next day I ran home to see what else she would come up with. I couldn't get the words out. My chest heaved and my eyes burned with the tears I refused to cry. "Evie, please don't cry. I hate seeing you sad." Gently, he wiped the tears from my face, not even wincing at the black streaks I knew were streaming down my face. He grabbed a tissue from the box nearby and wiped the remainder of my makeup away. "Talk to me, baby." That day, I found my mom dead in her room. There was an empty bottle of pills on the floor. Oxy, prescribed to the grandma of one of her loser friends. There wasn't a note. We didn't get an explanation, and I still don't know if she meant to die or if it was just a horrible accident. But I think the blanket fort was her way of saying goodbye to me. His breath shuddered. "Do you blame yourself?" "For her death?" I asked. He nodded. I thought about it. There were so many things I blamed myself for. I guess. I mean, I don't think I drove her to kill herself, but my existence made her life hard. I think for a long time I blamed myself for being born. He groaned. "I think your existence is my salvation. I really hope you don't feel like that anymore." Life would have been easier for her if she hadn't gotten pregnant at 15. That's just a fact. But she didn't have to keep me. There are so many couples out there who want to be parents. I decided a few years back to stop beating myself up for her decisions. She chose to have unprotected sex, and then she chose to keep me. Her life was hard, but there were so many things she could have done differently. Ultimately, it was her choice to swallow the pills that ended her life. Beckett stood still, and I watched as his internal battle played across his face. He took a deep breath in and closed his eyes. "I hope to get where you are. I think I'm going to need your help getting there." I knew there was something big I was missing, but I made my decision to give us time. This time, I would hold on to him rather than hold myself back. I wasn't a religious woman, but I sent up a silent prayer anyway that he wouldn't let me down. Chapter 18. Evie. Living with Beckett was so much different than I'd imagined it would be. When we were in Germany, being with him was awkward.
Every moment I was thinking about how I looked, if I said anything stupid, and worrying he was getting tired of being with me. It had only been a month since we agreed to try again, and getting to know each other changed everything. Time brought a certain amount of familiarity along with it, and he started to seem less unreachable. He worked from home more frequently. We still went into the office, but he started delegating more and making a point to leave the office at a normal time every evening. I appreciated it, but I also felt guilty. Another thing I was dreading was talking to his mother. The day after our talk, he texted her that he wanted to put off planning the wedding for a few months. She started messaging me, and her texts were getting more and more frantic. I messaged her back, of course, but I wasn't ready to dive into the frenzy of wedding planning. If I were being honest with her and Beckett, I didn't really want a wedding. There was no one to give me away, and I only had 2 people to sit on my side. We didn't really need another display of the disparity between us. Still, for about 4 weeks, we slipped into a zone of domestic bliss. I learned that he had a housekeeper who left prepared meals for him in the fridge that he heated up after work. He really had been living the life of a bachelor, except his frozen meals were a little fancier. I wasn't a martyr, so I went along with having someone clean and do the shopping, but I decided we would cook some of our meals together. Watching him in the kitchen helped boost my confidence. Here was one place he was as out of his depth as I felt most of the time in his world. I laid out bell peppers, onions, spices, and thinly sliced chicken to make fajitas. I figured it was one of the simpler meals we could begin with together. He stared at the ingredients like I would a complex math problem, with complete confusion and disdain. "Do we just put it all in the oven?" he asked. He poked at the raw chicken with a fork. I laughed and took the fork from him. "Have you ever seen raw chicken before?" His brow furrowed, and I could practically see him searching his memory. "I must have. I mean, it would be strange not to have." Well, all of these ingredients cook at different times and temperatures. Besides, the oven wouldn't be my first choice. It can be done, but I've already preheated a skillet. I put the chicken into a cast iron and let it sizzle. "Can you cut the peppers?" He started with a yellow one and took his time to cut it into precise, nearly equal-sized strips. I focused on the chicken and making sure I didn't dry it out. Once he cut one bell pepper, I moved the chicken from the pan and put it in the oven under the warmer. I helped him finish cutting the vegetables and then put them into the skillet. After everything was ready, we took our simple meal over to his breakfast nook. He never used this table or his formal dining set in the dining room. Most of the time, we ate sitting at the bar stools on the other side of the counter. I moved to the fridge to grab beers for the 2 of us, but I stopped. Suddenly, the idea of beer made me ill. "Do you mind if we drink water instead?" Drinking wasn't something I did often, or really feel a strong need to do. But on a special occasion, like having dinner alone with Beckett, I'd have ordinarily been up for a drink. "Are you feeling all right?" he asked, his brow creased with concern. I nodded. "Yeah, I just feel a little queasy. I haven't eaten much today." He brushed the hair off my face. "Maybe we should take you back to the doctor. You should be feeling better by now. That's what he said at your follow-up appointment." "It's probably a cold or something." I nudged him toward the table. "Come on, you need to eat. I know for a fact you skipped lunch today to work on the proposal for the digital assistant project. Here you are, not feeling well, and you're trying to take care of me." I shrugged. "It doesn't always have to be one-sided. You said you wanted a partner, remember? That means we look after each other, not just you taking care of me." He smiled, the genuine kind I loved, where his shallow dimples peeked out and slight lines formed near his eyes. He opened his mouth, then something held him back from verbalizing whatever was on the tip of his tongue. Instead, he kissed me again. This kiss wasn't soft, but it also wasn't the consuming variety that made up our first few kisses.
His lips were firm and demanding, but he kissed me slowly with a depth of feeling I'd never experienced before. The words he hadn't been able to say poured into me with each press of his mouth against mine. I wanted the words, but I could give him the time to say them when he was ready. For now, it was enough I felt his love, and in his way he did tell me how he felt every time he insisted he wanted to take care of me. "We should eat before dinner gets cold," I said, slowing things down. He kissed me again, ignoring my protest. "We'll heat it up." With little effort, he hoisted me up and carried me down the hall to the bedroom.
Beckett. Cutting back at work was surprisingly easy. It helped that it gave me more time with Evie. She was right. We needed time. Time wouldn't fix everything, though. I was fairly certain the longer I went without telling her about Callie, it was more likely she wouldn't forgive me. She was just starting to open up to me, and if she found out about Callie, she'd only see me as someone capable of abandoning the woman they claimed to love. Would she wonder if I would do the same to her? The biggest factor in keeping my secret was I didn't know how I would deal with my guilt. Callie would spend the rest of her life in that facility. She wouldn't ever get married or have children. What right did I have to move on and have the life she wouldn't get to experience? It was hard to reconcile what I wanted with what I deserved. Despite how wonderful the last few weeks had been, I couldn't let myself relax completely. When I did, I nearly slipped and told Evie I loved her. She deserved so much better than a broken man who couldn't tell her how he felt. Evie was strong, smart, and determined. I'd grown to depend on her opinion to the point I wasn't sure how I'd ever run AG without her. It was her instincts that made it possible for me to work less. Yet, despite her maturity, she was still young. It made me feel like I was stealing her future from her. Right now, she didn't want children. But what if that were to change in the future? She was young enough. She might decide a few years from now she wanted a family of her own. I lay in the dark, hours before the sun would rise, and tried to talk myself into letting her go. She'd already tried to leave a couple times. It didn't matter what argument I made to myself, though, because the peace she brought to my life was necessary to me. Before her, my life was something I endured. I made money, more than I'd ever need. I had no interests outside of negotiating the next deal. The money I made sat in investments earning more money I would never spend. After meeting Evie, I wasn't as driven to chase the next contract. Spending time with her had become the most appealing prospect of my day. So, even though I knew it would be better for her if I let her go, I couldn't see myself ever being that unselfish. She stirred in her sleep, as if she could sense I wasn't sleeping soundly right next to her. I pulled her closer to me and buried my face in her hair. With her in my arms, I could breathe. The tightness in my chest I'd accepted as normal went away. Right or wrong, I planned to keep her.
Chapter 19. Evie. You've got a conference call this morning with Germany. This afternoon there's a board meeting, and I received a confirmation that your cousins will be attending, and your father. I filled Beckett in on the day's agenda as we rode the elevator up to the executive floor at 7 in the morning. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath in through his nose. I'm sure they just want to see if the perpetual bachelor is actually going to get married, or if they are going to get a payday. Most of my cousins are decent people, but fucking Franklin took after his father more than my Aunt Adela. I put my hand on his arm and looked up at him. You have nothing to worry about. His hands dropped to my waist, and he pulled me into an embrace. You've made your decision, then? Before I answered, a bell dinged, signaling the arrival of our floor, and the elevator door slid open.
He chuckled. After the romp in his office, I'd avoided anything more than an innocent touch while we were at the office. Saved by the bell, for now at least, he warned. I was glad the elevator interrupted us. It had been 2 months since the night he found me freezing, and the time we'd spent together since had been exactly what I needed. After he told Grace we wanted to enjoy being engaged for a few months before we started plans, she backed off. The only concession we had to make was the engagement party she was throwing for us on Friday. Getting married was a terrifying and exciting event. Nothing in my life up to this point had led me to believe in forever, and here I was preparing to promise another person exactly that. Except the thought of not having Beckett in my life made me feel sick to my stomach. We walked down the hallway to our connected offices. I've got something to show you in my office. I'll bet you do, I muttered, and passed my office to enter his first. In his office, he had a kitchenette in the corner. On the counter, he had a coffee maker set to start brewing coffee a few minutes before we arrived. The pungent aroma of coffee brewing filled the air. I wasn't a coffee drinker, but it had never turned my stomach before now. I ran to his ensuite bathroom and purged the meager contents of my stomach. He followed me in, and I feebly tried to wave him away. Of course he didn't listen. He held my long hair away and gently rubbed my back. When the urge to retch passed, I flushed and scooted away from the toilet. The odd thing was, away from the smell of coffee, I started feeling much better. He laid his wrist against my forehead. Are you feeling okay? My mind started cataloging symptoms rapidly. I'd been increasingly exhausted over the last couple of weeks. This was the first time I'd actually puked, but I'd been experiencing random bouts of nausea for the same amount of time. The biggest symptom was my period was late. Despite taking my birth control pill at exactly the same time every day without fail, it appeared I was one of the statistics for failure. I took a deep breath. I need to take a pregnancy test. He shook his head. It's not possible. Birth control does fail, and we haven't used condoms even once. I'd lecture myself about that later. I'd take a test, then go to a doctor, but I was suddenly very sure I was pregnant. His jaw clenched, and he nodded once. I'll have Rick go and pick some up now. There was a tense silence between us. I pulled my knees up to my chest and hugged them tight. He was so still, and he refused to look at me. We'd both basically said we didn't want children, but did he not want them to the point he'd reject me? I was starting to think he would. Time dragged on for an eternity, but it was probably only 10 minutes. Just as I was considering hiding in my office, Rick entered holding a small, discreet paper bag. My smile was awkward, but I managed to show him some gratitude. Thank you, Rick. That will be all. Beckett clipped out. Rick didn't respond to the brusque manner he spoke to him, only nodded and left. Once we were alone, I stood waiting for Beckett to leave. He didn't seem to take the hint. I'd just find another restroom to take the test if he was going to refuse to leave. Stay. I'll step out, he said, finally cluing in on my desire for privacy. I opened the box and took out one of the 2 tests. This was a fairly simple version, at least judging from the advertisements I'd seen on television. There were digital tests, but this would show 2 lines if pregnant and 1 if not pregnant. Stalling the inevitable, I read the directions twice. The only thing left was to take the test. Once I was finished, I set it on top of the directions, washed my hands, and set a timer for 3 minutes. Beckett was likely getting angrier, but I couldn't handle him at the moment. The timer dinged, and I held my breath and looked at the test. 2 pink lines were clearly visible. My knees threatened to buckle, but I stiffened my spine and exited the bathroom.
Beckett leaned against his desk, his arms crossed against his chest. His entire demeanor was closed off and hostile. I almost didn't want to share this with him, but he had a right to know. What happened after this moment was hard to say, but at least I knew it wouldn't be the worst thing I'd ever experienced. I held my head high, and I marched across the room until I was a couple feet away from him. "Well?" he demanded. "I'm pregnant." "Fuck!" He picked up a paperweight from his desk and threw it against the wall. I flinched and backed away from him. "I'm not exactly happy about this either," I shouted. "You don't see me throwing things, though. If you are that upset about it, don't worry. You don't have to do anything." "You're damn right I don't. Whose is it?" he shouted. My mouth fell open. It was one thing to be upset about such a huge life change, but to accuse me of cheating was too far. "It's yours, asshole, or rather, it's mine. Goodbye, Beckett." I turned to storm out of his office and walked straight into Coulter Grayson. "Hey!" He tilted my face up with his hands. "Why are you crying?" I shook my head and tried to hide my face. "Is it yours?" Beckett asked. Coulter tensed and put me behind him. "Is what mine?" "The baby. You've seemed more and more protective of her. Well, she's yours. They both are." "We've been friends for 30 years, and you think I'd go after your fiancé?" Coulter's tone was low, and if he weren't wearing a $1,000 suit, I'd have described him as deadly. I snorted. I was not his fiancé, not anymore. I slipped the ring off my finger and set it on the counter near the evil coffee maker. None of this matters to me anymore. For the second time, I turned to leave. "Wait," Coulter said, and reached out for my arm. He stared at me until I looked back at him. "You and I both know this is his baby. So, let's take a paternity test. There's one where all we have to do is a blood draw from you and a cheek swab from me. I can have the lab rush the results, and we should know tomorrow." Coulter turned to Beckett. "I'll do this, but so will you. God help you for the amount of groveling you will need to do to fix this one." "It's not mine." Beckett snarled and looked down his nose at me. "Oh, and pray, tell us how you are so certain," Coulter chided. "Because I had a vasectomy 3 years ago." Coulter shrugged. "Those can self-reverse, you know, or it could have never been successful and you didn't know it." "I'll take you to the lab," Coulter offered. I shook my head. "No, thank you. I don't want him accusing us of anything else. I'm going to call Jana. Could I use your phone, please?" I asked Coulter. He nodded and handed it to me. Thankfully, I'd memorized Jana's number. "What's wrong with yours?" Beckett asked. I glanced at him for the first time since I turned to leave the first time. "I'm leaving this building, and the only thing you've given me I'm taking are the clothes I'm wearing. No, actually, I'm taking the baby, too. Don't feel the need to check on me. I'm done." Jana pulled in front of the building like she had a couple of months earlier, only this time I took my time getting down to the first floor. He wouldn't chase me, not this time. I'd stupidly thought when I began this arrangement with him that I could walk away when it was done and not be impacted by this time. At worst, I thought I'd be nursing a broken heart. What a foolish girl I was. A tear streamed down my face when I realized I'd become the one thing I had spent 23 years running from, a Holmes woman. My grandma joked once that we were cursed in love. It appeared I'd be the third generation to be a single mother. Maybe God would be kind and give me a son. Nothing else, it seemed, would break this vicious pattern. Janet came up and hugged me. "Don't cry, please." She opened the passenger door and I climbed in. Coulter texted me the appointment time. We need to head straight there, and then you and I are going to get lost in the woods." "I'm pregnant. I don't think getting lost in the woods is a brilliant idea," I murmured. Come to think of it, getting lost in the woods sounded like a horrible idea all the time. She shrugged. "How about we go to an exclusive spa and turn off our devices then so no one can find us?" I looked out the window. I like that idea. Very much. About 30 minutes later, we pulled up to BioSolutions, and she found a parking space in the lot across the street. Coulter was already waiting for us inside. My heart rate picked up, but he shook his head. "He isn't here. I paid extra to have someone come and swab his cheek in the office." "I'm sure he didn't fight you on it," I said in a flat tone. Shock was setting in, but thankfully the urge to cry had fled. I wasn't feeling much of anything at the moment. Maybe spending a couple of days at a spa would be nice. Normally, I'd have fought her for paying for me to do something so extravagant, but my pride was something I couldn't afford at the moment. I was also going to have to take her up on the job offer she'd extended to me several times. At least, I hoped she still had a job to offer me. We'd pretty much settled on me going to work for her before I walked out of that club. But when I agreed to give Beckett time to make our relationship work, I'd put her off again. The procedure was as quick and easy as he said it would be. In less than 15 minutes, we were back out the door. Coulter grabbed me and hugged me. There wasn't a single part of me that felt anything other than comfort. "Keep your head up. We'll have the results by the end of the day tomorrow. He's going to come groveling back to you then," he promised. "I don't care. I can do this without him. I will do this without him. Goodbye, Coulter." He let me go and faced Jana. "Take care of her. She doesn't seem like herself." Jana laughed, but it sounded hollow and humorless. "Neither of you know her. 4 months doesn't give you enough insight to know how she responds to trauma." "You're absolutely right," he exhaled. "Don't cut me out too, Evie. I can't explain why, but I care about you a great deal. I'd like to be your friend if you'd let me." I didn't answer. "I'll call you, but not until tomorrow evening or even later. We're going to go off-grid for a while, just in case Assface comes to his senses and comes after her. I'm going to make sure she's out of his reach until she's starting to deal with this," Jana explained. "Let's hit the road," she said as Coulter strolled away. "I don't have anything," I muttered. "Not true. You have me. You'll come to work for me next week, and until then, we are going to let you process what's happened today." "I mean, I don't have clothes, a phone, nothing." "All of that can be replaced. I packed you some clothes you kept at my apartment from before Beckett Anderson blew up your life." "Thank you," I whispered. "I didn't figure you'd want anything he bought for you. Was I right?" she asked. "God, yes," I confirmed. She pushed the ignition button and slid her sunglasses down from the top of her head. "Well then, girlie, let's get lost." I hummed my assent, but I didn't need to drive anywhere to get lost. I already was.
Chapter 20. Beckett. Since yesterday, I'd vacillated between anger and sorrow. Her cheating on me didn't make sense. I'd been pretty sure she was falling for me. I'd felt her affection every day, especially since finding her on the bench that horrible night. More than that, though, when would she have had time? It didn't make sense. Coulter had said many times that she didn't care about my money. Hell, I was still trying to talk her into marrying me. She wasn't the type to try and trap a guy in a relationship, nor was it necessary. Like I already said, we were engaged. At least, we were engaged to be engaged. Then I remembered I had a vasectomy years ago to prevent this exact situation from arising. If she hadn't cheated on me, this should not be possible. I Googled vasectomy reversal and found the statistics on having the procedure surgically reversed. Then I tried vasectomy failure and sat back as the results showed it was possible, albeit rare, for a vasectomy to self-reverse. My research stressed the importance of the follow-up appointments to verify the success of the procedure. Other than checking to make sure I was healing properly, I hadn't followed up to verify if I was still producing sperm. A number of times since she left, I wanted to call her, but her phone was sitting on the counter of my office ensuite. She really didn't take anything with her. She even left her purse on the floor of the bathroom. The keys to my apartment were inside. Somehow I made it through the day. I'd have to hire another secretary, though, because my sour mood made the one Evie hired a couple of weeks ago run out of the building in tears. Coulter wasn't talking to me, and I wasn't so sure he wouldn't walk out of the building and not return. There was something odd between him and Evie, and as ashamed as I was that I spoke to them the way I did, I still couldn't stop the suspicions playing through my mind. The phone at my secretary's desk rang. After several rings, and no one went to answer it, I went out into the hall and answered it myself. "Anderson Global," I greeted. "Yes, hello. I'm calling for Beckett Anderson. I'm from BioSolutions and need to schedule an appointment with him." "This is Beckett," I grunted. "Can you come to the office in an hour?" "Yes," I agreed. Honestly, I had no idea if I was missing a meeting or had a clue about anything without Evie. I missed her. I wasn't even sure I cared what the results of the test were. I'd take her back no matter what. But if there was any chance my vasectomy had failed and she was having my baby, I wasn't sure there was anything I could do to earn her forgiveness now. I answered an email, then grabbed my keys and headed to the parking garage. In order to avoid having too much time to think about the things I'd said yesterday, I decided to keep myself as busy as possible. I cranked up the stereo as loud as I could stand and started trudging through rush-hour traffic. "What are you doing here?" Coulter demanded moments after I walked in the door. I hadn't seen him sitting in the corner, but he was obviously not pleased to see me. "They called me and told me to come in," I replied. An older gentleman in a lab coat called us both back to the office. "I'm sorry. This is very peculiar, and not usually our practice. But the results were very confusing, and I had some follow-up questions to try and make sense of them." We both followed him down a long hallway to what I assumed was his office. He motioned for us to take a seat in front of his desk. "Were we running 2 separate paternity tests?" Coulter's face reflected the same confusion I felt. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Well, we found 2 positive results. Which would you like to hear first?" he asked us. "Who is the father of the baby?" I demanded. "Oh, yes, of course. You, Mr. Anderson, were determined to be the father of the unborn child by 99.9%. "What is the other positive result?" Coulter asked. He was gripping the arms of the chair tightly, and it seemed he had some inkling what we were going to hear. "Mr. Grayson, you are the father of Ms. Holmes. Was that not what we were trying to determine? Like I said, these results were very bizarre, and we had never run a test on both a mother and an unborn child before." Without a word, Coulter got up and strolled out of the office. I chased after him and caught him as he was exiting the building. "Not now, Beck. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I should never have accused you of what I did. I feel disgusted with myself, especially considering... Yes, this is about you. You accused me of knocking up my daughter. A daughter I haven't known jack shit about for 23 years. But let's make this about you." He shoved past me, and I followed him. "You're right. This isn't about me. I can't imagine what you must feel. Can't you? You just learned you're going to be a father. The only difference is you still have time to do something about it. I've lost decades with my daughter. I'll never hold her as a baby, watch her grow up. And now I know what happened to my Jenny. She's been dead for 15 years, and I didn't know. He pulled at his hair with both hands. Fuck! Colt, I tried again. He rounded on me and knocked me on my ass. Just fucking leave me alone. I'm going to go find my daughter. I need to apologize to her. I started to pick myself up. You need to back off and leave her alone. You've done enough. I told you to figure your shit out, and instead, you made another fucking mess. Don't come near Evie until you can let Callie go.
Evie. Thank you. That was just what I needed, I said to Jana as she parked in the garage of her apartment building. I needed to get away too. I wish we could have stayed an extra day, but I actually have to attend the Thursday meeting my dad insists on. When you start on Monday, we are going to have to do a lot of work to fix the ad campaign by the idiot my dad hired to launch the new line of vodka. I rubbed my belly. Just as long as I don't have to test any of it. We took the elevator up to her floor. When the doors opened, we saw Coulter Grayson sitting on the floor by her apartment. He looked haggard, definitely not his usual polished, carefree self. Coulter? What are you doing here? I asked. Waiting for you, he said in a husky voice. If I didn't know better, I'd guess he'd been crying. You okay with talking to him? Janet asked. I nodded. Stay close? Try and stop me. He followed us into the apartment and walked to look out of the window. Are you all right? I asked. Your mother is Jenny Holmes, right? He asked. I nodded, then realized he was still looking out the window. Yes. I mean, she was. Right. Was, he muttered. Did she ever tell you who your father is? He asked. I sat down on the sofa. After finding out I was pregnant, breaking up with Beckett, and basically quitting my job, I wasn't really ready for the emotional cost to think about my mother. He was a boy she met this summer. She was 15. She said he was in town with a volunteer group building houses. She used to babysit for some kids in the neighborhood they were building in. They snuck around all summer. Even my grandma didn't know. I guess they promised to keep in touch, but she never heard from him again after he left. She didn't have his last name or his phone number, so there was no way to let him know he was a father. He seemed to hold his breath and let his head drop against the window. And after you were born? This was the hard part. It was one thing to tell yourself you didn't cause the problems in someone's life, but another to really believe them. My mother was wild, according to my grandmother. Impulsive and temperamental. During her pregnancy, those traits got worse. After I was born, she would disappear for days to weeks at a time. My grandma raised me. If we weren't as poor as we were, maybe she'd have gotten treatment for what was obviously mental illness. We weren't, though, and my mama went and treated herself. My accent was full-blown at the moment. I couldn't have controlled the twang in my speech any more than I could the tears running down my face. Why do you want to know about my mama? It isn't a happy story. It had a hard beginning with my granddad running out on my grandma, a hard middle with her becoming a teenage mom, and a tragic ending when she couldn't take it anymore. He turned away from the window and looked at me with bloodshot hazel eyes. She killed herself? I shrugged. I'm not sure she meant to, but the result was the same. Why are you here? I pressed. Beckett and I were called down to BioSolutions today. Turns out they had 2 sets of results for us. I know they told that dickhead he's going to be a father, or a sperm donor, rather. What were the other results? Evie, I'm your father. I shook my head. No, that's not possible. You're here, and we were in Kentucky. Where I went this summer before I turned 16 to build houses with a charity my parents were sponsoring. I'd gotten into some trouble the year before, and they insisted I needed to go and repair my image for the sake of the family. This isn't... Why didn't you call her? I wasn't sure I believed what he was telling me yet, but something about it felt true. I tried, dozens of times, but the number she gave me didn't work. I was never allowed to go to her house to pick her up because she didn't want her mom to know about me. She said that rich boys come into town and only want one thing from local girls. When I turned 18, I tried to search for her, but my parents found out and sent me to Europe. I tried over and over again. I found her at one point, but the investigator showed me pictures of her and a guy. He hung his head. I thought it was better to let her move on. It had been 4 years since I'd last seen her at that point. She obviously wasn't thinking about me anymore. But over the years, I thought I'd go and find her, sweep her off her feet and make it all up to her. I tried to find her again after I graduated college with my MBA. I was ready to take on the world, wrap it up, and give it to her. My investigator couldn't find her, though. Was that about 15 years ago? I asked quietly. He nodded, and I knew he'd already figured this part out. That's when she died. Why didn't my investigator turn up a grave? You called her Jenny. That was her nickname. If your investigator didn't search for Genevieve Holmes, he wouldn't have found her, and she doesn't have a proper headstone. There's a flat marker with her initials and date of death. That was all my grandma could afford. She was cremated, and her ashes were buried in the cemetery in Colville. How did he find her before if he was using the wrong name? He wondered aloud. I can't answer that for you. She was notorious in town, so he could have learned about her just by asking. You don't like talking about her, do you? He asked. I shook my head. She was ill my entire life. If I hadn't had my grandma, who knows where I'd be now? I feel bad for her. She never really had a good life, but being around her hurt. She forgot about me for long periods of time, and all I wanted was her attention. I pray she's at peace now. Lord knows she wasn't while she was alive. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be pushing you for information on her. You've had 15 years to come to terms with her being gone. For me, it just happened. This isn't all about her, though. I just got you, and you're already grown. Even still, I'd like to be your father, whatever that means at this point. I broke down in full-body shaking sobs. He rushed to my side and wrapped his arms around me. Shh, I'm here. I'll always be here if you'll let me. His words made me cry harder, which brought Jana rushing to the room. She shoved at him, trying to get him away. What did you say to her? Only the truth I found out today. She's my daughter. Jana stopped trying to push him away. Well, shit. I laughed through my tears. Pretty much. You've got a really hot dad, Jana blurted out. We all started laughing, and the pain lifted for a while. Coulter stopped laughing all of a sudden. What's wrong? I asked, trying to stop the nearly hysterical laughter.
I just realized I'm going to be a grandpa. I'm not even 40 yet.
Janet and I started laughing even harder.
Chapter 21. Beckett. I sat at my desk holding the diamond ring that had once belonged to my grandmother. This should still be on the hand of the woman I loved. It was my fucking luck I could admit I loved Evie once I was sure she would never be mine again. I hadn't shaved since the morning she left the building. I drank more than I had eaten, and I couldn't remember when I showered last. Probably the morning my life went to shit. The things I said to her were so much worse than telling Callie I needed space. I never accused her of cheating on me, though she had. Callie had given me every reason to be suspicious of her. I'd even seen her cheating with my own eyes, and every time she convinced me to forgive her. Evie did absolutely nothing wrong, and when her being pregnant didn't make sense in my stubborn head, I threw vile allegations at her. Of course, the man I accused her of having an affair with turned out to be her father. Speaking of Coulter, he hadn't spoken to me once since we got the results. I wanted to be there for him. He was right. I threw away 30 years of friendship, and as much as I wanted to turn to him for help right now, I wanted to be there for him while he dealt with learning the love of his life had been dead for the last 15 years. The phone in the secretary's station rang again. Ordinarily, I could have picked up the line from my office, but I trashed almost everything on my desk after I learned I was going to be a father, and I might never get to see my child. It wasn't like I could use my resources to manipulate her to see me. I was desperate enough to try anything at this point. But Coulter would make sure she could stay away from me forever, if that's what she decided she wanted. After a while, the ringing stopped. It had been ringing in shifts for the last couple of days. I ignored it. My cell phone had died and I left it uncharged. Evie's phone sat on the corner of my desk, so I knew it wasn't her. It would probably never be her again. I'm not sure how much time passed since the last time the phone rang. I managed to drink 4 glasses of scotch, so I hardly cared anymore. My mother burst into my office, and I had a flashback to high school. Callie convinced me to sneak out and go to a party in an abandoned warehouse with her. I was so drunk, we ended up sleeping in my car in the parking lot. The next morning, I tried to sneak back in, but my mother was waiting for me in my room as I tried to crawl in through my window. She seemed less pissed off then.
Beckett Nathaniel Anderson, I've been trying for 3 days to get a hold of you and Evie. Where is she?
She finally took in my appearance.
Oh, no. What did you do?
Why do you assume it was me? I slurred. It was, of course, but as my mother, would it have been so hard to give me the benefit of the doubt?
Because I've watched you two together now for the last few months. It was so clear she was waiting and hoping for you to open up to her, and you were determined to keep her at arm's length.
I set the glass I held on my lap on top of the table and rested my head in my hand. She's never going to forgive me.
Did you cheat on her?
She asked softly. My head jerked up.
What? No, I'd never.
Then she'll forgive you. I sneered and fought the urge to lash out at the one person who'd never been on the receiving end of my ill temper. I was losing that battle. You think so? So, she'll forgive me for accusing her of screwing my best friend and getting knocked up? My mom flinched, but I kept going. I threw back the last swallow of scotch and set the glass down with a thump against my antique desk. I made her and Coulter take a paternity test. I laughed, but it sounded deranged to my own ears. He learned. He's a father, all right. She dropped down into one of the chairs on the other side of my desk, reached for the bottle of scotch, and took a hearty swallow directly from it. Oh, shit. I'd never heard her curse before, and I never saw her drink more than a glass of wine at a benefit. I passed her a clean glass from the drawer where I kept the bottle. She poured a couple of fingers and tossed that back as well. So, she had cheated on you. I'm so sorry. I just find it so hard to believe. She hiccuped, but still poured herself another glass. No, she's pregnant with my child. Her nose scrunched up. I'm confused. You said Coulter learned he was a father. Yeah. I poured another glass for myself and held it up in a mock cheers. He's Evie's father. Together we drained our glasses. Before I could pour another, she took the bottle away and set it on the floor. We're going to need our wits to figure a way to fix this disaster you've made of your life. I can't see how any of this is fixable. Coulter isn't even speaking to me. She rolled her eyes, an action she'd have considered undignified without several shots of scotch coursing through her. Can you blame him? Not only has he been your best friend since you were in grade school, but he's her father as well. I can't figure out why you'd think she cheated on you. I winced and wished she hadn't taken the bottle away from me. Well, 3 years ago I had a vasectomy. She nodded, reached down and grabbed the bottle, swallowing more. If I remember this conversation later, I want to be able to convince myself I was drunk and confused. If I do remember, I'm telling your father. Then he is going to kill you, and Lord help me, son, I will carry the shovel. What do I do? I begged. First, you need to make up with Coulter. If I know that boy at all, he's with her now making up for lost time. You'll never get around him, so you're going to need his approval. Then what? I asked. Better start some coffee and I'll order us some food. We've got some thinking to do, she said, digging her phone out of her giant bag.
Evie. You aren't coming back to work, are you? Coulter, who I wasn't ready to think of as Dad, asked. Jana wants me to join her marketing team. It's actually what my degree is in, so it does make sense. Jana came in from the kitchen and handed me a bottle of water and a large pill. It's always made sense. I've seen your portfolio and have always wanted you on my team, but you didn't believe me. I pride myself on scouting the best talent, especially the undiscovered ones. Then, when I win awards for my advertising campaigns, it's so much sweeter. I held the giant horse pill in my hand, wondering why she thought I needed to swallow something that large. What is this? It's your prenatal vitamin. I called my OB and got you an appointment for tomorrow. I may have forged your signature on a medical release so she could get the results from the clinic. She pointed at Coulter. I see that side-eye, Gramps. She was napping, and Dr. Ramsey had an opening. She doesn't have another one for months. That obviously won't work. She's the best in the state. Would you have had me pass or wake her up? Thank you for taking care of that for me. All of this is so overwhelming. How... Jana put her hand over my mouth. Do not ask how you're going to do this alone. I'll cut you. I don't care if you're pregnant. Where did you learn to be a lady? The docks? Coulter quipped. Don't superimpose that misogynistic bullshit on me, Grandpa. Just because I have a vagina doesn't mean I give a shit about which fork I'm supposed to use or how to serve tea. I'm a businesswoman in a world run by men." "Why do you insist on calling me Grandpa?" he snapped. She blinked up at him. "Would you rather I called you Daddy?" "I think I threw up in my mouth," I muttered. "Move in with me," Coulter blurted out. "I missed out on years, and I'd love for us to have some time to be a family." A nervous chuckle burst past my lips. "I think I'm a little old to move in with my dad." "Don't worry, he isn't really upset. He just wants to spend less time around me." Jana winked at me. She grew more serious and studied me for a few moments. "I honestly don't know how I didn't see it from the beginning. Evie, you look just like him." My mom was fair, blonde, and had the palest blue eyes I'd ever seen. She looked like a fairy princess from a cartoon. My grandmother had gone mostly gray by the time I was in school, but she had the same light complexion as my mother. Her eyes were a little darker, and her skin freckled from the sun, but it was clear where my mother got her looks. Then I came along with thick, dark hair and hazel eyes that seemed to be either dark brown or dark green when the light hit them. My skin was the only thing that I seemed to have inherited from my mother, because Coulter seemed to have a perpetual tan, despite the sun hiding behind clouds almost constantly since September. I put my hand on my belly. I wonder who my baby will take after. His jaw clenched. "As much as I hate it, we can't shut him out forever." I opened my mouth to protest, but he held up his hand. "I'm not by any means telling you to go back to him. If you decide you want to, I'll support you, but not until he crawls. But he is the father of your baby. I'd have liked all those years with you, and I have to see him because I work with the bastard." "Tomorrow night is supposed to be my engagement party." He shook his head. "I can tell Grace and Fitz to pass along your apologies and tell everyone you're ill." "I can't do that to them. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, though. What happens if the rest of Beckett's family learns our engagement is off?" I asked. He exhaled. "Then they are going to try and seize control of the company. Once they have the majority vote or can manage to form a consensus against Beckett, both he and I could be cast out." I chewed on the corner of my lip. "So, how do I go to this party and pretend to be engaged to a man I'd like to strangle?" Janice smiled. "I'll show you what I do when Marjorie tries to set me up with the son of a business partner or to convince me to join the junior league." He stood up. "Let me handle Beckett. Hopefully, you won't learn to swear like a sailor under her guidance." I smiled sweetly, and with a purposefully thick twang, I said, "Why, bless her heart." I dramatically placed my hand over the center of my chest. "I reckon she just don't know any better. I'll pray for her." He shook his head and smiled. "That's the first time I saw your mother in you." The jovial look fell off my face. "It's a good thing," he told me. "I'd like to introduce you to the Jenny Holmes I knew. Would you take a trip with me this weekend after the party?" "Where are we going?" I asked, afraid I knew the answer. "Kentucky. I want to do something for your mom. I owe her so much more, but I can make sure she has a headstone." He looked away, and I watched his throat bob up and down, likely trying not to cry. I didn't have any such aversion to the tears that flowed silently down my face. Perhaps it was time I forgave her. If I could let go of my anger for her, there was a chance I'd be able to forgive Beckett. Forgetting feeling abandoned, though, that I might never be able to do.
Chapter 22. Beckett. I pulled at my bow tie and fought the urge to grab a glass of champagne off a tray every time a waiter passed by. It took most of the day to kill the hangover from hell I woke up with. But if she didn't show up soon, I was going to drown myself in whiskey. People were starting to give me pitying looks, as well they should. I was alone at my own engagement party. The ring she left on the counter was burning a hole in my pocket. My mom promised me she would be coming to the party, but I was seriously starting to doubt it. 30 minutes into the party, and she finally breezed through the door, escorted by her father. It was going to be hard to think of him that way. Did the bride-to-be just enter the party on the arm of another man? Someone whispered behind me. I grimaced. It was going to be interesting to explain to the guests. Not that I normally gave a shit what other people thought. This time, though, I did need to consider how my cousins were perceiving everything, since fighting off their claim to the company was now something I had to be concerned with. Jana entered immediately after they did and stepped forward to take Coulter's other arm. He scowled down at her, which made her smile brighter. I'd have to remember to thank her, because it looked less like Evie was attending our party with another date. Coulter led both women straight to where I was awkwardly standing alone. "Beckett?" Evie greeted stiffly. "I'm glad you came," I admitted. "Come on, Gramps, dance with me," Jana said, pulling on the lapels of Coulter's tux. "Stop fucking calling me that," he seethed quietly. She pouted. "Okay, Daddy, show me how it's done." I scowled at them as she pulled him away. What the hell is going on with them? Evie rolled her eyes. "They act like they hate each other." "That's not hate, that's lust. Is it weird that your dad might hook up with your best friend?" She shrugged. "It's still weird having a dad, especially a really young one." I took her hand and exhaled when she didn't pull it away. "How are you? Do you really care?" Still holding her hand, I led her out to the dance floor. I'd use any excuse to hold her in my arms again. "I really do. I owe you so many apologies. You never deserved the things I said. The pathetic thing is that I knew you hadn't cheated on me, but I was terrified." "Of what? It isn't like you aren't an adult with the means to care for a child." "That's the thing. I'm scared I'm not good enough for you, and now there's an innocent baby who will depend on us. What if I let you both down? I already have. I don't deserve you, but I want you." "Is that all? You want me? I know you want me, bent over your desk or against a window. But I need you to love me. I won't accept anything less." "You won't get anything less. I know this won't make sense, but I reacted so badly because I do love you." She tried to pull away, but I held on to her out of desperation. "You're right, it doesn't make sense. I don't deserve for you to love me. You only do because you have no idea how badly I've hurt other people who've loved me." "Take a chance then and tell me," she demanded. I nodded. My father clanged a butter knife against the flute of champagne. Usually I'd have been irritated at being interrupted, but it felt like a reprieve. Until I spoke the words, I could fool myself into believing we were fixable. Once she heard how I destroyed the first woman to ever love me, she'd run to save herself, or at least she should. "My wife Grace and I would like to thank all of you for joining us tonight at the celebration of Beckett and Evelyn's engagement. I feel like we've been waiting for him to choose a bride forever." He laughed at his own joke. Coulter lifted a glass. "Well, it might feel like forever to you, but I feel like I only got my daughter a few days ago." "Ugh, he's got dad jokes now," Evie whispered to me. "Maybe I should brush up on those myself," I teased her. She looked up at me. I watched hope and confusion wage war for dominance on the expression on her face. Beck, shh. I kissed her. Don't tell me we can't be together. You love me, and you're carrying my child. I'm not sure love is enough, Beck. She pushed back from me and walked away. That was pathetic, Coulter said, appearing suddenly right behind me. What do you suggest? I snapped. I thought you were an expert in hostile negotiations. What I need is to get her alone for a few days so she can't keep running away from me, I grumbled. Leave that to me, he promised. Why are you helping me? He slapped my shoulder. Because, despite you being a dick the other day, you've been my best friend for 30 years. That's worth something. You're a good man, most of the time, and you'll make my daughter happy. She deserves that. Besides, I'm angrier at myself at the moment. Evie grew up without a dad, and Jenny never got the help she needed. All because I was too stupid to make sure I knew how to stay in touch with her after I left Kentucky that summer. And I'll never get another chance. I won't let my daughter live with those kind of regrets.
Evie. There was more than one kind of dancing I had to do at the party. There was the literal version, which was awkward and wonderful, since I longed to be held by Beckett and dreaded it at the same time. I hadn't realized how much I missed him until I saw him. I loved every version of him. Up until now, I thought casual Beckett was my favorite, since he so rarely took time off from work to relax. Of course, seeing him in a power suit on a daily basis wasn't a hardship, but he was lethal in a tux. Seeing him like that sparked James Bond fantasies. Still, despite how badly I wanted him, I didn't trust him not to hurt me again. So I spent half of the evening trying to remain engaged in conversations with others to avoid having to dance with him when I could. I knew there was a lot on the line, not just for Beckett, but for Coulter and everyone who worked at Anderson Global. The other issue I was dancing around was my relationship with Coulter. Every guest seemed curious to know why I entered the party with someone other than the groom. I wasn't sure if he was ready to tell the world I was his daughter. That was until his toast, but that served to get more people talking than it did to clear up anything. His parents were watching me from across the room, and I wasn't sure how they'd take it, since he hadn't spoken about them yet. Sabrina found me near the bar about an hour into the party. I've been trying to make my way over to you all night. Every time I get close, one of those rich dicks propositions me or asks me for a refill of their drink. Fitz and Grace invited their extended family, which included Beckett's cousins. Franklin thought the invitation extended to his entourage of middle-aged frat boys. They were crass, loud, and entitled. Oddly, I didn't think any of them had any wealth of their own to justify their sense of social superiority, not that anything ever justified it. "I've missed you at work," she said, bringing me back to the moment. I opened my mouth to answer, but she shook her head, stopping me. "I know. You don't have to say it. I also assume you aren't coming back, are you?" "No. I'm going to work with Jana." I just had to tell Beckett officially. "How did you find out?" "There were enough people in the office building that it's gotten back to me. I don't think they're openly gossiping, but I'm your dad's assistant, so they figured I needed to know." She playfully bumped me with her shoulder. "How weird was that?" "About as weird as you can imagine, finding out that your fiancé's best friend is your father. Oh, and finding out because said ex-fiancé accused you of sleeping with his best friend. So you take a paternity test you know is not going to be positive. Or at least I thought it wouldn't be. I certainly didn't expect it to come back telling me he was my father." She frowned. I knew you were pissed, but I'd hoped there was a chance you two would work it out." "I honestly don't know how that's possible," I admitted. She bit her lip, I suspected, to prevent herself from saying something she felt she shouldn't. "What is it?" I pushed. "You two didn't really know each other for very long," she began. I looked around us and made sure our conversation wasn't being overheard. "True, and another reason we shouldn't be getting married." She shrugged. "There's love between you, but no history. I can understand why you are wary, but don't pass up a lifetime for one bad moment." "You think I should forgive him?" I can't tell you how to feel, but considering he had been snipped, can you blame him for being suspicious? Maybe it would have been better if you'd dated for a while, taken a more normal route to getting engaged, but that isn't your story." I groaned. "You aren't supposed to make sense. I can't argue with logic and reason." "Oh, be mad. He was a dick from all I've heard. But was it so unforgivable to live without him and have your child not have him in their life?" she asked. "If it were just this, then no. But he's closed off. Yes, I love him, but he doesn't love me. Why should I fight for a one-sided relationship?" Sabrina seemed to stare at something across the room. I followed her gaze and noticed Beckett had been watching us. "If you think he doesn't love you, then you need to pay attention to what he does more than what he says. That man loves you."
Beckett. I waited, impatiently, for Sabrina to move along. I didn't want to interrupt a conversation with her friend after she dutifully and gracefully networked with all the stuffy people my parents invited to this party. Looking around the room, and I couldn't even find a handful of people I considered friends. Coulter was about it. It was never more apparent that I needed to work less. Both women looked my way and caught me blatantly watching Evie. I didn't look away or pretend I was looking at something else. She was my entire world, and it was time I stopped hiding that from her. I thought for a long time I was afraid of the damage I could do to another person. But the truth was I was terrified of getting hurt again. I was done pretending I was saving her by hiding how I felt. The only thing I actually accomplished was to hurt us both. Evie and Sabrina hugged, which seemed to be the end of the conversation. I began moving across the room, but I watched Matilda swoop in and introduce herself to Evie. We dated a few times, at my parents' encouragement. They saw the daughter of a friend. I saw a social climber who wanted my last name and bank account, but had little interest in me as a person. I could only imagine what kind of conversation she wanted to have with the woman I intended to marry. I knew Evie wouldn't argue with me in front of company, so I headed for them and put my arm around her shoulder. I expected her to stiffen at my touch, but she seemed to relax into my side. Forgetting Matilda was there, I placed a chaste kiss to the top of her head. "I've missed you," I whispered. I wanted her to understand I didn't speak those exact words to sell an image to our guests, and that I meant more than for the last 20 minutes we'd been apart during the party. "Hello, Beckett," Matilda greeted me. "I was just introducing myself to your lovely, young fiancé." "I'm surprised to see you here," I said, ignoring her snide comment. "Really? Our parents are still friends?" She looked at Evie, and I noticed a mean smirk threaten to ruin her facade of pleasantry. "Beckett and I go way back. Our parents run in the same circles." "Huh. I wonder why he's never mentioned you." Evie shot back. "I do know someone who also has a history with you. I believe I saw you at Marjorie Easton's benefit several months ago." Matilda's polite facade slipped, but she managed to fix her expression. Yes, I was there. I didn't realize you were. I guess I was too busy catching up with Beckett to pay attention to little girls. Matilda, we didn't speak at the benefit and you know it. Furthermore, Evie knows it since I spent the evening flirting with her. Stop making it sound like you know anything about my life, I interrupted. She shrugged one slim, bare shoulder. Once I thought I was too young for you, but I guess I wasn't young enough, it seems. You always did like your secrets. Matilda turned to Evie. He's pretty tight-lipped about most things, isn't he? I mean, he doesn't exactly broadcast where he goes every Friday night. Most women tend to object when their fiancé visits their high school sweetheart for hours every week. My guess is you don't know about it. Evie went rigid under my arm, but otherwise there was no indication she was bothered by what she just heard. Well, he has a good reason for visiting. I trust him. I don't have to know every detail to know he wouldn't hurt me in the way you're implying. Now, if you'll excuse us, we really should speak to more of our guests before they start leaving. What a vile bitch, she muttered under her breath. How could you have dated a shrew like that? She asked once we were far enough away. I went on a couple of arranged dates with her. I didn't date her. I didn't miss saying she trusted me, even if she didn't know everything. It was what I should have given her. When we were far enough away, she quickly rounded on me. I'm assuming whatever she was referencing is about this person you let down, that you've never wanted to talk to me about? I nodded. This was it, the moment I'd been fearing. How I handled this conversation could very well determine if I got to live my life loving Evie up close or from afar. The only thing I was certain of was I loved her, and I'd fucked up so many times in the months we'd known each other. My first question is, why does that bitch get to know and I don't? I shook my head. I have absolutely no clue how she knows anything. We actually don't go back very far at all. I mean, our parents are friends, and I guess I would run into her from time to time since I was a teenager. But I never spent much time with her. We went out a few times after I graduated from college, but as you can see, she's vile, and I could barely make it through dinner. Dates my parents insisted on. I'm tired. Can you make my apologies? I need to go home and stop thinking so much for a little while, she said, and started to leave. I grabbed her elbow, holding her in place. I feel like you're not saying good night, but goodbye. Beck, I'm tired. Just let it sit for tonight. Coulter stepped out of the ballroom. He seemed to quickly assess that things were breaking down. He tipped his chin toward his daughter, then motioned toward the door. After 30 years, I knew what he was signaling me to do. I just hoped he knew what he was doing, because this was going to piss her off. Gently, I hoisted her up. I'll let you rest, but you aren't running away from me. We are going to go somewhere and work this out. It isn't running when you push me away over and over again, she squealed when I started moving quickly toward the door. You aren't seriously kidnapping me, are you? Thinking about what Coulter said, I told her, think of it as a hostile takeover.
Chapter 23. Evie. Put me down, you idiot! I screamed when we cleared the building. I'm not sure why I waited until we were out of earshot of our party guests. I also decided that my new father was dead to me. I saw him standing there, and he did nothing as Beckett swooped me off my feet and carried me away. Beckett didn't seem to know what he was doing after we made it outside. At least I knew he hadn't premeditated my abduction. If there was one thing he desperately needed to do, it was to step away from the rigidly controlled version of himself. It wasn't who he really was, but he was terrified of what would happen if he let go. Apparently, letting go meant committing a felony. I started to relax, thinking he'd put me down now that he realized it was foolish and impulsive, certainly two things he avoided being at all costs. Then Coulter pulled up in his SUV, and I realized he had no intention of letting me walk away from him. My asshole father got out and ran around the car to open the door to the back seat. "Let's go before your parents come out." "What the actual fuck is happening? Why are you helping him?" I demanded of Coulter. He climbed into the driver's seat and looked back at me. "I'm helping you. I'm still a bit mad at him myself, but I know he's a good man. I wasn't there for you growing up, but my grandchild's father is going to be. If he says or does anything to hurt you again, I'll help you bury him where no one will find his body." I sat back and crossed my arms. It wasn't like I was in any danger. Well, not physical danger. My heart was a totally different story. "I'm going to hold you to that, Daddy dearest." He scowled at me in the rearview mirror. "I feel like I'm experiencing your teenage years all at once." "Oh, this isn't me being a petulant teenager. This is 100% hostile adult woman. It's what's to be expected when your father helps his best friend kidnap you." Beckett tried hard not to laugh, but a low chuckle still escaped. "You think that's funny?" Coulter demanded. He, on the other hand, did not appear as amused as his friend. "Has it occurred to you that my kid is going to call you Grandpa?" Beckett asked in a voice that wavered with the effort to keep from laughing more. Coulter shook his head. "This gets more fucked up every minute." He pointed at Beckett in the mirror. "You call me Gramps, and I will punch you." "Can the two of you work out the details of your bromance later? One of you better tell me where you are taking me." "I actually have no idea," Beckett answered. "And you're fine with him driving us to—" I looked out the window. "Are we heading into the mountains?" Beckett shrugged. "I trust him." He looked pointedly forward, and Coulter caught his eyes, then nodded. At least they'd managed to work through the damage made by Beckett's accusations. Coulter looked over his shoulder at me for 1 second. "We're going to my cabin up in Snoqualmie Pass." Just what I always wanted, a mountain getaway with my baby daddy and my dad, I mumbled. Beckett growled, but Coulter stopped him. "You'll get your chance to make your case, just not right now." "I'm not going anywhere with him until he tells me where he goes every Friday," I announced. "Shit," Coulter blurted out. "That answers that question," I said to myself. "You know." He nodded. I turned to Beckett. "So, what is this? Get involved with a young girl because she's too naive to notice you still have someone on the side? What kind of woman accepts seeing you once a week and lets you fucking marry someone else?" Coulter had pulled off onto a gravel road. A large A-frame cabin appeared between the trees. One side of it opened up to the lake, gently lapping against the wooden dock protruding into the water. The other side stared directly at a peak of the mountain. There was a light on inside, so there was obviously power. When he said cabin, I was starting to fear he was taking me to a cedar shack out in the middle of nowhere with an outhouse and an outdoor pump for water. Given the fact it was January, an outhouse was not going to work. I had to visit the bathroom much more than I ever had before in my life, and from what the books I've been reading said, it was only going to get worse. The moment the SUV stopped, I jumped out and started walking back down the road. We were a few miles from the town we passed through, but perhaps I'd come across another house along the road and could use their phone. It was a stupid plan, but I was committed to it. "Where are you going?" Beckett shouted. I didn't answer, only kept walking down the road. "Stop! The only house on this road on the way into town is the one owned by Coulter's parents." "He's telling you the truth. That's where I'm staying tonight." Coulter came over to me. "Give him a chance to explain." He put a new cell phone in my hand. "If he tells you everything, and you still want to leave, I'll come back and get you." "You weren't supposed to drop me off in the middle of the woods with him by myself," I grumbled. He hugged me, which felt equal parts awkward and like I'd come home. We'd have to work on it. "I would do anything to have a second chance with your mom. Don't make my mistakes," he whispered into my hair. "Okay," I whispered back. When he put it like that, I would try. I owed it to my baby to give it a chance to have its father in their life.
Beckett. After talking with her father, she walked into the house, still ignoring me. "She agreed to stay and hear you out. You've got one shot at this. I told her if you explained and she still wanted to leave, I'd come back and get her. Don't fuck up anymore. You are out of chances." Coulter slapped me on the back and went back to the car. I hoped there were still clothes in the house. The last thing I wanted was to spend the night in a tux. Inside the house, I found her pacing in front of the large window that looked out on the lake. It reminded me of another time in front of a window, and I had to move away from her to collect myself. The bedrooms were all on the second floor. I went to Coulter's room and found he had left clothes behind. I was a little taller, but not so much that it made a big difference in fit. Coulter's younger sister, Waverly, sometimes came up here with him. He liked to be able to get away at a moment's notice, so generally there were enough clothes for everyone for an impromptu weekend trip. I found a change of clothes in her room and brought them down to Evie. "I thought you'd want to get out of that gown." "Thank you," she said, finally speaking to me. "Your aunt's room is on the right of the staircase." I'd already changed, so I started working on getting a fire going and using my phone to make a video call to the nurse in charge at Callie's care facility. The call connected just as Evie descended the stairs. I muted myself and faced her. "I'll answer any questions you have after the call. I do go and visit my high school girlfriend almost every Friday. I don't know how Matilda found out about it. I certainly never told her. Before you judge, I want to introduce you to Callie." Evie moved closer but didn't speak. I unmuted the video call. The nurse came into view. "She's had a bad day today, Mr. Anderson." "I'd really like to introduce her to my fiancé, if she can chat for just a minute." "I think she can handle it for a short period of time." She moved the phone so that Callie came into the picture. Evie gasped, but otherwise didn't say anything. It never escaped me how different Callie was from the girl I knew. She had to have help eating because her fine motor skills weren't very good. She was very thin, and since she didn't get much exercise, her muscles lacked tone. Instead of 38, she looked both younger and older. The result was unsettling. "Hey, Callie," I greeted. I fought the urge to talk to her like she was a child, although I wasn't sure if it would make a difference to her either way. "This is the woman I was telling you about, Evie." She looked into the camera, which let me know that she really did understand a lot more than I'd previously thought. "Hi," Evie greeted softly. Callie looked back toward me, and her lips twitched. It could just be wishful thinking, but it seemed like she was trying to smile. Evie looked at me and nodded.
Would it be all right if I came and met you in person the next time Beck comes to visit?
Again, Callie's lips twitched.
I'm going to let you and Beck chat. I'll visit you properly soon,
Evie said, and stepped out of the video frame. As usual, it was a one-sided conversation, therefore I didn't extend it too long. I ended the call when she started squirming in her seat. That's the old girlfriend I spend Friday nights with. I hope you aren't still threatened by her.
Do you still love her?
She asked. I sat down on the arm of the sofa. That's a hard question to answer. I still care about her as someone who has been in my life for 20 years. If you are asking if I wish we were still together, the answer is no.
What happened to her?
She tried to kill herself. We had a fight toward the end of our senior year, and I told her I needed time to myself. Everything was always up and down with her. I needed some peace, but instead it's been an unending nightmare.
You blame yourself for what she did, don't you?
It was my fault. I should have known she wasn't in a good place and gotten her help instead of pushing her over the edge. Evie came closer to me and put her hand on the side of my face.
You didn't make her ill, and you certainly didn't make her try and take her own life.
You really don't think this is my fault?
Do you think it's my fault that my mom killed herself?
Of course not. You were a child. She pushed my hair out of my face and ran her hands through the strands.
So were you.
I shook my head. It's not the same thing. I was 18 and legally an adult.
You're in high school and barely a man at that point. Besides, even if it happened today, it still wouldn't have been your fault. You have many gifts, but reading women enough to know what we are thinking is not one of them.
She dropped her hand and paced away from me.
This is the reason you have been pushing me away? Did you think you'd cause me to kill myself?
I shrugged. I think at first it's what I thought would happen. But really, I was afraid of getting hurt. With Callie, we were young, and everything was so new. I thought it was love. But since I met you, I realized nothing I had with her even came close to what we have. I feel guilty, because she's never going to have more than the life she's living right now. I drove her to try and kill herself, and we didn't even have the real thing. Evie walked back to me, and I pulled her into my arms. I'd expected her to run away when she found out about Callie, but she surprised me. She was always doing the opposite of what I expected.
You didn't drive her to kill herself. It sounds like she is mentally ill.
Are you really okay with me visiting her? I asked. She thought for a moment.
Yes. You aren't the type of man to abandon someone who needs you. But I don't want you using that poor woman to torture yourself anymore. She's a part of your life. Then we both go sometimes. You need to bring life to her, not continue to dredge up the trauma.
I nodded, dropped my head to her chest, and held her against me. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you before. I love you. I want you to come home, and I want to marry you.
I love you too, but I'm not going to move back in with you. I've realized something, especially tonight.
Whatever it was, I would change her mind. What is it? My voice came out raspy from the strain I felt in my throat.
If we knew each other better, if we had more of a history, a lot of the misunderstandings we've had could have been avoided. Yes, we love each other, but if we don't build a stronger foundation, we're going to ruin our relationship.
What are you saying? I felt a flicker of hope, but I wasn't sure where we stood. She loved me, but she wouldn't come back to me. I'm going to stay with Jana for a while longer, and we are going to date like we should have before you moved me out of my apartment without talking to me. I lifted my head and looked her in the eyes. You really need this? She nodded. For me, your accusations felt like the end. I couldn't imagine how we moved on from that, even though I knew what the results were going to be. Tonight, Sabrina told me it wasn't that crazy you were suspicious considering you had a vasectomy. Does everyone in the office know? She gave me a withering look. When you throw things and shout, it tends to get people's attention. Anyway, she said if we'd known each other longer, maybe you wouldn't have jumped straight to the wrong conclusion. I knew that wasn't true, though. I've known Coulter almost my entire life, and I accused him. True, she conceded. But that's where the familiarity is important. He knew you well enough to fight for your friendship. We aren't going to develop 30 years' worth of history, but we need something more than sex to hold us together. I stroked my hand against her lower abdomen. Don't we already have something more? I want us to be married. I want to raise our child together. Children aren't enough to make couples stay together. My family tree is filled with single mothers. Besides, we have months before this baby is here. This once. Will you please give me time? So instead of being at my beck and call, you want me to be at yours? I asked. Sounds good to me. I'll try. I promised.
Evie.
Making up didn't take as long as my father expected. Not that I would share the details of making up with him.
Say it again,
I asked. I love you. I'll tell you every day, all day for the rest of our lives. Right now, I'd like to show you.
I grabbed his hair and kissed him. He wasn't used to me taking the lead and fell backwards onto the couch with me on top. His leg pressed up against the juncture of my thighs, and I bore down to chase the feeling of pleasure spreading through my body. Shamelessly, I rode his leg while he nibbled at my neck. In a matter of a couple of minutes, I was riding the crest of an orgasm, and he'd yet to remove even a single item of my clothing.
I've read about this. How are you? He asked.
My face felt hot, a little embarrassed, and still really horny. I might have normally been embarrassed to admit that, but it felt like if I didn't have him inside of me soon, I'd burn up. We yanked at each other's clothes. Every time we were together before, he exhibited masterful control. That was not the case this time, as he seemed as needy as I was. He turned us so that he was sitting up, and I kneeled to straddle him. He fisted one hand in my hair, and the other fell to my hip. Then, in one swift movement, he guided me down as he thrust up to meet me. My eyes rolled back as I absorbed the sudden fullness and pleasure radiating from my core. Despite the fact I was on top, he was still very much in control, and he guided my hips as I rose and fell on top of him. His hot mouth fell to my breast, and he sucked my nipple. It bordered on rough, but it was exactly what I wanted. I tried to hold his head in place, but he moved to the other breast to give it the same attention. I began to roll my hips faster and faster. The need to come was all-consuming. My movements became harder, and soon his moans and grunts were mingling with mine as I drove us higher and higher. My release came first, and I collapsed against him completely spent.
One more,
he demanded, and maneuvered us until I was laying on my back on the couch. There was no possible way I had any more left, but he still felt so good inside of me I wasn't going to ask him to stop. His hips slammed into me in a deliciously punishing rhythm.
From this angle, he managed to hit just the right spot deep inside, and every cliché suddenly made sense. I saw stars, fireworks, everything as I felt him shudder and pulse inside of me. For a long time after, we lay still and held each other. The fire he started crackled and filled the room with an orange glow. He rose and helped me up. "Let's go get cleaned up." We walked up the stairs, and he led me into a large bathroom. There was a garden tub in front of the window. It had mountains frosted on the glass that strategically hid bathers from view of any boaters that passed by. Beckett turned on the faucet and poured some fragrant oil into the tub. He helped me in and climbed in behind me. The warm water made me drowsy. "Lay your head back on my shoulder," he said quietly. He didn't need to tell me twice. I rested my head in the crook of his neck and lounged while he slowly soaped up my skin. He paused for a moment and turned my face back to look at him. "I really did miss you." "I missed you, too." "Then why can't we stay like this? I want you home, Evie. I want every minute of every day with you. I'll apologize forever for being an idiot, but please, just come home with me." "Beck, I love it when you call me that." "I need this time. We need it. I need you to trust me." "I do," he argued. "Until the next time," I persisted. "There won't be a next time." I exhaled. "I'm going to need you to prove it." Chapter 24. Evie. Monday rolled around too quickly, and I was on my way with Jana to start my new job as her marketing assistant. It was such a different environment than going to the office with Beckett. He liked to show up before anyone else, and Jana didn't worry about that. By the time she strolled in, everything was in full swing. She believed in delegating authority and built a team she trusted. I should say mostly trusted. Recently, her father hired Chad Kimball, his sister's son. Jana wasn't thrilled to be working with her cousin. Naturally, he was assigned to her team. She gave me a tour of the office and walked me through the current ad campaigns back in her office. We started to dig into the most pressing project when her father walked in unannounced with Chad. "Chad would really like to work on our most important campaign. I'd really like him properly trained if he's going to take over the division." "What division?" she asked. The way she clutched her fists at her side signaled that she already knew the answer. "This one, sweetie. Don't you think it's time you settled down?" "So I can't work and can instead have a family?" He checked his watch. "Just show your cousin the ropes. I'd like to announce his promotion at the end of the month." "What am I supposed to do at the end of the month?" Janet asked. "There'll always be a position here for you, as long as you want to work. I'm sure we can find something. Your little friend can continue working as Chad's assistant if everything works out." Once Mr. Easton walked out of the room, Chad crossed the room and sat in Jana's chair. "You heard your father. You need to train me for my new role." "Chad, is it?" I asked. He nodded. "Jana and I were going to have lunch. We'll be with you later this afternoon." "Fine." He rose from the chair and buttoned his suit jacket. "But don't think this kind of impertinence will be tolerated when you're working for me. I've heard you were really good to your last boss." Jana snapped out of her fog of anger just as I was slipping into it. She dragged me out of the room and gently shoved me onto the elevator. "So, what are you going to do?" I asked once my head cleared. She shrugged and stared straight forward. "What can I do? I'll train him to take over." "That doesn't sound like you." She glanced over at me. "What would you have me do?" I shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe sabotage this campaign, pin it on your cousin, and move along to a different job even when your dad begs you to stay."
That's great, but it isn't like I have another job lined up. Despite the fact I graduated from Stanford with my bachelor's, everyone assumes I was hired because it's my dad's company. Until today, I assumed he hired me because I was the best. Maybe everyone else is right. I don't think that is what everyone believes, and if they do, fuck them, I seethed. Either way, what am I going to do? I grabbed her shoulders and gave her a shake. You are going to snap out of this funk. You are a badass businesswoman, and no man, not even your father, is going to define you. She straightened her spine and stood tall. Yeah, but seriously, what are we going to do? We're going to tank this campaign, I repeated. How? It's booze from a recognizable brand. It practically sells itself. I smiled. That part will be easy. We'll let your cousin plan the campaign. He doesn't strike me as particularly talented. She put her arm around my shoulder. You are devious. What are we going to do about jobs? I cringed. She wasn't going to like this part. We are going to work for my father instead. She dropped her arm and started walking away. Nope, I'd rather eat glass. It's mine or yours. I mean, we could start our own company, but... Janice stopped trying to pull away. I like that option. And the first account we are going to land is your hot fiancé's. For 2 weeks, we went on as if she was going to train Chad to take over her position. Jana actually tried more than I would have. For example, she demonstrated, several times, how to utilize demographics to target ads, the differences in mainstream versus social media marketing, and how to use test groups to inform both of those campaigns. You need to do those things because you don't have the pulse of the market like I do, he told her. What exactly is your background in advertising? I asked while Janice silently fumed. He waved his hand dismissively. None. I have a business degree from an online program. It was still super exclusive, but I didn't want to cut my travel short and found a way to do both. Jana regained her composure and managed a smile that looked less like a snarl than when we first started working with Chad. What, dear cousin, would you suggest the company do to advertise? He leaned back in her chair because he'd taken over her office right from the start and propped his hands behind his head. We need to go with a guerrilla marketing campaign. I say, we throw a party. Malcolm Graham has some hot locations that would be perfect. We keep the guest list ultra exclusive and let their social media do the advertising for us. Jana blinked. That's it? That's what you want to spend all the advertising budget on? Your idea is to throw a party for your friends. I elbowed her in the side. I think it's a good idea. Since you are going to be taking over the division, we need to make sure you get full credit for it, though, don't you think? For probably the millionth time, Jana bit her tongue. Of course, Evie is right. I'm just jealous I hadn't thought of it first. You should go and take my father out to lunch. Just don't let him know all of your idea right away. He really likes to be surprised. That's a good idea, he said and started to text on his phone. We're going to go to lunch, I told him. You know how we ladies are. My uncle is ready to go to lunch now, so I'll walk you two down, he said. Jana and I had taken the car service into work that morning because her car needed routine maintenance. Jana walked to the car and jumped in. Before I could open the door, Chad grabbed my arm. We need to meet to discuss our working relationship, he said. I fought against a shudder. We really don't. We'll have dinner tonight, he declared. Can't. I've already got plans. His jaw hardened. Break them. I want to check out a chef for the party. I yanked my arm away and followed Jana into the car. He held onto the door and leaned in. I'll see you tonight.
Jana pulled the door shut and the driver sped off. What was that about? He thinks I'm going to have dinner with him to discuss, I made air quotes with my fingers, our working relationship. He's seriously delusional. I think it's time to talk to Beckett about Chad, Jana cautioned. If I tell him Chad creeps me out, he is going to insist I stop trying to help you and come back to work for him. You can't go to dinner with him, though, she said. Without a doubt, I agreed. After Jana and I decided to call it quits for the day, we snuck out of the building. Beckett's driver, Dave, pulled up in front of the building, and we both climbed in. I don't know if I can make it a month working with your cousin, I admitted. I agree. The party is tomorrow night, and I don't see any reason we need to stick around to watch the fallout. I leaned forward to speak to Dave. Can you take Jana home first? I'd like to run up and grab a couple of things. Why don't you just move back in? Jana asked. You spend more nights there than at home. That is, if you even consider my apartment to be home. I'm getting there. I just wish I could know we were strong enough to survive another storm. Back at Beckett's apartment, I set my overnight bag down by the door. He looked at it with disdain, but didn't say anything about it. Progress. What would you like to do for dinner tonight? I'm afraid, since it's been just me here, I don't have much in the way of groceries. My stomach grumbled. I'd had some nausea, but thankfully that was starting to pass. I'd love pasta, actually. He got up and searched through the fridge. I do have chicken and broccoli fettuccine alfredo, if that sounds good to you. That sounds perfect. I got up to help him start putting everything together. I got a notification that the launch party for Easton Vodka is happening tomorrow. Why didn't you mention it? He asked. Because it's going to be a horrible disaster. I'm only going for a few minutes with Jana, then we are leaving so we don't look like we are responsible for it. I'd like to go with you, he said. I shook my head. I don't want your name associated with that party. It might give Chad some layer of respectability, and I'm rooting for him to fail. If that's what you want, I'll trust your judgment. Can I at least drop you off? He asked. I kissed his cheek. If you don't mind waiting for about a half an hour, you can take me home, too. Beckett rode with Jana and I to the club. Are you sure you don't want me to go in with you? Positive. We won't be long, I promised. But if we are longer than 30 minutes, come in and make an excuse, just in case my father tries to make us stay, Jana suggested. It isn't my first time dealing with your father. I know how he is. I'll be in there in 30 if I don't see you first, he promised. Malcolm's club wasn't as packed as the first time Jana and I came. There weren't any lines going around the block. Either word had gotten out that the club was closed for a private party, or whoever Chad's guests were didn't draw enough interest to wait around to catch a glimpse of them. Once we were inside, it appeared most of Chad's guests weren't planning on attending his ultra-exclusive release party either. There were a few guests clustered at tables. The DJ was spinning tunes for an empty dance floor. Gold gift bags sat on top of a table along one wall. He got the gift bags? I asked. I couldn't talk him out of them, she replied. How much did he spend on this party? All of it, she confirmed. Chad came up to us, smiling from ear to ear. It's great, isn't it? Are there more people coming? Jana asked. Chad shrugged. Well, what hashtag did you set up for them to use to post about the event? Jana pushed. I didn't. These things have to happen organically. We need to trust that the party is good enough for them to want to promote the event. That's what the gift bags are for, he said. Jana and I shared a look. So, basically, you used all the ad money to throw a party and didn't direct the guest to post or set up any method to determine the effectiveness of this strategy? She pushed. You worry too much, cousin.
He turned to me. Come dance with me. You've been blowing off our talk all week. I'm not going to let you do it tonight. He grabbed my hand and tried to drag me out to the dance floor. I jerked my arm away. I'm not in the mood for dancing. It wasn't a request. Chad jerked me back into his body. I tried to shove him away, but he pinned my arms to my sides. Now, about our future working together, I want the same perks you were giving Anderson. He pushed forward to kiss me, but I turned my face away. He roughly grabbed my chin to force my face back towards him. I'm getting really tired of your attitude. What, I'm not rich enough for you? Let me go, I shouted. I tried to knee him in the groin, but he deflected my attempt. You can keep fighting, but I've got many reasons to lure you away from Daddy Big Bucks. Let's see if he likes it when he has to share the bucks with the entire family. Now I know why you seemed so familiar. You're one of Franklin's posse, aren't you? I demanded. Jana rushed over to me. Let her go. I texted Beckett to come in and get us. Chad tisked. It would really be better for everyone if you would just take me up on my proposition. Beckett Anderson has a lot of secrets. How will he handle if all of them are exposed? You're disgusting. I'd never leave Beckett for you. Now, for the last time, let me go. I managed to stomp on the top of his foot. When he stepped back, I ran away. Together, we headed for the door, but Mr. Easton stopped us before we made it out. He gestured emphatically around the room. Jana, how could you let this happen? She pointed to Chad, who was hopping on one foot. Talk to your new department head. I had nothing to do with this. Well, fix it, he spluttered. Jana shrugged and dropped her office keys on the floor by her father's feet. Can't. I start a new job tomorrow. Consider this my notice.
Chapter 25. Beckett.
Sir?
My new secretary's voice called through the intercom. Yes, Mrs. Janik.
Your cousin Franklin is here with his lawyers.
After what Chad told Evie last night at the club, I'd been expecting them to make a move. It didn't take a genius to see that they were trying to prevent us from getting married, so my cousin could inherit some shares of Anderson Global. Please show them to the small conference room. I'll be there when I can. Taking my time, I called my father. The shit show you put in motion has landed in the office. Come and clean it up. My cell phone rang, and I was glad to see it was Evie. After the drama last night, I insisted she stay at home and rest today. I answered my phone. How is your day going? She asked. Unexpectedly awful. My cousin just showed up with lawyers. How was yours? Not too bad. My overprotective fiancé insisted I spend the morning in bed. When will you come back to work with me? I pushed. I wanted to come and talk to you about that, actually, if you have time. I don't want to be a bother now that your cousin is there. You are never a bother. Often distracting, but never a bother. Should I just come down now? She asked. Yes, I'll see you soon. Just the prospect of seeing Evie made dealing with my obnoxious cousin more manageable. I waited in my office for my father to arrive. It took him nearly 40 minutes to breeze into my office without being announced, as usual. They are waiting in the conference room. Did you do anything else that would make Franklin think he has rights to the company? I pushed. Before we start speculating what this is about, let's go and talk to them and find out for ourselves, shall we? We walked into the conference room. My cousin had seated himself at the head of the table and remained seated when we entered. His lawyer was a sleazy-looking fellow who seemed like he'd be found chasing an ambulance. At least he had the sense to stand when we came in and offered both of us his hand. Franklin threw a large manila envelope on the table. Can we stop with the pleasantries already? I've got things to do, and this is taking entirely too much time. I made no move to grab the envelope. I already knew what it was likely to be after the threats Chad spewed last night. My father picked it up and ripped the tab open. Out spilled photographs of Evie and a young man. Mr. Anderson, the lawyer addressed my father, you stated it was your intention to parcel out the shares of the company to your other relatives if your son wasn't married in a year. Soon after, he announced his engagement to Miss Evelyn Holmes. These pictures show that she has been involved in a relationship, and make it unlikely Mr. Beckett Anderson will, indeed, be getting married. I reached across the table and looked at the pictures. One showed a man holding her elbow and standing near a car. There were a few standing near elevators, and one from the party last night. I had to give the photographer credit. It was taken at just the right angle to look like Evie and Chad were about to kiss. Chuckling to myself, I finally understood why she asserted we needed time. Before she insisted we took time to get to know each other, I would have reacted based on my prior experiences. Now that I knew her, I could see the slight furrow of her brow in the pictures. She always looked like that just before she erupted in anger. I didn't even need that bit of evidence, though, because I finally knew her well enough to trust her. She was right. Love wasn't enough, but love, combined with trust, could see us through anything. The elevator dinged, and before I could warn Evie to go back down to the lower level and meet me in the coffee shop, she came around the corner. My cousin practically rubbed his hands together as sight of her appeared from the window of the conference room. If he had a mustache, he would have twirled the ends. "Why don't we just have Ms. Holmes discuss this with us?" Franklin suggested. Evie poked her head in the door. "Did I hear my name?" Finally, Franklin stood. "I was just showing these to your fiancé." "What do you want, Frank?" I demanded. "I just want what is owed to me. I want shares in the company, what my mother should have been given, large enough to restore the integrity of my family name. If I need to show these to the press in order to accomplish that, then I will." "Franklin," his lawyer hissed, "I will not be made party to extortion." The lawyer stormed out of the office, leaving us with Franklin. "What exactly do you think you are owed?" I asked him. Evie strolled to my side and I took her hand. "My family has nothing, while your family has everything. You've got an empire, and what do we have?" Franklin rambled. "Your mother got an equal portion of the company as the one I did. She never desired to be a businesswoman, and your father squandered away pieces of the company to support his failed businesses. You don't have any claim over the empire I built, young man." My father boomed. "Unless you want these pictures splashed across the press, you need to make me an offer." Franklin sat back down and regarded us with a smug expression. "Beck, these aren't—" Evie began. I put my finger against her lips. "I know. You don't have to explain these pictures to me. Not for a second do I believe what he's saying. And it isn't because I saw the look on your face last night when I picked you up. It's because I know you. There's no one more loyal than you are. When you love, it's fierce and forever. I'm so damn lucky you set your heart on me. I'll never be careless with it again." Isn't that touching? Now, can we get back to why I'm here? Franklin demanded. "Come to the board meeting tomorrow night," I ordered. "And you'll give me the shares?" He pushed. "I'll give you what you deserve." I hedged. "What happens now?" Evie asked. Now, we renegotiate the terms of our agreement. She rolled her eyes. You can't negotiate the terms of a relationship like a business deal. I feel like I'm going to be trying to teach you that for the rest of my life. I held out my grandmother's ring. How about for the rest of mine? I'm older than you, so you will have a long life after I'm gone. But it would make me the happiest man alive if I got to spend all of my life with you. You make it sound like you are old now. You could be one of those freaks of nature that lives past 100. I kissed her and smiled. Fine. I'll live forever if that makes you happy. Just say you'll marry me. Evie looked down at her feet, and my stomach sank. I don't want a wedding. I lowered my hand holding the ring, but she rushed forward and wrapped both her hands around it. This isn't coming out right. I want to marry you, but I don't want a wedding. I have a family now, kind of, but I only have 2 people to invite. The tightness in my chest released. Do you want to elope? I have no problems with running away with you. In fact, I might prefer it. How about we grab your parents and my, Coulter? We better grab Jana, too. Is that a big enough of a guest list? She asked. I kissed her, deep. I've got an idea. Trust me? Always, she whispered. I hurried to my office to call my mother. Mom, we're getting married, I said the moment she picked up the phone. Of course you are, son. That's what the party was for. I mean, now. We want to get married now. We don't want a wedding, though. She gasped. You cannot get married without your father and I. Don't you dare elope. Wouldn't even think of it. I want you to get Dad and get the plane ready. Can you call ahead and make the necessary arrangements to get the house in Tahoe ready? I'll call your dad's friend, Judge Patrick, and have him get the documents and meetups at the house. Beckett, you better have Coulter with you when you meet us at the plane. That won't be a problem. He's already here. I'll go and speak to him now. She sighed. You may be overestimating me, but I'll do my best. Hopefully the pilot can file a flight plan and get the plane ready on such short notice. I'll text you when I've got a confirmation. I also have the dress she liked at the shop the other day, but you will still need to pack a change of clothes and your tux. She didn't say goodbye, just hung up the phone. I walked down the hallway to Coulter's office and interrupted a heated discussion he was having with Jana. Everyone needs to go home and pack. We're catching a plane to Tahoe. Jana shrugged. I'm game. Tahoe is always a great idea. I want a room as far away from Grandpa as I can get, though. I hear seniors tend to get confused and wander. I don't want to be the victim of a dirty old man. I've got half a mind to take you over my knee if you insist on acting like a brat. Coulter snapped back at her. Bring formal attire. I'm marrying Evie tonight. Coulter slapped me on the back. About time. I thought I was going to have to get a shotgun and make this happen the old-fashioned way. I think the old-fashioned way would have been to knock her up after the wedding, Jana muttered. Muzzle her and get straight to the airport, I said, and left him to continue his fight with Jana.
Evie. There were things I dreamed about when I was a little girl. Flights of fancy is what my grandmother called them, because it was beyond the scope of what I'd thought was possible in real life. I dreamed I'd meet a handsome prince, and someday he would kiss me under the stars. We'd dance just like they did in my favorite princess movies, and we'd live happily ever after. My grandmother would tell me there weren't any princes left. My education told me that wasn't true, to which she told me those princes weren't for me. Now that I actually believed. Girl, you best keep your feet on the ground and your head out of the clouds. Spending all your time daydreaming about a man will get you nowhere fast, just like it did your mama. I want you to dream big, but dream about what you can do for yourself," she would tell me. My grandma never could have envisioned this. I walked down an aisle strewn with blush-colored rose petals on the arm of a father I never expected to meet. The room glowed with tall taper candles in elegant silver candle holders. In front of a stone fireplace dripping with fairy lights, Beckett fidgeted next to a somber man dressed in a judge's robe. In only a few steps, we reached the end of the aisle. I turned to face Coulter. "I just found you, and now I'm being asked to give you away. It's hardly fair," he whispered. I kissed his cheek. "It isn't, but it's better than never finding each other at all. Thank you for being here." "For you, anything, anytime. I better move out of the way, though. My new son is looking a bit irritable." Coulter teased. "Yeah, don't call me that," Beckett said, and reached out his hand to me. Our hands met, and he smiled at me. "Hi," he whispered. The judge began to speak, the words both familiar and unfamiliar. Then he paused, and Beckett squeezed my hand. "This is our part," he whispered. "I love you. It wasn't easy for me to say before, but there hasn't been a single moment when I did not feel it. Love at first sight isn't supposed to exist, except in fairy tales. Then I met you, and a spell was cast over my life. The impossible seemed possible. I fought it hard because I didn't believe I was capable of love. I've made some mistakes, and I've pushed you every step of the way, but you didn't let me push you away." He slid a ring on my finger. "With this ring, I give you the only thing you've ever asked of me. My heart. It's yours forever." "You promised me the world, but I gladly accept your heart instead." I put my hand over my stomach. "You've already brought me the thing I wanted most in this world." I looked over my shoulder at my father. "My family. And now we are going to have one of our own. I have everything I've ever wanted, all because you decided to try and mix business with pleasure." Jana handed me his ring. "With this ring, I trade your heart for mine, and I promise to love you for the rest of my life." Beckett didn't wait for the judge to declare us husband and wife before he kissed me. There was a hunger to his kiss I hadn't yet experienced. I expected chaste and sweet in front of our family, but he was unleashed. Everyone faded away. He swept me off my feet and strolled down the hallway back to the master's suite. "So, we're going to leave then. I'm seriously uncomfortable right now," Coulter shouted after us. "Don't mind him. I'll feed him and get him drunk. He won't remember a thing," Jana yelled afterwards. "I better not," he said as she pushed him further toward the door. The door dramatically opened and closed. Beckett stalked me around the room. "We're alone." His voice was low and rumbled over my skin. "It appears so," I replied in a husky voice. Slowly, he pulled at his bow tie, and my blood heated, making my skin feel tight and uncomfortable. He didn't offer me release. He only continued to slowly undress. One button followed by another until his starched white shirt fell to the floor. "Wife, do you enjoy watching me strip?" I held on to one of the posts of the large 4-poster bed. "Very much, husband." He pulled his undershirt over his head, giving me an unobstructed view of his carved torso. "It occurs to me there's a ritual we didn't perform." "Huh?" I asked, forcing my eyes away from his naked flesh. Beckett untied a silk cord from the curtains. "We didn't tie the knot. It's obscure, but better safe than sorry. Grab the post." He started to wrap the cords around my wrists and tied them to the post. "Aren't our hands supposed to be tied together?" He moved around me and pulled at the zipper of my dress. It was strapless, so it puddled at my feet, leaving me in the strapless bra and panties Jana thought to pack for me. I heard the clang of his belt buckle coming undone and the sound of his zipper sliding down. His chest rested against my back, and his lips found the base of my neck where it met my shoulders and journeyed up to the base of my ear. "You deserve romance. I keep trying to convince myself to take you to bed and make love to you slowly and gently." He pulled at the hooks of my bra and let it fall. His hands replaced the restricting item, massaging my breast and plucking at my nipples. One hand slipped down my torso and slid into my panties. "I should give you that on our wedding night, but that isn't the man you married." He rubbed my clit while he continued to talk to me. "You're mine, my wife, the mother of my child." He pulled his hand away from me just as I felt my body begin to shake. Before I could protest, he tore my panties off, the slight bite of the lace before it gave way, making my breath catch with desire. He entered me in one hard thrust, and I bit my lip to stop the sounds threatening to come out of me. This wasn't making love, but mating, and something about the rawness of it made it more perfect in my mind. I abandoned the last vestiges of my inhibitions. He was never going to leave me, and that knowledge made me free. It seemed like he recognized the moment I let go and gave myself to him completely. He grew bolder, drove me harder, and I shattered in his arms. He reached out, untied my wrists, and carried me over to the bed. Beckett climbed in beside me, and I laid my head on his chest. "I'll never get enough of you. We are going to end up with 12 children." "It's a good thing you're rich," I murmured sleepily. "We are, darling. And you're right. It is a good thing, because I'm going to enjoy making each one of them." "Are you happy?" I whispered. My inhibitions may have gone, but some of my insecurities remained. His hand lazily rubbed over my stomach. "I'm so many things, but mostly happy and a little scared." "I'm going to get big." He climbed over the top of me. "I've got to be totally honest here. It isn't like I've ever had a fetish for pregnant women or anything, but knowing you are carrying my child, it makes me feel very manly. Thinking of you swelling with my child is a huge turn-on." "Well, you're in for a treat then, because lately I want to eat everything." He smiled, radiating a smug masculine pride. "Every man who sees you is going to know you belong to me. They're going to see your belly, round with my child, and know I've been inside of you." The fire that had been banked after our first round of the night rekindled to an inferno. My stomach had already become slightly extended. He moved down my body, taking time to worship the small bump. "Mine," he growled, and proceeded to show me just how much me carrying his child turned him on.
Chapter 26. Beckett. Thank you, everyone, for convening on such short notice. We have some important business to discuss. I looked at everyone gathered around the table. My father sat at the other end of the long conference table. My cousin and his lawyer were on one side with a few of the other board members. My father had reserved 49% of the company. I was given provisional access to 39% of the vote, while he maintained the remainder until I was given full control of the company. We discussed the meeting on the plane ride back from Tahoe this morning. After this meeting was finished, I was taking my wife on a honeymoon, somewhere warm where clothing would be optional. As you know, my father's voice boomed, I threatened to distribute the majority of my shares to other family members if my son didn't settle down within a year. We are aware, Fitz, but it's only been, 3 or 4 months? Harold, one of the original board members, asked. What difference does that make? He's not getting married anytime soon. I have it on good authority he no longer has a fiancée. Franklin spoke up. Why drag it out? Before I turn the meeting back over to my son, I have a confession I need to make. I never intended to follow through with my threat. My dad said. What? I shouted. He grimaced. You weren't moving forward. I saw you with Evie at dinner, and I knew how you'd react if I applied a little pressure. I never intended to tell the board. My idiot lawyer did that. Well, I should say, former lawyer. What are you saying? I demanded. I'm sorry, son. I was never going to split up the company. If my idiot nephew here had done his research, he would have found there's no paperwork drafted to change the transfer of power of the company to you. The announcement was made, so surely there's a legal precedent to make it a reality despite no existing documents. Franklin pressed his lawyer. His third-rate lawyer huffed and fidgeted in his chair. Stop. You're going to give yourself an aneurysm trying to come up with an answer when there isn't one. It doesn't matter anyway. I held up my hand and showed my wedding ring to the board. Paperwork or no, the company is mine either way. Well, nearly. There's still the matter of the board to contend with. Someone here thought it was a good idea to seek out my nephew and share the news my lawyer spilled to one of you. My father interjected. It wasn't me. You already know what I'd like to do with my shares, Harold replied. My father looked intently at each board member. Some looked away, while others watched each other. I already know who it was, because everyone else has sold me their shares. Who was it? One of the board members asked. Maxwell Easton, Jana's father, burst into the room. You called a board meeting and didn't tell me? Ah, here he is now. Tell me, old friend, how's the new vodka doing? My father chuckled at his own joke. Can we focus on your problems here, buddy? I heard Matilda Forsythe attended Beckett's engagement party. Guess that wedding didn't happen after all. You didn't hear? Evie and I got married last night, I said, flashing my ring again. Congratulations. I don't understand why we're all here, though, if you aren't going to announce how you are handing over shares of the company and what it means for the board. Actually, we are going to discuss the future of the company, my father continued. First, I've regained all of the shares of the company except for your 10%. So, let me ask you again. How is your new vodka performing? Horrible, okay? Are you happy now? He shouted. My idiot nephew used the entire ad budget to throw a party thinking he could make it go viral. It didn't work, and the product released without the public being aware at all. But my daughter will fix it. She always does. I walked away from the table and opened the door. I'm afraid she isn't going to be able to this time. See, once my father told me who the lone holdout on the board was, things started to make sense. Evie and Jana followed me back into the boardroom. Gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to my wife, Evelyn Anderson, and many of you know Jana Easton. When are we going to get around to what is happening with the shares? Franklin pounded on the table. "You aren't getting any. Tell Aunt Adela I said hi, and never show your face around any of my property again." I dismissed. I pushed the intercom button at the head of the table. "Mrs. Janik, can you please send in security to escort out my cousin?" Franklin stood up abruptly, toppling his chair over. "No need. I'm going." He stormed out of the room, and his lawyer scurried after him. He was a nuisance. But you, Mr. Easton, were the problem. You sought him out and filled his head with fantasies of reclaiming his family's fortune. I paid a forensic accountant to look into everything when my cousin first came seeking to take over the company. It seems he'd followed his father's lead and developed quite a debt through failed businesses and gambling. He was an easy mark, I continued. I refocused my attention back on Maxwell. I didn't learn until this morning who issued him the loan that bailed him out. It was buried under shell companies. But when you knew where to look, it was easy. My guess is you expected he would be awarded enough shares that you could then take them yourself when you called in the loan. Maxwell grew red in the face, but otherwise remained silent. What I don't understand is why you pushed your own daughter out, I thought aloud. What use are girls? My nephew could have learned the job from her and managed just fine. Which is what you are going to do, he said, pointing at Jana to punctuate his message. See, Jana is the head of our newest business venture. She's starting Imagination Marketing with Anderson Global backing. We're also going to be her largest client. As for the shares in Anderson Global, my son will get 49% of the shares. The remaining 41% are going to Coulter Grayson. If you know what's good for you, you'll pass your 10% on to your daughter, my father suggested. And if I don't? Maxwell asked. My father smiled. I haven't undertaken a hostile takeover in a very long time, but I'm up to the task. I bet after you let an imbecile plan the launch of your company's most important product, your board members might be inclined to sell their shares. I wager it wouldn't even be hard. If I sign over those shares, you'll leave me and my company alone? He asked. Like you don't exist, Jana said. Maxwell looked at her, and his mouth hung open. Jana grabbed the paperwork and pen I had sitting in front of me. She pushed both over to her father. He grabbed the pen and looked at Jana. She turned her back on him. Maxwell signed the papers and stood up. So, I save my company and lose my daughter? Evie lifted her chin and held Jana's hand. I'd say you lost her the moment you showed her how replaceable you thought she was. At least you've still got Chad. Maxwell walked out without another word. After another 30 minutes, everyone left except for Evie, Jana, Coulter, and I. I can't believe there won't be a board to appease or investors to answer to any longer. The company belongs completely in the family again. I'm not family, Jana muttered. I looked between her and my best friend. Their arguing had been increasing, and the tension between them could be cut with a knife. I wouldn't be surprised if our unconventional family got a little more unorthodox in the future. You will always be my family. You were there beside me when I had no one, and I'll be next to you now. Besides, someone has to keep my father on his toes. I'm going to be a bit busy, Evie said, rubbing her belly. I'll be working very closely with him, she answered. You'll be working under me. We could get started now if you want, Coulter teased. Evie gagged.
Gross! I'm working with her, you know.
I grabbed her and spun her around. No, you'll be working directly under the boss. He's very demanding and requires a lot of flexibility. Are you flexible, Evie?
I guess we've come full circle then?
She asked. I hummed in assent. I'm still going to demand all of your time. It's a good thing you married me, because you won't have much of a life outside of me.
There isn't a life I'm interested in apart from you,
she murmured. I can't watch them when they're like this, Coulter commented. Come on, Gianna. Let's go get a drink and discuss your position.
Whatever you say, Daddy, she quipped as they left the room.
That is a good idea. I think we should discuss your position, I whispered.
Which position is that?
She asked, confused. I looked around the room and wagered that the office was likely empty. I think we should start with you on your back on this table. She laughed.
I can see marriage hasn't changed you.
Evie started to back away from me. I will chase after you. Always, I warned. She took off through the office, and I followed through. Her laugh rang through the office. Catching her was part of the thrill. I found her and lifted her in my arms. You're mine.
Forever and always,
she agreed. We'll start with that. I'm not sure even that will be enough time with you. Epilogue. Coulter. The day was gray, and the rain came down in sheets. It was fitting, considering it was the day I finally got my Jenny a stone to mark her final resting place. Our daughter sat in the back of the rented SUV holding my beautiful granddaughter. I asked for a moment alone before she joined me out here. She'd already said goodbye to her mother 16 years ago, but the loss was a fresh one for me. I found her. My voice cracked as I spoke the first words to her in nearly 2 decades. I wish I'd known we had a daughter. I would have taken care of her long before now. We have a granddaughter now, too. A tear ran down my face. I wish you could be here to see them both. Evie came up behind me and wrapped her arms around me.
She's here.
Beckett walked up behind us and stood on the other side of Evie. Where's the baby? I asked. She's sleeping in her seat. Dave's watching her. He answered.
The stone is beautiful,
Evie said. Genevieve Holmes, 1981 to 2005. Forever young. Mother, daughter, and friend. Till we meet again. It wasn't, though. There was nothing lovely about a tombstone for a 24-year-old woman. I'd held on to the hope of finding her for so long. I never expected I'd find her laying 6 feet under a metal grave marker, with nothing more than her initials and the date she was born and the date she died.
Come on,
Evie prompted.
This place is full of sad memories. Let's go make a happy one.
We took the SUV through town to where Jana was waiting for us. I'd wanted to open a rehabilitation center to help women suffering from addiction. Evie wanted a women's resource center that had a medical clinic, an education assistance center, drug and alcohol addiction counseling, and a crisis center. She walked up to the front doors under a covered patio.
Thank y'all for coming out here today in the rain,
she began. Her voice was thick with the same accent I heard in her mother's voice all those years ago.
My father wanted to do something to honor my mama's memory, since he felt he failed her while she was alive. But he didn't fail her. Poverty did. Poverty perpetrated by a lack of opportunities and made worse through her mental illness. We talked about what would have helped her. And through those conversations, the Genevieve Holmes Center for Women was born. Her shoulders rolled back, and her chin tipped up. It was a gesture I'd come to learn was her way of holding back strong emotion. She's remarkable, isn't she? Beckett commented with pride. She really is, I agreed. If only her mother had had a fraction of our daughter's strength. You know, what happened to Jenny wasn't your fault. A good friend told me something similar not long ago. You need to forgive yourself and move on. She wouldn't want you to punish yourself forever because she was ill. You were right before. It's easier said than done. He looked at my daughter, his wife, and smiled. Yeah, it is, but totally worth it. He walked away to rejoin his wife. What are you thinking about, Gramps? Jana asked, coming up to my side. The future, I replied. And what do you see when you picture it? A second chance, I replied vaguely. We could all use one of those, she agreed. Looks like Beckett and Evie are making the most of theirs. They really are. They kissed as if no one was watching, as if the next moment wasn't guaranteed, because it wasn't. If I'd learned one thing, it was that life was too short to compartmentalize it. Sometimes, you just had to mix business with pleasure. This concludes Beck and Call by Kimberly Carrillo, narrated by Loretta Rollins and Chris Chambers. Copyright 2022 by Kimberly Carrillo. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kimberly Carrillo, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.